settle into the quiet darkness, let that question drift through your mind like smoke through ancient ruins. What if the story we tell ourselves about human civilization, that we are the pioneers, the first to build cities and decode the stars, is nothing more than a comforting fiction? What if, long before the first pyramid rose from Egyptian sands, long before the first cuneiform tablet was pressed into clay, another people walked this earth, a civilization so advanced, so complete, that when it vanished, it left behind only whispers in stone and shadows in our oldest myths? The idea feels impossible, doesn't it? We have mapped every continent, excavated countless sites, carbon-dated our way back through millennia. Surely, if another civilization had existed, we would know. We would have found their cities, their tools, their bones. But what if we've been looking in all the wrong places? What if time itself has been their greatest eraser, and what we call prehistory is actually post-history? The long, slow recovery from a collapse so complete that it reset the human story entirely. Consider this. Our own industrial civilization has existed for barely 2 centuries. In geological terms, we are a heartbeat, a single breath in Earth's 4 billion-year exhale. If our cities were abandoned tomorrow, how long would they last? Steel rusts, concrete crumbles, glass shatters. Within 1,000 years, nature would reclaim most of what we have built. Within 10,000, our greatest monuments would be little more than strange hills covered in forest. Within 100,000 years, almost nothing would remain except perhaps some curious isotopes in the soil and a thin layer of plastic in the rock record. Now imagine a civilization that rose and fell not thousands, but hundreds of thousands of years ago, or millions. What traces would survive such an immense passage of time? What evidence would we even know how to recognize? The question hangs in the air like incense in a forgotten temple, and as we begin to explore it, we find that the world is full of things that don't quite fit the story we've been told. Ancient myths that speak of golden ages and vanished peoples, archaeological anomalies that challenge our timelines, geological mysteries that hint at cycles of creation and destruction far older than human memory, scientific theories that suggest intelligence may have emerged on Earth long before we assumed possible. What if the myths were right all along? What if the stories our ancestors told around fires were not fantasies but memories, distorted by time, wrapped in metaphor, but carrying within them the echo of something real? What if we are not the first children of Earth, but the latest in a long line of civilizations that have risen, flourished, and fallen into the darkness of deep time? Tonight, we will follow that possibility wherever it leads. We will walk through the ruins of forgotten ages, listen to the whispers of ancient stones, and ask the questions that have haunted human imagination since we first looked up at the stars and wondered if we were alone. Not alone in space, but alone in time. The whispers of deep memory. In the beginning, there were the stories. Long before archaeologists with their careful brushes and measuring tools, long before carbon dating and stratigraphic analysis, there were the myths. Every culture on Earth, no matter how isolated, no matter how different their languages or customs, tells variations of the same haunting tale. Once, long ago, there was a golden age, a time when the world was different, when beings of great wisdom walked among humans, or when humans themselves possessed knowledge and abilities that have since been lost. The Greeks called it the Age of Gold, when Kronos ruled and humans lived like gods, free from toil and suffering. The Hindus speak of the Satya Yuga, the Age of Truth, when righteousness reigned and humans possessed divine knowledge. The Norse told of a time before Ragnarok, when the gods walked freely in Midgard and wisdom flowed like rivers. Aboriginal Australians remember the dream time, when ancestor spirits shaped the land and taught the first people the secrets of survival. These are not isolated stories. They appear everywhere, in every corner of human culture, like echoes of some vast forgotten symphony. The details change. Sometimes the Golden Age ended in flood, sometimes in fire, sometimes in great forgetting. But the core remains constant. There was a time before our time, a civilization before our civilization, and something happened to end it. For centuries, scholars dismissed these myths as wishful thinking, as humanity's tendency to imagine a perfect past to contrast with an imperfect present. But what if that dismissal was too hasty? What if these stories, passed down through countless generations, preserved something real? Not literal truth, perhaps, but the memory of truth, distorted by time like light bending through water. Consider the flood myths. Nearly every culture on Earth has one. The biblical story of Noah is perhaps the most famous in the Western world, but it is far from unique. The Mesopotamians told of Utnapishtim, who survived the deluge sent by the gods. The Greeks spoke of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the sole survivors of Zeus's flood. Hindu texts describe Manu, who was warned by Vishnu to build a great boat. Native American tribes from the Pacific Northwest to the Amazon basin have their own versions of the great flood that destroyed the world before this one. The standard explanation is that these myths arose independently as different cultures tried to make sense of local flooding events, rivers overflowing their banks, tsunamis devastating coastlines, the gradual rise of sea levels at the end of the last ice age. But there's another possibility, one that sends a chill down the spine when you consider it in the quiet hours of the night. What if all these flood myths remember the same event? What if, somewhere in the deep past, there really was a great deluge, not necessarily global, but vast enough to destroy a civilization so completely that only scattered survivors remain to carry the story forward? What if the flood myths are not separate inventions, but fragments of a single, catastrophic memory? The timeline becomes crucial here. The last ice age ended roughly 12,000 years ago, and with it came dramatic changes to Earth's geography. Sea levels rose by hundreds of feet as massive ice sheets melted. Coastlines that had been dry land for millennia disappeared beneath the waves. Entire continental shelves were submerged. If a civilization had existed during the Ice Age, if they had built their cities along the then exposed coasts, those cities would now lie beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water. We know that early humans were far more sophisticated than we once believed. The cave paintings at Lascaux and Altamira, created over 15,000 years ago, display an artistic sophistication that rivals anything produced in recorded history. The megalithic site of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, built over 11,000 years ago, features massive stone pillars carved with intricate reliefs, and it was deliberately buried by its creators as if they were trying to hide it from something or someone. But these are just the traces we've found on dry land. What lies beneath the oceans? What cities, what monuments, what libraries of stone might rest on the continental shelves, covered by centuries of sediment and the weight of the sea? The myths speak of more than just floods. They tell of great wars between gods and titans, of weapons that could level mountains and burn the sky. The Mahabharata describes the Brahmastra, a weapon so terrible it could destroy entire armies and leave the land barren for generations. The Norse Ragnarok speaks of a final battle that will consume the world in fire. The Hopi prophecies tell of previous worlds that ended in destruction, each one a lesson unlearned. Modern readers often interpret these as metaphors or primitive attempts to understand natural disasters. But what if they were something else entirely? What if they were memories of real conflicts, real weapons, real destruction? But from so long ago that the details became mythologized, the technology transformed into magic, the history into legend. There's a haunting consistency to these stories that goes beyond coincidence. They speak of a time when knowledge was greater, when humans, or beings like humans, possessed abilities that seem impossible to us now. They tell of flying vehicles, of weapons that harness the power of the sun, of communication across vast distances, of healing arts that could restore life itself. The Sanskrit epics are particularly rich in such details. The Vimanas described in texts like the Ramayana and Mahabharata were flying machines capable of travelling vast distances, even to other worlds. The descriptions are remarkably specific, different types of craft for different purposes, detailed instructions for their construction and operation, accounts of aerial battles between opposing forces. The Vaimanika Shastra, though of disputed age, provides technical specifications that read almost like a manual for advanced aircraft. Similarly, the book of Ezekiel in the Bible describes the prophet's vision of wheels within wheels, of creatures with multiple faces, of a craft that could move in any direction without turning. Modern UFO researchers have seized upon this as evidence of ancient alien visitation. But what if the truth is both simpler and more profound? What if Ezekiel was describing not visitors from another world, but technology from another time, remnants of a human civilization so advanced that its machines seemed divine to those who encountered them? The Aboriginal Australians speak of the Wangina, sky beings who came from the clouds and taught the first people the laws of existence. Their rock art, some of it tens of thousands of years old, depicts these beings with large eyes and radiating headdresses that look remarkably like modern depictions of astronauts or pilots. But the Wangina were not aliens. They were the ancestors, the first people, the ones who came before. In the Americas, the Aztecs told of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who brought knowledge and civilization to humanity before departing across the Eastern Sea, promising to return. The Incas spoke of Viracocha, the creator god who emerged from Lake Titicaca and taught the arts of civilization before disappearing into the Pacific. The Maya had Kukulkan, another feathered serpent deity associated with knowledge, astronomy, and the promise of return. These are not stories of gods in the supernatural sense, but of teachers, of culture bringers, of those who possessed knowledge that seemed divine to those who received it. And in every case these beings departed, leaving behind only their teachings and the promise, or threat, that they would return. What if they were not gods at all, but survivors? What if they were the remnants of the previous civilization, the keepers of ancient knowledge, wandering a world that had forgotten how to read the stars or work metal or build in stone? What if they were trying to restart civilization, to pass on what they could before they too passed into legend? The myths tell us something else, something that should make us pause in the darkness and listen more carefully. They tell us that the Golden Age did not end gradually, through slow decline or natural evolution. It ended suddenly, catastrophically, in fire or flood or war. It ended so completely that the survivors had to start over from almost nothing, carrying only fragments of the old knowledge, stories that would become myths, technologies that would become magic. And they tell us something else, something that whispers through the night like wind through ruins. It has happened before, not once but many times. The Hindus speak of cycles within cycles, ages within ages, each one ending in destruction and beginning in renewal. The Maya calculated vast cycles of time, cosmic ages that stretched across millennia. The Hopi speak of 4 previous worlds, each one destroyed when humanity forgot the proper way to live. What if these are not metaphors for spiritual development, but memories of actual cycles? What if civilization on Earth has risen and fallen not once, but many times? What if we are not the first to split the atom, to reach for the stars, to unlock the secrets of genetics and artificial intelligence? What if we are simply the latest in a long line of species that have achieved technological sophistication, only to destroy themselves or be destroyed by forces beyond their control? The myths whisper these possibilities in the darkness, and as we listen, we begin to hear something else. The sound of our own footsteps echoing those who came before. These same ambitions, the same discoveries, the same fatal flaws that led to the end of worlds. And we begin to wonder, are we walking toward our own golden age or toward our own ending? Are we the inheritors of ancient wisdom, or are we simply repeating ancient mistakes? The stories our ancestors told around their fires were not just entertainment. They were warnings. They were maps of where we had been and signs pointing toward where we might go. They were the whispers of deep memory, trying to tell us something crucial about the nature of time, the fragility of civilization, and the terrible beauty of starting over. But that wasn't the whole story. The myths were just the beginning, the first clue in a mystery that would lead us deep into the earth itself, into stones that remember what flesh has forgotten, into ruins that challenge everything we thought we knew about the human journey through time. The stones that remember, beneath the myths, older than the stories, lie the stones. They wait in silence across the world, massive blocks of granite and limestone, perfectly fitted together without mortar, carved with precision that challenges our understanding of ancient capabilities. They rise from jungles and deserts, from mountain tops and ocean floors, speaking a language of engineering and astronomy that we are only beginning to decode. And in their silent testimony, they whisper of builders whose skill surpassed anything we attribute to the ancient world. In the high Andes of Peru, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman overlooks the city of Cusco like a sleeping giant. Its walls are built from stone so massive that modern cranes would struggle to lift them, fitted together so precisely that a knife blade cannot slip between them. The largest stone weighs over 300 tons. It was quarried from a site several miles away, transported across difficult terrain, lifted into place with mathematical precision, and shaped to fit perfectly with its neighbours. The conventional explanation is that the Inca built Sacsayhuaman using bronze tools, wooden rollers, and thousands of workers pulling on ropes. But when you stand before those walls in the thin mountain air, when you run your hands along joints so perfect they seem to have been melted together rather than carved, the explanation feels inadequate. The Inca themselves told the Spanish conquistadors that they did not build the great stoneworks, that these were the creations of the people who came before, the ones they called the Viracocha, the foam of the sea. The mystery deepens when you examine the stones themselves. Many show evidence of vitrification, a process where rock is heated to such extreme temperatures that its surface becomes glass-like. This requires temperatures of over 1,000 degrees Celsius, far beyond what any known ancient technology could achieve. Yet there it is, preserved in stone, evidence of a process we cannot explain. Similar megalithic sites dot the globe like markers on some vast forgotten map. At Baalbek in Lebanon, the Temple of Jupiter sits atop a foundation of stones so large they dwarf even those at Sacsayhuaman. The trilithon, 3 massive blocks that form part of the temple's base, consists of stones weighing over 800 tons each. Nearby lies the stone of the pregnant woman, a single block weighing an estimated 1,000 tons, still partially attached to the bedrock from which it was being quarried. The Romans built the visible temple, but they built it on foundations that were already ancient when they arrived. Local legends speak of a race of giants who placed the great stones in the time before memory. The Romans themselves seemed awed by what they found, incorporating the megalithic base into their own construction rather than attempting to replicate it. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza continues to confound researchers with its mathematical precision and engineering sophistication. Built from over 2 million stone blocks, some weighing 15 tons or more, it was the tallest structure on Earth for over 3,800 years. Its base is level to within just 2.1 centimetres. Its sides are aligned to the cardinal directions with an accuracy of 3/60th of a degree. The ratio of its height to its base perimeter equals pi to several decimal places. But perhaps most mysteriously, the pyramid incorporates knowledge that we didn't think the ancient Egyptians possessed. Its dimensions encode the circumference of the Earth, the length of the year, and the speed of light. The shafts that extend from the king's and queen's chambers point to specific stars: Orion, Draco, Sirius, with astronomical precision. The entire structure seems designed not just as a tomb, but as a kind of 3-dimensional encyclopedia, preserving mathematical and astronomical knowledge in stone. The conventional timeline places the pyramid's construction around 2580 BCE, during the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom. But this dating is based largely on circumstantial evidence: the presence of Khufu's cartouche in a sealed chamber, the similarity to other 4th dynasty monuments, the assumption that such sophisticated construction must have developed gradually from simpler predecessors. Yet the pyramid stands alone in its perfection. The pyramids that came before it were smaller, cruder, often collapsed or were abandoned mid-construction. The pyramids that came after it were inferior in every measurable way: smaller, less precise, built with inferior materials and techniques. It's as if the Great Pyramid represents not the culmination of a gradual development, but a singular achievement that was never equalled, let alone surpassed. Some researchers have suggested that the pyramid is far older than conventionally believed, that it was built during a previous period of high civilization and later appropriated by the pharaohs of the 4th dynasty. The evidence is circumstantial but intriguing. Water erosion patterns on the Sphinx that suggest it was carved during a much wetter climate, geological evidence of advanced machining techniques, the absence of any mummies or burial goods in the pyramid itself. But Egypt is not alone in preserving evidence of sophisticated ancient engineering. On Easter Island, nearly 900 massive stone statues called moai stand sentinel over the Pacific. The largest completed statue is over 30 feet tall and weighs 82 tons. They were carved from volcanic rock using only stone tools, transported across the island using unknown methods, and erected with precision that required sophisticated understanding of leverage and balance. The islanders themselves, when first contacted by Europeans, had no memory of how the statues were built or moved. They spoke of them as having walked into place, guided by the mana of the ancestors. Recent experiments have shown that the statues could indeed have been walked upright, using a complex system of ropes, but this would have required coordination and engineering knowledge that seems inconsistent with the island's small, isolated population. In Turkey, the site of Göbekli Tepe has revolutionized our understanding of prehistoric capabilities. Built over 11,000 years ago, 6,000 years before Stonehenge, 7,000 years before the pyramids, it consists of massive stone pillars arranged in circles, carved with intricate reliefs of animals and abstract symbols. The pillars weigh up to 16 tons each and were quarried, transported and erected by people who are supposedly still hunter-gatherers, lacking even pottery or metal tools. The site was deliberately buried around 8000 BCE, covered with tons of earth, in what appears to have been a massive coordinated effort. Why would a people invest enormous resources in building such a complex, then bury it completely? What were they trying to hide, or preserve, or protect? The carvings at Göbekli Tepe tell their own story. They depict animals that were not native to the region during the supposed time of construction. Lions, crocodiles, exotic birds. They show humans interacting with these animals in ways that suggest domestication, or at least close familiarity. And they include symbols and motifs that appear in later cultures around the world, as if Göbekli Tepe was a source from which knowledge spread to other civilizations. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of these megalithic sites is not their individual mysteries, but their global distribution and apparent interconnection. They appear on every continent, built by cultures that had no known contact with each other, yet they share remarkable similarities in construction techniques, astronomical alignments, and symbolic motifs. The precision-cut stones of Sacsayhuaman echo the megalithic walls of Baalbek. The astronomical alignments of the pyramids mirror those found at Stonehenge and Angkor Wat. The spiral motifs carved into stones in Ireland appear also in New Mexico and Easter Island. It's as if these sites were built according to a common template, following shared knowledge that somehow spread across the globe long before the supposed dawn of civilization. Some researchers have proposed that these similarities result from a common human tendency to build in certain ways, to align structures with celestial bodies, to carve similar symbols. But the level of technical sophistication involved suggests something more than coincidence. The ability to quarry, transport, and precisely place stones weighing hundreds of tons requires not just manpower, but advanced understanding of physics, engineering, and logistics. Consider the problem of the Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901. This bronze device, dating to around 100 BCE, is a complex mechanical computer capable of predicting the positions of the sun, moon, and planets decades into the future. Its gear system is so sophisticated that nothing comparable appears in the historical record until astronomical clocks began appearing in medieval Europe over 1,000 years later. The mechanism suggests that ancient Greek technology was far more advanced than we previously believed. But it also raises a troubling question. If the Greeks could build such sophisticated devices, what else could they build? What other technologies might have existed in the ancient world that we have no record of because they were made from materials that don't survive, or because the knowledge was lost during periods of collapse and chaos? The stones remember what the written records have forgotten. They preserve evidence of capabilities that don't fit our timeline of human development. They suggest that the ancient world was not a place of primitive peoples struggling with bronze tools and wooden wheels, but a world where at least some cultures possessed knowledge and abilities that we are only now beginning to understand. And they raise the most haunting question of all. If these monuments were built by the civilizations we know about, the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Inca, then why do they seem so far beyond those civilizations' other achievements? Why do they stand alone in their sophistication, like islands of advanced knowledge in a sea of more primitive technology? The answer whispered by the stones is one that challenges our most basic assumptions about the past. What if these monuments were not built by the civilizations that claimed them, but inherited by them? What if they are the last surviving works of an earlier people, a previous civilization that possessed knowledge and capabilities that were lost when that civilization fell? The stones cannot tell us who built them or when, not with certainty, but they can tell us that someone did, someone with knowledge of mathematics and astronomy, with engineering capabilities that rival our own, with the organizational ability to coordinate massive construction projects across generations, someone who understood the movement of the stars, the properties of stone, the principles of leverage and balance and precision. Someone who built not just for their own time, but for ours, as if they knew that their civilization would not last, that their knowledge would be lost, that their very existence would be forgotten, as if they were trying to leave us a message encoded in stone, waiting for us to become sophisticated enough to read it. But the stones were not the only witnesses to the deep past. Hidden in the earth itself, in layers of rock and sediment, in the chemical signatures of ancient atmospheres, lay evidence of events so catastrophic they could erase entire civilizations from the record of time. The scars of catastrophe. The earth remembers everything, in layers of ice and sediment, in the chemical composition of ancient atmospheres trapped in amber, in the magnetic signatures locked within cooling lava. Our planet preserves a record of its history that spans billions of years, and within that record, written in the language of isotopes and impact craters, of mass extinctions and climate shifts, lies evidence of catastrophes so vast they could reset the entire course of life on Earth. We know about the big ones, the events that make it into textbooks and documentaries, the asteroid impact that ended the age of dinosaurs 66 million years ago, leaving behind a layer of iridium-rich clay that circles the globe like a funeral shroud. The Permian-Triassic extinction 252 million years ago, which eliminated 96% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrates, earning it the nickname the Great Dying. The Toba supervolcanic eruption 74,000 years ago, which may have reduced the human population to as few as 10,000 individuals, creating a genetic bottleneck that we still carry in our DNA. But these are just the catastrophes we can easily see, the ones that left clear signatures in the geological record. What about the smaller ones, the regional disasters that could destroy a civilization without leaving a global trace? What about the events that happened so recently, in geological terms, that their evidence has been obscured by erosion, sedimentation, and the relentless recycling of the Earth's surface? Consider the Younger Dryas, a period of rapid climate change that began around 12,900 years ago and lasted for over a millennium. In the span of just a few decades, global temperatures plummeted, ice sheets advanced, and sea levels dropped. Entire ecosystems collapsed. The megafauna of North America, giant ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, woolly mammoths, went extinct in what appears to have been a sudden, coordinated die-off. The conventional explanation for the Younger Dryas involves changes in ocean circulation patterns as the great ice sheets melted. But a growing body of evidence suggests something more dramatic. A cosmic impact event that triggered the climate shift and the mass extinctions. The evidence includes a layer of sediment from this period that contains high concentrations of platinum, nanodiamonds, and other materials typically associated with extraterrestrial impacts. The proposed impact wasn't a single large asteroid, but a swarm of fragments from a disintegrating comet that struck the Earth's atmosphere and surface across multiple locations. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, filled the atmosphere with dust and debris, and disrupted climate patterns across the globe. The effects would have been devastating for any advanced civilization that might have existed at the time, and there's evidence that such a civilization might indeed have existed. The end of the Younger Dryas, around 11,700 years ago, coincides with what archaeologists call the Neolithic Revolution, the sudden, seemingly spontaneous development of agriculture in multiple locations around the world. Within a few thousand years, humans went from hunter-gatherers to farmers, from nomadic tribes to settled communities, from stone tools to complex societies. This transition has always puzzled researchers. Why did it happen so suddenly? And why in so many places at once? The standard explanation is that climate change at the end of the Ice Age created conditions favourable for agriculture, and humans independently discovered farming techniques in different regions. But what if the truth is more complex? What if the Neolithic Revolution wasn't the beginning of civilization, but its restart? What if there had been an earlier civilization, one that had already developed agriculture, metallurgy, and complex social organization, but was destroyed by the cosmic impacts that triggered the Younger Dryas? What if the survivors of that civilization, scattered and reduced to small groups, carried with them fragments of agricultural knowledge that they gradually reintroduced as conditions improved? This would explain the sudden, simultaneous appearance of farming in regions as distant as the Fertile Crescent, China, and Mesoamerica. The evidence for such a scenario is necessarily fragmentary. Any civilization that existed before the Younger Dryas would have had its traces largely erased by the catastrophe itself and the subsequent climate changes. But there are hints, tantalizing suggestions that something more complex was happening in the deep past than our current models suggest. Take the mystery of the Carolina Bays, thousands of elliptical depressions scattered across the southeastern United States. These features, which can be seen clearly from aerial photographs, all point in the same direction, toward the Great Lakes region. They appear to have been created by some kind of impact event, but not from a single large object. Instead, they suggest a shower of smaller impacts, exactly what you might expect from a fragmenting comet. The dating of the Carolina Bays is controversial, but some evidence suggests they were formed around the time of the Younger Dryas. If so, they provide physical evidence for the kind of cosmic catastrophe that could have destroyed an advanced civilization. The impacts would have been devastating across a wide area, triggering fires, floods, and climate disruption that could have wiped out entire populations. Similar impact features have been identified in other parts of the world. In Argentina, a field of glass-like objects called tektites suggests a major impact event in the relatively recent past. In Australia, Aboriginal oral traditions speak of a time when the sky fell and the land burned, descriptions that sound remarkably like eyewitness accounts of cosmic impacts. The traditions are said to be tens of thousands of years old, passed down through countless generations of storytellers. But cosmic impacts are not the only catastrophes that could erase a civilization from the historical record. Supervolcanic eruptions, massive earthquakes, and sudden climate shifts could all have similar effects. The Earth's crust is far more dynamic and unstable than most people realize, capable of dramatic changes that could reshape entire continents in a matter of years or decades. The Lachamp event, which occurred around 41,000 years ago, saw the Earth's magnetic field weaken to just 5% of its current strength, and the magnetic poles flip completely. During this period, the planet would have been bombarded by cosmic radiation, potentially causing widespread mutations, cancer, and sterility in surface-dwelling organisms. Any technological civilization dependent on electronics would have found their systems failing as the protective magnetic shield collapsed. More recently, the 1815 eruption of Mount Tambora in Indonesia caused global climate disruption that lasted for years. The following year, 1816, was known as the Year Without a Summer in Europe and North America. Crops failed, famines spread, and social upheaval followed. This was the result of a single volcanic eruption. Imagine the effects of a supervolcanic event like the Toba eruption, but occurring when a technological civilization was at its peak. The geological record shows that such catastrophes are not rare exceptions, but regular features of Earth's history. Years, with smaller but still devastating events happening far more frequently. Volcanic winters, massive earthquakes, tsunami events, and magnetic field reversals are all part of the planet's natural rhythm, a rhythm that could easily interrupt the rise of any technological species. Perhaps most sobering is the realization that our own civilization exists in a brief window of unusual geological stability. The Holocene epoch, which began around 11,700 years ago, has been characterized by a remarkably stable climate and low levels of catastrophic activity. It's during this period of calm that human civilization has been able to develop and flourish. But the geological record suggests that such stable periods are the exception, not the rule. Most of Earth's history has been marked by dramatic swings in climate, frequent catastrophic events, and conditions that would make the development of complex civilization extremely difficult. What if previous attempts at technological civilization arose during earlier stable periods, only to be cut short by the return of geological chaos? What if the rise and fall of civilizations is tied not just to social and political factors, but to deep cycles of planetary stability that operate on timescales far longer than human history? The ice cores from Greenland and Antarctica tell a story of climate that shifts rapidly and unpredictably. Temperature changes of 10 degrees Celsius or more have occurred in the span of just a few decades. Ocean currents that regulate global weather patterns have stopped and started again like a vast planetary engine cycling on and off. During the last ice age, massive freshwater floods from melting glacial lakes repeatedly disrupted ocean circulation, causing sudden shifts between warm and cold periods that would have made long-term planning nearly impossible for any civilization. And yet, scattered throughout this record of chaos and catastrophe, there are anomalies, traces of something that doesn't quite fit the narrative of a planet populated only by hunter-gatherers and simple agricultural communities. In 1972, French scientists discovered something extraordinary in the Oklo uranium mines of Gabon, Africa. The uranium ore showed clear evidence of having undergone nuclear fission reactions, but not recent ones. The isotopic signatures indicated that these reactions had occurred approximately 1.8 billion years ago and had continued for several 100,000 years. The reactions were so well controlled and sustained that they could only have occurred under very specific conditions that shouldn't exist naturally. The official explanation is that these were natural nuclear reactors, created when groundwater acted as a moderator for uranium that was naturally concentrated in the ore body. But the precision required for such reactions to sustain themselves for hundreds of millennia is extraordinary. Some researchers have quietly wondered whether the Oklo reactors might represent something else entirely, evidence of nuclear technology from a previous epoch of Earth's history, when conditions were very different and other forms of life might have achieved technological sophistication. The idea sounds impossible until you consider the vast timescales involved. Complex life has existed on Earth for over 600 million years. Dinosaurs ruled the planet for 865 million years, over 800 times longer than humans have existed. During such immense periods of time, could intelligence have evolved multiple times? Could there have been previous technological species that rose, flourished and vanished long before the first mammals appeared? The challenge of finding evidence for such ancient civilizations would be enormous. Over geological time, the Earth's surface is constantly renewed. Tectonic plates shift and collide, mountains rise and erode away, ocean floors are subducted and recycled. Very little survives unchanged for millions of years, let alone billions. Any artifacts or structures from such ancient times would have been ground to dust long ago. But there might be subtle traces, isotopic anomalies in ancient rocks, unusual mineral deposits, chemical signatures that hint at industrial processes. The Oklo reactors might be just such a trace, a ghostly fingerprint of nuclear technology from an unimaginably distant past. Closer to our own time, other anomalies whisper of possibilities that challenge conventional archaeology. In 1938, German archaeologist Wilhelm König discovered a clay jar in the Iraq Museum that contained a copper cylinder and an iron rod. When filled with an acidic solution, the device produces an electrical current, leading some to call it the Baghdad battery. While mainstream archaeology dismisses it as a curiosity with no practical purpose, others wonder whether it represents evidence of electrical knowledge in the ancient world. Similarly, the Antikythera mechanism, with its incredibly sophisticated gear system, suggests that ancient Greek technology was far more advanced than previously believed. If they could build mechanical computers, what other technologies might they have possessed that left no trace in the historical record? But perhaps the most intriguing anomalies are those that hint at knowledge of things that ancient peoples shouldn't have been able to know. The Piri Reis map of 1513, compiled from much older sources, shows the Antarctic coastline as it would appear without ice, something that wouldn't be discovered by modern explorers until the 20th century. The map appears to be based on ancient sources that had somehow mapped Antarctica during one of the brief periods when it was ice-free, something that last occurred millions of years ago. The Nazca lines of Peru present another puzzle. These massive geoglyphs, carved into the desert floor, can only be properly viewed from the air. They depict animals, geometric patterns, and strange figures that stretch for miles across the landscape. Why would an ancient people create artworks that could only be appreciated from a vantage point they supposedly couldn't reach? Some researchers have suggested that the lines were created for astronomical purposes, as a kind of giant calendar or star map. But others wonder whether they might be evidence of ancient flight, whether the people who created them possessed the technology to view their work from above. The idea seems impossible, but then again, so did many other supposed impossibilities that have since been proven true. The science of forgetting. There is a disturbing truth that archaeologists rarely discuss in public. Most of the past is simply gone. The organic materials that made up the bulk of any ancient civilization, wood, textiles, leather, paper, flesh and bone, decay rapidly under most conditions. What we call the archaeological record is really just the debris, the small fraction of material culture that happened to be made from stone, metal or ceramic, and happened to survive in conditions that prevented decay. We're trying to reconstruct entire civilizations from their garbage dumps and broken pottery, like archaeologists of the future trying to understand our world based solely on landfills and the foundations of buildings. This realization becomes particularly unsettling when you consider how quickly even our most impressive achievements could vanish without maintenance. The steel and concrete that make up our cities are not permanent materials. They are temporary borrowings from the earth that will return to rust and dust in a matter of centuries without constant upkeep. Our electronics, our computers, our vast networks of information storage, all of it depends on continuous maintenance and renewal. Pull the plug on human civilization tomorrow, and within 1,000 years most traces of our technological achievement would be unrecognizable. The only things that would survive in recognizable form would be our stone monuments, Mount Rushmore perhaps, or the Great Dams, and even these would eventually succumb to erosion and collapse. Within 10,000 years, an alien archaeologist visiting Earth would find mostly puzzling ruins, strange isotopic signatures in the soil, and perhaps some very durable plastics that had somehow survived the intervening millennia. Now imagine that timeline extended not just thousands of years into the future, but millions. What would be left of us then? What would survive to tell future investigators that humans had once built cities, split atoms, and reached for the stars? The answer is sobering. Almost nothing. Perhaps some isotopic anomalies from our nuclear tests, a thin layer of unusual materials in the geological record, maybe some extremely durable artifacts buried in very specific conditions. Future scientists would have to be extraordinarily clever and persistent to detect our presence in the deep geological record. This is the problem that faces us when we try to look for evidence of previous technological civilizations on Earth. If such civilizations existed hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago, their traces would be incredibly faint and difficult to detect. We would need to know exactly what to look for and where to look for it. But there might be subtle signs, fingerprints of industrial activity that could persist across geological time. Large-scale mining operations would leave permanent scars in the Earth's crust. The use of fossil fuels would alter the carbon isotope ratios in the atmosphere in ways that might be preserved in ice cores or sedimentary rocks. Nuclear technology would leave distinctive radioactive signatures. Mass extinctions caused by environmental degradation would show up in the fossil record. Some researchers have begun to search for such signatures systematically. The concept has been dubbed the Silurian hypothesis, named after a science fiction race of reptilian beings who ruled Earth before humans. The idea is not to look for artifacts or ruins, but for the subtle geochemical traces that an industrial civilization would inevitably leave behind. The search has turned up some intriguing possibilities. There are periods in Earth's history marked by unusual isotopic signatures, sudden changes in atmospheric composition, and mass extinctions that seem to occur too rapidly to be explained by known natural processes. The Permian-Triassic extinction, for instance, involved not just the death of most species on Earth, but dramatic changes in ocean chemistry and atmospheric composition that happened over an extremely short period of time. Could such events have been caused by runaway industrial activity rather than natural catastrophes? Could previous civilizations have triggered their own extinction through environmental destruction, leaving behind only the chemical signatures of their final collapse? The idea is speculative, but it highlights a crucial point. The absence of obvious evidence for previous civilizations doesn't mean they didn't exist. It might simply mean we don't yet know how to recognize their traces. Consider how much of our own history would be lost if not for written records. The vast majority of human cultures throughout history were pre-literate, preserving their knowledge through oral tradition alone. When those cultures disappeared, through conquest, disease, or environmental collapse, their stories, their technologies, their entire ways of understanding the world vanished with them. Even literate civilizations are incredibly fragile. The Library of Alexandria, which once contained perhaps 500,000 scrolls representing the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world, was gradually destroyed through neglect, religious persecution, and political upheaval. When it finally burned, centuries of scientific and philosophical achievement turned to ash in a matter of hours. The same pattern has repeated throughout history. The Maya developed sophisticated writing systems, advanced astronomy, and complex mathematical concepts. Then their civilization collapsed, and most of their books were deliberately burned by Spanish conquistadors who saw them as works of the devil. Today, we have only 4 surviving Maya codices from a culture that once produced thousands of books. The lesson is clear. Knowledge is far more fragile than we like to believe. Entire bodies of learning can vanish in a single generation if they are not actively preserved and transmitted. Technologies can be lost, rediscovered, and lost again. The wheel, for instance, was invented multiple times by different cultures, and was also abandoned by some cultures that had previously used it. If this can happen to civilizations separated by mere centuries or millennia, what about those separated by hundreds of thousands or millions of years? How many times might intelligence have emerged on Earth, reached technological sophistication, and then vanish so completely that no trace remains? The possibility becomes even more intriguing when you consider the deep time perspective. Earth has been habitable for billions of years. Complex life has existed for over 600 million years. Dinosaurs ruled for 165 million years, a period so vast that entire species evolved and went extinct without leaving any trace in the fossil record. During such immense spans of time, natural selection has had countless opportunities to produce intelligence. We tend to think of human-level intelligence as the pinnacle of evolution, but there's no reason to assume we represent the first or only time such intelligence has emerged. Indeed, given enough time, it seems almost inevitable that intelligence would evolve multiple times, in multiple forms. Some of these intelligences might have been very different from our own. They might have been aquatic civilizations that built their cities on the seafloor, leaving no trace after the ocean basins were recycled through tectonic processes. They might have been silicon-based rather than carbon-based, creating technologies we wouldn't recognize as such. They might have been collective intelligences, vast networks of cooperating organisms that achieved technological sophistication without ever developing individual consciousness as we understand it. The more we learn about the diversity and resilience of life on Earth, the more plausible such scenarios become. We have discovered organisms that thrive in conditions previously thought to be lethal, in boiling acid springs, in the crushing depths of ocean trenches, in solid rock miles beneath the surface. Life is far more adaptable and creative than we ever imagined. If life can flourish in such extreme environments, why not intelligence? Why not technological civilization? The only reason we assume such things are rare or unique is that we have only one example to study, ourselves. But what if we are not unique at all, but simply the latest in a long series of intelligent species that have risen and fallen across the vast expanse of Earth's history? The Watchers in the Deep. In the deepest parts of our oceans, where sunlight has never penetrated and pressure would crush human bones to powder, strange things move in the eternal darkness. We know less about our own ocean depth than we do about the surface of Mars. Less than 20% of the ocean floor has been mapped in detail, and less than 5% has been directly explored. The deepest parts of the ocean trenches might as well be alien worlds. So little do we understand about what lies beneath the crushing weight of miles of water. But what we have discovered in those depths is extraordinary. Entire ecosystems that exist independent of sunlight, drawing energy from chemical processes around volcanic vents. Creatures so bizarre they seem like products of science fiction. Transparent organisms with bioluminescent organs, ancient species that have remained virtually unchanged for hundreds of millions of years, vast networks of bacterial colonies that might represent some of the oldest forms of life on Earth. In 1977, researchers exploring the Galapagos Rift discovered something that revolutionized biology: hydrothermal vents surrounded by thriving communities of life in the complete absence of sunlight. These ecosystems are based on chemosynthesis rather than photosynthesis, using chemical energy from the Earth's interior to support complex food webs. The discovery suggested that life might be far more widespread in the universe than previously thought. If life could thrive in Earth's deepest, darkest places, it might also exist in the subsurface oceans of moons like Europa or Enceladus. But the deep ocean holds other mysteries that are harder to explain. In recent years, underwater exploration has revealed structures that don't fit easily into our understanding of natural geological processes. Strange geometric formations on the sea floor, perfectly circular depressions that extend for miles, underwater roads of fitted stones that seem too regular to be natural. Most of these anomalies are dismissed as pareidolia, our tendency to see patterns and purpose in random natural formations. But some are harder to explain away. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument appears to be a massive stepped pyramid submerged beneath 75 feet of water. The structure shows clear evidence of right angles, straight edges, and geometric precision that seem inconsistent with natural erosion patterns. Mainstream archaeology insists that Yonaguni is a natural formation, carved by water and tectonic activity over millions of years. But marine geologist Robert Schoch, who has studied the site extensively, argues that while the basic structure may be natural, it shows clear evidence of human modification. Tool marks, carved steps, and geometric alterations suggest that someone worked the natural formation into a more regular, purposeful shape. If Schoch is correct, the implications are staggering. The Yonaguni Monument was last above sea level over 12,000 years ago, during the Ice Age when ocean levels were much lower. This would mean that sophisticated stoneworking cultures existed in the region long before conventional archaeology suggests such capabilities developed. But Yonaguni is not alone. Similar underwater structures have been reported off the coasts of India, Cuba, and the Mediterranean. In the Gulf of Cambay off western India, sonar has detected what appears to be a large city submerged beneath 120 feet of water. The site includes geometric structures, grid-like street patterns, and what look like step pyramids. Carbon dating of artifacts dredged from the site has yielded dates of up to 9,500 years ago. The implications are profound. If these underwater sites are indeed artificial, the remains of cities and monuments built when sea levels were lower, they suggest that sophisticated civilizations existed during the Ice Age, thousands of years before conventional history begins. And if such civilizations existed, they would have been perfectly positioned along the then exposed continental shelves, in the most fertile and resource-rich areas of the ancient world. When the Ice Age ended and sea levels rose by 400 feet or more, these coastal civilizations would have been inundated. Their cities, their ports, their monuments. Everything would have disappeared beneath the waves. Only scattered survivors would have remained, carrying fragments of knowledge to higher ground, preserving what they could in stories and myths while struggling to rebuild in a changed world. This scenario would explain many of the puzzles that have long perplexed archaeologists. Why do the earliest known civilizations appear so suddenly and fully formed, without clear developmental stages? Why do isolated cultures around the world share similar technologies and architectural styles? Why do flood myths appear in nearly every human culture? The answer might be that civilization didn't begin with the rise of agriculture 11,000 years ago. It restarted then, rebuilt by survivors of much older cultures that had been destroyed by rising seas and climate change at the end of the Ice Age. But the deep ocean might hold more than just the ruins of lost cities. In the abyssal depths, where pressure and cold have preserved organic materials for millions of years, there might be evidence of life forms that evolved intelligence long before vertebrates colonized the land. Consider the cephalopods, octopi, squid, and their relatives. These creatures evolved complex nervous systems and sophisticated behaviors completely independent of the vertebrate line that eventually produced humans. Octopi demonstrate problem-solving abilities, tool use, and what appears to be individual personality. They can change their skin color and texture to communicate complex messages, effectively giving them a form of language written in living color across their bodies. But octopi have short lifespans and no way to pass knowledge from one generation to the next except through genetic programming. They must learn everything anew in each short life. What if, in the deep past, some branch of cephalopod evolution had overcome this limitation? What if they had developed longer lifespans, or, better yet, collective memory systems that allowed knowledge to accumulate across generations? Such a species might have developed a very different kind of intelligence from our own. One based on fluid adaptation and rapid learning rather than tool-making and environmental modification. They might have built cities from coral and cultivated sea gardens rather than smelting metals and quarrying stone. Their technology might have been biological rather than mechanical, leaving no trace that we would recognize as artificial. In the deepest ocean trenches, isolated from surface changes for millions of years, such civilizations might have risen and fallen without ever leaving evidence that surface-dwelling archaeologists would recognize. Their ruins would be dissolved by the corrosive deep-sea environment, their artifacts consumed by bacteria, their very existence erased by the slow, patient chemistry of the abyss. The idea sounds like science fiction, but recent discoveries have revealed that the deep ocean is far stranger and more dynamic than we ever imagined. Vast communities of microorganisms exist in the sediments of the ocean floor, some of them billions of years old, living at the very edge of what we consider possible for life. These deep biosphere communities might represent the most ancient forms of life on Earth, preserving genetic and biochemical information from epochs when the planet was very different. What if some of these ancient communities evolved beyond simple microorganisms? What if, given the vast timescales available, they developed complex behaviors, communication systems, even forms of consciousness that we cannot recognize because they operate on completely different principles from our own? The ocean depths might be inhabited by forms of intelligence so alien to our experience that we lack the conceptual framework to even recognize them as intelligent. They might communicate through chemical signals that take years to propagate across ocean basins. They might think in geological time, with individual thoughts lasting centuries and conversations spanning millennia. They might perceive reality through senses we don't possess, experiencing the world as patterns of pressure and chemical gradients magnetic fields and subsonic vibrations. Such intelligences might have watched the rise and fall of surface civilizations with the detached interest of gods observing the brief lives of mayflies. They might have accumulated knowledge across millions of years, developing understanding of the universe that makes our science seem primitive and limited. And they might still be there, in the crushing depths, patiently observing as we take our first tentative steps into the deep ocean that has been their domain since long before the first fish crawled onto land. This possibility, that Earth's oceans might harbour ancient intelligences that predate terrestrial life by millions or billions of years, adds yet another layer to the mystery of what came before us. We search for evidence of previous civilizations in stone monuments and mythological stories, but perhaps we should be looking deeper, into realms so alien and hostile to our form of life that we never thought to consider them as potential homes for intelligence. The deep ocean keeps its secrets well. In its crushing darkness and impossible cold, in its corrosive chemistry and alien pressures, evidence of previous intelligences might rest beyond our ability to detect or comprehend. We are surface dwellers, creatures of air and light, trying to understand a world that is fundamentally underwater, fundamentally dark, fundamentally different from everything we know about the requirements for complex life. But as our technology improves and our understanding deepens, we are beginning to probe those depths more systematically. Each dive, each sonar survey, each sample brought up from the abyssal plains adds to our knowledge of what lies beneath. And sometimes, just sometimes, we find things that don't quite fit our expectations, anomalies that hint at complexities we haven't yet learned to interpret. The ocean depths are vast beyond imagination, deeper than our highest mountains, more alien than the surface of Mars. If intelligence has evolved multiple times on Earth across its billions of years of history, some of those intelligences might have chosen the depths over the shallows, the eternal darkness over the brief flicker of sunlight. They might still be there, waiting in the deep, watching and remembering everything that has ever lived and died on the surface of their water world. The genetic ghosts. Hidden within the spiral staircase of human DNA lies a library more vast and mysterious than any archive built from stone or paper. Our genome contains not just the blueprint for building a human body, but the entire evolutionary history of life on Earth, a genetic memory that stretches back billions of years to the first replicating molecules that learned to copy themselves in ancient seas. But DNA holds more than evolutionary history. It holds evidence of bottlenecks and expansions, of populations that nearly went extinct and others that exploded across continents. It records the effects of diseases, disasters, and dramatic environmental changes. And within that record, geneticists are discovering patterns that don't quite match the neat timelines of human migration and development that we've constructed from archaeological evidence. The most startling revelation has been how recently our species came close to extinction, not once, but multiple times. The genetic evidence suggests that around 70,000 years ago, the human population crashed to perhaps as few as 2,000 breeding individuals. The entire future of our species balanced on the edge of oblivion, survivors scattered across a continent, carrying with them a severely restricted gene pool that we still carry today. This bottleneck coincides roughly with the Toba supervolcanic eruption, one of the largest volcanic events in the past 2 million years. The eruption threw enough ash and sulfur into the atmosphere to trigger a volcanic winter that lasted for years, dramatically reducing global temperatures and making survival extremely difficult for human populations that were still heavily dependent on hunting and gathering. But the genetic evidence suggests this wasn't the only near-extinction event in human history. There are signs of earlier bottlenecks, earlier crashes in population that reduced our ancestors to small, isolated groups, struggling to survive in a hostile world. Each time, somehow, the species recovered, but not without losing something in the process. What's particularly intriguing is that some of these population crashes don't correspond to any known natural disasters. The genetic signatures suggest sudden, dramatic reductions in population that occurred during periods when the climate was relatively stable and conditions should have favoured human expansion. It's as if entire populations simply vanished, leaving only small remnant groups to carry the human lineage forward. This pattern becomes even more mysterious when you consider the genetic diversity of modern human populations. Despite having spread across the entire globe, humans are remarkably genetically uniform compared to other species. We have less genetic diversity than chimpanzees, who are confined to a much smaller area of Africa. This suggests that our global expansion happened very recently and from a very small founding population. But there are anomalies in our genetic structure that hint at a more complex history. Traces of DNA that don't fit the straightforward narrative of human evolution from Africa. Genetic markers that suggest ancient admixture with populations that shouldn't have existed according to conventional timelines. Sequences that appear to have been acquired through horizontal gene transfer, a process common in bacteria but supposedly impossible in complex organisms like humans. Most controversial are the findings related to what geneticists call ghost populations, human-like groups that contributed genetic material to modern humans but left no direct descendants and no archaeological trace. These populations are detected only through their genetic signatures, like shadows cast by people who have long since walked out of the light. The most famous of these ghost populations are the Denisovans, known only from a few fragments of bone found in a Siberian cave, but whose genetic legacy makes up 2 to 3% of the genome of modern Melanesians and Aboriginal Australians. The Denisovans apparently lived across a vast area of Asia for hundreds of thousands of years, yet we have almost no physical evidence of their existence, just their genetic fingerprints preserved in the DNA of their distant descendants. But genetic analysis suggests there were other ghost populations as well, groups that contributed to human ancestry, but whose physical remains have never been found. Some of these populations appear to have had unusual characteristics, genetic adaptations that suggest they lived in extreme environments or had unusual physiological capabilities. Perhaps most intriguingly, some researchers have identified genetic sequences in modern humans that appear to be much older than they should be, according to standard models of human evolution. These archaic sequences don't match any known human ancestor, but seem to represent genetic contributions from populations that diverged from the main human line hundreds of thousands or even millions of years ago. The conventional explanation is that these sequences represent contamination from other hominin species that modern humans encountered and interbred with during their expansion out of Africa. But some researchers have proposed a more radical possibility, that these genetic ghosts represent the remnants of earlier human civilizations that achieved technological sophistication long before our own. The idea is based on the observation that technological development can dramatically affect evolutionary pressures. A species that develops agriculture, medicine, and complex social organization can survive in environments and in population densities that would be impossible for hunter-gatherers. They can also develop genetic adaptations to the artificial environments they create, resistance to diseases spread by dense urban populations, ability to digest agricultural products, tolerance for the toxins produced by metallurgy and manufacturing. If such a technological species existed, in the deep past their genetic signature might persist even after their civilization collapsed, and their descendants reverted to hunter-gatherer lifestyles. The technological adaptations would become evolutionary baggage, genetic sequences that served no function in a post-civilizational environment, but persisted simply because they weren't actively harmful. Over thousands or tens of thousands of years, most such sequences would be gradually eliminated by natural selection. But some might persist, especially if they were linked to other genes that did provide survival advantages. These genetic ghosts would be detectable by modern analysis as sequences that seem too old, too complex, or too specialized for the environments in which they're found. The genetic evidence becomes even more intriguing when combined with recent discoveries about the antiquity and sophistication of human behavior. Archaeological sites like Blombos Cave in South Africa have revealed evidence of symbolic behavior, artistic expression, and complex tool-making dating back over 100,000 years, much earlier than previously thought possible. At Blombos, archaeologists have found carefully crafted shell beads, ochre crayons with abstract engravings, and sophisticated bone tools that required advanced planning and technical skill to create. The site suggests that modern human cognition and behavior emerged much earlier than the Great Leap Forward that supposedly occurred around 40,000 years ago. But if modern human behavior emerged 100,000 or even 200,000 years ago, what were our ancestors doing during the intervening millennia? The archaeological record shows long periods of apparent stasis punctuated by sudden bursts of innovation. Technologies appear, disappear, and reappear again thousands of years later. Artistic traditions start and stop with no clear explanation. This pattern is puzzling if you assume steady progressive development, but it makes perfect sense if you assume that human populations went through repeated cycles of advancement and collapse. Technologies would be developed during periods of population growth and cultural stability, then lost during environmental crises or social upheaval. Survivors would preserve fragments of knowledge, but it might take thousands of years for conditions to become favorable enough for that knowledge to be fully redeveloped and expanded upon. The genetic evidence supports this cyclical model. The population bottlenecks recorded in our DNA correspond to periods when technologies and cultural traditions would have been most vulnerable to loss. Each crash would have scattered the surviving populations, breaking up the social networks that preserved and transmitted complex knowledge. But each recovery would have started from a higher baseline than the previous cycle. The survivors would carry not just genetic memories of adaptation, but cultural memories of what was possible. They would know that humans could work metal, build monuments, navigate by the stars. Even if they had temporarily lost the specific knowledge of how to do these things. This might explain the sudden appearance of sophisticated technologies in the archaeological record. The Neolithic Revolution, the Bronze Age, the development of writing and mathematics. All of these might represent not the first invention of these technologies, but their reinvention by populations who carried genetic and cultural memories of earlier achievements. The human genome is a palimpsest, a manuscript that has been written over and erased and written over again countless times. Each layer tells a different story about our past, and the deepest layers preserve memories so ancient that we're only now learning how to read them. As our techniques for genetic analysis become more sophisticated, we're uncovering evidence of complexities in human history that challenge our most basic assumptions about who we are and where we came from. We are the children of survivors, survivors of volcanic winters and cosmic impacts, of climate shifts and population crashes, of the rise and fall of civilizations whose names we never learned because they forgot how to write them down. We carry within ourselves the genetic memories of all those who came before us, the accumulated wisdom and experience of 1,000,000 generations of ancestors who faced the darkness and somehow found a way forward. But we also carry something else, the genetic potential for all the capabilities and achievements of those who came before us. If previous human populations developed sophisticated technologies, if they built civilizations and created art and music and literature, then the genetic capacity for those achievements still exists within us. We are not just the inheritors of their failures, but of their possibilities. In the spiraling darkness of our DNA, the ghosts of previous civilizations whisper their secrets to anyone who knows how to listen. They tell us that we have been here before, that we have risen and fallen and risen again, that the human story is far older and more complex than we ever imagined. And they tell us something else, something that echoes through the generations like a promise or a warning. We can do it again. The keepers of time. In the pre-dawn darkness of winter solstice morning, atop the hill of Newgrange in Ireland, something miraculous happens that has been happening for over 5,000 years. As the sun rises above the horizon, a single shaft of golden light penetrates the roof box of the ancient passage tomb, travels down the 60-foot corridor, and illuminates the triple spiral carved into the back wall of the burial chamber. For exactly 17 minutes, the heart of the monument blazes with light, then returns to darkness for another year. This is not an accident. The entire massive structure, 200 feet in diameter, built from 200,000 tons of stone and earth, was designed and constructed with mathematical precision to capture this single moment of cosmic alignment. The builders had to understand not just basic astronomy, but the complex mechanics of Earth's orbit, the precession of the equinoxes, and the subtle variations in the sun's path across the sky that occur over centuries. Newgrange predates Stonehenge by 500 years and the Great Pyramid by 600 years. It was built by Neolithic farmers who supposedly had only stone tools, wooden rollers, and basic agricultural knowledge. Yet the astronomical calculations required for its construction would challenge modern engineers equipped with computers and precise instruments. This is the paradox that haunts our understanding of the ancient world. Again and again, we find evidence of astronomical knowledge so sophisticated, so precise, so far-reaching in its implications that it seems to come from a completely different level of civilization than the one we think we're studying. The phenomenon is global. In the jungles of Guatemala, the Maya calculated the length of the solar year to 365.420 days, more accurate than the Julian calendar that Europe would use for another 1,000 years. They tracked the cycles of Venus with an error of only 2 hours over a period of 500 years. They predicted eclipses centuries into the future and recorded astronomical events from centuries in the past. At Nabta Playa in the Egyptian desert, stone circles arranged by cattle herders 7,000 years ago align with the rising of Sirius and the summer solstice. But the alignments were not designed for the time when they were built. They point to where these celestial events occurred thousands of years earlier, suggesting the builders were working from much older astronomical records. In Cambodia, the massive temple complex of Angkor Wat, built in the early 12th century, mirrors the constellation Draco as it appeared at the spring equinox in 10,500 BCE. over 11,000 years before the temple was constructed. The correlation is so precise that it seems impossible to attribute to coincidence. These examples multiply across every continent and every epoch of human history. Ancient structures aligned to celestial events with pinpoint accuracy, calendars that track cosmic cycles spanning thousands of years, myths and texts that preserve astronomical data from times so remote that the knowledge they contain couldn't have been gathered by the cultures that preserved them. The conventional explanation is that ancient peoples were keen observers of the sky, and that over many generations they accumulated accurate astronomical knowledge through patient observation and record keeping. This explanation works for simple phenomena, tracking the phases of the moon, noting the seasonal movement of constellations, predicting the annual flood cycles. But it falls apart when we examine the more sophisticated examples. The precession of the equinoxes, for instance, is a phenomenon that takes 25,020 years to complete one full cycle. It's caused by a wobble in Earth's axis that makes the position of the north celestial pole shift slowly against the background of stars. To detect this movement requires not just centuries of careful observation, but a conceptual framework sophisticated enough to separate this subtle effect from all the other complex motions of celestial objects. Yet evidence for knowledge of precession appears throughout the ancient world. The Egyptians encoded it in their mythology, describing ages ruled by different gods that correspond to different precessional epochs. The Greeks inherited this knowledge and developed it into a formal astronomical theory. Hindu and Buddhist texts describe vast cosmic cycles that match precessional periods with remarkable accuracy. Most intriguingly, this knowledge appears to be embedded in monuments and myths from cultures that had no known contact with each other. The precessional cycle appears in Norse mythology, in Mesoamerican calendars, in the astronomical alignments of temples across Asia and Africa. It's as if this knowledge was part of a global heritage, preserved and transmitted by different cultures across vast spans of time. Consider the problem of longitude. For most of human history, determining one's position east or west on the globe was one of navigation's greatest challenges. The problem wasn't solved in Europe until the 18th century, with the development of accurate marine chronometers that could keep precise time during long ocean voyages. Yet the ancient Egyptians somehow managed to align the Great Pyramid with true cardinal directions to within 3/60th of a degree. The pyramid's base is also level to within just 2.1 centimeters across its entire 230-meter width. This level of precision requires not just sophisticated surveying techniques, but accurate knowledge of the Earth's shape and rotation. Similarly, many ancient sites around the world are positioned at locations that seem to have been chosen for their geometric relationships to other sites thousands of miles away. The Great Pyramid sits at exactly 30 degrees north latitude, 1/3 of the way from the equator to the pole. Angkor Wat is precisely 72 degrees of longitude east of the pyramids at Giza, a relationship that corresponds to the precessional number 72, the number of years it takes for precession to shift the celestial pole by 1 degree. These geometric relationships appear too frequently and too precisely to be coincidental. They suggest a level of global coordination and mathematical sophistication that seems impossible for ancient civilizations using supposedly primitive technologies. How did builders in Egypt communicate with builders in Cambodia? How did they achieve such precise measurements across continental distances? One possibility is that these monuments were built according to a master plan developed by a civilization with global reach and sophisticated technology, a civilization that predated the individual cultures we credit with their construction. The monuments we see today might be reconstructions or modifications of much older sites, built according to plans and alignments established in a remote antiquity. This would explain another puzzling aspect of ancient astronomical sites. Many of them seem to commemorate celestial events that occurred thousands of years before the monuments were built. The Sphinx's gaze toward the constellation Leo corresponds to the spring equinox of 10,500 BCE, when Leo rose directly in front of the monument at dawn. The star maps in Egyptian temples show the night sky, as it appeared millennia before those temples were constructed. It's as if the builders were trying to preserve memories of specific moments in deep time, cosmic anniversaries that held special significance for reasons we no longer understand. But why would ancient peoples go to such extraordinary effort to commemorate astronomical events from their distant past? What was so important about these particular moments in cosmic history? The answer might lie in the growing realization that Earth's relationship with the cosmos is far more dynamic and dangerous than we once believed. The solar system moves through different regions of the galaxy over vast periods of time, encountering varying densities of cosmic dust, different levels of radiation, and gravitational influences from nearby stars. These cosmic environments can have profound effects on Earth's climate, magnetic field, and the evolution of life itself. Recent research has revealed that the solar system's orbit around the galactic center brings us through regions of space with very different properties. Every 26 million years or so, we pass through the galactic plane, where the density of matter and energy is much higher than in the quieter regions where we normally reside. These passages correlate with periods of increased cosmic radiation, climate disruption, and mass extinctions in Earth's geological record. The cycle isn't perfectly regular. It's influenced by the gravitational effects of nearby stars, the structure of spiral arms in the galaxy, and other cosmic factors that can accelerate or delay our passage through these dangerous regions. But ancient astronomers, given enough time and careful observation, might have detected these patterns and learned to predict when Earth would be most vulnerable to cosmic catastrophes. This could explain the obsession with long-term astronomical cycles that appears in so many ancient cultures. The Maya long count calendar, which tracks a cycle of 5,125 years, might not be arbitrary. It might correspond to a period during which specific cosmic dangers recur. The Hindu concept of yugas, vast cosmic ages lasting hundreds of thousands of years, might preserve knowledge of even longer cycles that affect the stability of civilizations on Earth. If previous civilizations had achieved a level of astronomical sophistication that allowed them to detect these cosmic cycles, they might have devoted enormous resources to preserving this knowledge for their descendants. The monuments and calendars and myths might all be part of a vast early warning system designed to help future civilizations recognize when dangerous periods were approaching and prepare accordingly. This interpretation gives new meaning to many ancient texts that describe cycles of creation and destruction, golden ages followed by catastrophic endings. The Hindu Puranas describe 4 yugas that repeat endlessly, with each cycle ending in dissolution and renewal. The Maya believed in multiple creation cycles, each ending when the gods became dissatisfied with their creations and destroyed the world to start over. Norse mythology describes Ragnarok as part of an eternal cycle, where the world is destroyed and reborn with each cosmic age. These might not be metaphysical concepts or moral allegories, but practical astronomical information encoded in mythological language. The gods who destroy and recreate the world might represent cosmic forces, galactic radiation, solar variations, gravitational disruptions that periodically threaten the stability of Earth's biosphere. The ages might correspond to real periods of cosmic safety and danger that repeat according to astronomical cycles spanning thousands or millions of years. From this perspective, the ancient monuments take on a different significance. They weren't just temples or tombs, but observatories and record-keeping systems designed to track humanity's progress through these cosmic cycles. The precise astronomical alignments weren't just religious symbolism, but functional instruments for measuring Earth's position in space and time. The Great Pyramid, for instance, might have served as a kind of cosmic clock, its internal chambers and passages aligned to track the movement of specific stars and constellations over vast periods of time. The King's Chamber points toward Orion, associated in Egyptian mythology with Osiris, the god of death and rebirth. The Queen's Chamber points toward Sirius, linked with Isis, the goddess of magic and renewal. These weren't arbitrary choices. They might represent stars whose behavior serves as markers for Earth's passage through different cosmic environments. Similarly, Stonehenge's complex arrangement of stones creates multiple sight lines that track not just annual solar and lunar cycles, but much longer periods of celestial motion. The monument was built in phases over more than 1,500 years, with each phase adding new capabilities for astronomical observation and calculation. The final structure could predict eclipses decades in advance and track the 18.6-year cycle of lunar standstills with remarkable precision. But Stonehenge's most mysterious feature might be its acoustic properties. Recent research has revealed that the circle of stones creates a unique sound environment, amplifying certain frequencies while dampening others. Specific locations within the circle produce distinct resonances when sounds are made, almost as if the monument was designed as a kind of acoustic instrument. This raises intriguing possibilities about how astronomical knowledge was preserved and transmitted in ancient times. Sound and music can encode complex information in memorable patterns that persist across generations even when written records are lost. The specific frequencies produced at Stonehenge might correspond to astronomical cycles, with different tones representing different periods of cosmic time. Many ancient cultures associated music and mathematics with cosmic harmony. The Pythagoreans believed that celestial bodies produced musical tones as they moved through space, and that understanding these cosmic harmonies was the key to understanding the structure of the universe. Hindu traditions describe the universe as being created and sustained by sound vibrations, with different frequencies corresponding to different levels of cosmic manifestation. If advanced ancient astronomers had discovered mathematical relationships between cosmic cycles and harmonic frequencies, they might have encoded crucial astronomical data in musical forms that could be preserved and transmitted through oral tradition, even during periods when written records were lost. The songs and chants that accompany ancient rituals might contain sophisticated astronomical information disguised as religious or ceremonial content. This possibility becomes more intriguing when we consider how much astronomical knowledge has been preserved in seemingly primitive cultural forms. Aboriginal Australian songlines encode precise navigation information across thousands of miles of continent, with each song corresponding to specific landmarks, water sources, and seasonal patterns. The information is so accurate that modern GPS systems confirm the precision of traditional navigation techniques that have been passed down orally for tens of thousands of years. Similarly, Polynesian navigators used traditional chants and stick charts to guide voyages across thousands of miles of open ocean, using techniques that allowed them to determine their position by reading wave patterns, star positions, and subtle environmental cues. These methods were far more sophisticated than European navigation techniques available at the same time, yet they required no written records or mechanical instruments, just precise cultural knowledge passed down through generations of master navigators. If such sophisticated information could be preserved in traditional forms for thousands of years, what about astronomical knowledge developed by previous technological civilizations? What if the myths and monuments we've inherited contain not just simple observations of celestial phenomena, but precise mathematical data about cosmic cycles that affect the long-term survival of Earth's biosphere? The implications are staggering. Every ancient culture might be the guardian of fragments of a vast astronomical database compiled over millions of years by successive civilizations. The monuments might be backup systems designed to preserve crucial information, even if the cultures that built them collapse completely. The myths might be mnemonic devices that encode complex mathematical relationships in story form, allowing essential knowledge to survive even when its scientific context is forgotten. From this perspective, our current civilization occupies a unique position in the cosmic cycle. We have developed the technological capability to verify and extend the astronomical knowledge preserved by our predecessors, but we may be running out of time to fully decode and understand it before the next dangerous period in Earth's cosmic journey begins. The ancient astronomers knew something that we're only beginning to rediscover, that Earth's fate is intimately connected to cosmic cycles operating on scales much larger than human history. They devoted enormous resources to tracking these cycles and preserving the knowledge for future generations. The question now is whether we can decode their warnings quickly enough to benefit from their hard-won wisdom. As we stand at the threshold of becoming a truly spacefaring civilization, we might be approaching a cosmic test that previous civilizations failed. The monuments they left behind might not just be archaeological curiosities, but survival manuals for navigating the dangerous periods that lie ahead. The time has come to take their warnings seriously and learn from their example, before it's too late to avoid repeating their fate. The archive of everything deep beneath the Giza Plateau in chambers that official archaeology claims do not exist. Legend speaks of a vast library containing the complete records of human civilization. The Hall of Records, as it has been called, supposedly holds not just the history of Egypt, but the entire story of humanity's rise and fall across multiple epochs of deep time. No such chamber has ever been found, despite decades of ground-penetrating radar surveys, drilling projects, and exhaustive exploration of the Giza complex. Yet the legend persists, supported by ancient Egyptian texts that speak of hidden repositories of wisdom, by the testimony of classical authors who claim to have seen such archives, and by the nagging sense that a civilization capable of building the Great Pyramid must have possessed knowledge far beyond what their surviving texts reveal. But what if the Hall of Records was never meant to be a single physical location? What if the ancient keepers of knowledge were far cleverer than we imagined, distributing their most precious information across multiple storage systems designed to survive different types of catastrophes? The more we study ancient monuments, texts, and traditions, the more they seem to function as components of a vast distributed archive, a global information storage network that preserves crucial knowledge in multiple redundant formats designed to survive the collapse of individual civilizations. Consider the mathematical constants embedded in the Great Pyramid. Its dimensions encode not just pi and the golden ratio, but the circumference of the Earth, the length of the year, the speed of light, and dozens of other physical constants that supposedly weren't discovered until modern times. These numbers aren't just carved into the stone, they're built into the very structure of the monument, preserved in ratios and proportions that would survive even if all surface decorations were eroded away. This technique of encoding information in architectural proportions appears at sites around the world. Angkor Wat's dimensions correspond to cosmic cycles measured in thousands of years. Stonehenge's geometry encodes astronomical constants and mathematical relationships. The Mayan pyramids at Chichen Itza and Teotihuacan contain precise numerical data about planetary orbits and calendar calculations. The distributed nature of this information suggests a deliberate preservation strategy. If crucial knowledge was scattered across multiple monuments on different continents, it would be almost impossible for any single catastrophe to destroy it completely. Even if several sites were lost, enough would survive to allow future civilizations to reconstruct the complete database. But the ancient archivists didn't stop with monuments. They also encoded information in stories, mathematical concepts, and cultural practices that could survive even the complete destruction of physical structures. The stories we call myths often contain precise astronomical data, mathematical relationships, and scientific concepts disguised as narratives about gods and heroes. The Hindu epics, for instance, contain remarkably accurate descriptions of nuclear weapons, aerial warfare, and genetic engineering techniques, all embedded in stories about divine beings and magical powers. The Ramayana describes Vimanas, flying vehicles, with specifications so detailed that modern engineers have used them to design working aircraft. The Mahabharata contains passages about weapons that sound suspiciously like nuclear bombs, complete with descriptions of radiation sickness and environmental contamination. These descriptions are usually dismissed as fantasy or primitive attempts to understand natural phenomena. But what if they represent something else entirely? Technical manuals disguised as religious literature, preserved across thousands of years by cultures that no longer understood the original scientific context. The same pattern appears in traditions around the world. Aboriginal Australian Dreamtime stories contain precise geological information about events that occurred tens of thousands of years ago, including the formation of specific landforms and the effects of sea level changes at the end of the Ice Age. These stories were supposedly created by Stone Age peoples with no understanding of geology, yet they preserve accurate scientific information with remarkable precision. Polynesian creation myths describe the formation of island chains with geological accuracy that matches modern scientific understanding. Norse legends contain detailed descriptions of climate cycles and their effects on human populations. Native American traditions preserve information about astronomical events, geological catastrophes, and environmental changes spanning thousands of years. The consistency and accuracy of this information across so many different cultures suggests that it comes from a common source, a sophisticated understanding of Earth's history and cosmic environment that was systematically preserved in story form when more direct recording methods became unavailable. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of this distributed archive is how it seems designed to reveal itself gradually as human knowledge advances. The mathematical constants in the pyramids only became apparent when we developed the tools to measure them precisely. The astronomical alignments of ancient monuments only made sense when we understood precession and long-term celestial mechanics. The scientific information in ancient texts only becomes recognizable when we rediscover the technologies they describe. It's almost as if the ancient archivists anticipated that future civilizations would develop knowledge in a particular sequence and designed their information storage system to provide confirmation and additional data as we reached each level of understanding. The monuments function like a cosmic combination lock, revealing their secrets only when we demonstrate that we possess the conceptual keys to interpret them correctly. This interpretation explains many of the anomalies that have puzzled researchers for decades. Why do ancient monuments contain information about physical constants that their builders supposedly couldn't have known? Because the builders weren't the original designers. They were reconstructing from plans created by a previous civilization with advanced scientific knowledge. Why do myths from isolated cultures contain such similar descriptions of advanced technologies and cosmic catastrophes? Because they're all fragments of the same original database, preserved in different cultural contexts but ultimately deriving from the same source. Why do ancient astronomical sites commemorate celestial events from thousands of years before they were built? Because they're part of a long-term monitoring system, designed to track cosmic cycles that operate on timescales much longer than individual civilizations. The distributed archive theory also explains why so much ancient knowledge seems to be concentrated in specific locations and cultures. Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, China, and Mesoamerica weren't just the birthplaces of civilization. They were the designated repository sites where survivors of an earlier global civilization concentrated their efforts to preserve and transmit crucial knowledge. These cultures became the inheritors and guardians of information systems they didn't fully understand, but which they faithfully maintained and transmitted across thousands of years. The priest classes that preserved ancient traditions weren't just religious figures. They were the human components of a vast data storage network, biological hard drives programmed to maintain and transmit information, even when its original purpose was forgotten. This would explain the remarkable continuity of certain traditions across millennia, even through periods of political collapse and cultural upheaval. The essential information was too important to lose, so it was embedded in religious practices, architectural traditions, and cultural rituals that were maintained even when their original scientific context was no longer understood. As our own civilization advances, we're beginning to recognize the sophistication of this ancient information storage system. Modern attempts to preserve knowledge for future civilizations face exactly the same challenges that the ancient archivists did: how to encode essential information in formats that will survive technological collapse, environmental catastrophe, and cultural discontinuity. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault attempts to preserve genetic diversity in a frozen repository designed to survive climate change and political upheaval. The Long Now Foundation is building a 10,000-year clock designed to encourage long-term thinking and preserve information across multiple civilizations. Various projects have proposed encoding human knowledge in crystalline matrices, DNA sequences, and astronomical markers that could survive geological timescales. But all of these modern efforts pale in comparison to the elegance and redundancy of the ancient system. By distributing information across multiple formats, architectural, mythological, mathematical, astronomical, and cultural, the ancient archivists created a storage network that has already survived multiple civilizational collapses and continues to reveal new information as our ability to decode it improves. We are not just uncovering the history of ancient civilizations. We are accessing a vast database of human knowledge that spans hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of years. Each new archaeological discovery, each decoded text, each recognized astronomical alignment adds another piece to a puzzle that reveals not just where we came from, but where we might be heading. The ancient archive is still active, still transmitting its carefully preserved information to anyone with the knowledge and wisdom to decode it. The question is whether we'll prove worthy inheritors of this vast repository of human experience, or whether we will repeat the mistakes that led to its original creator's downfall. The stones are still speaking. The numbers are still adding up. The stars are still marking time in their ancient patterns. And somewhere in the intersection of all this preserved knowledge lies the key to understanding not just our past, but our future, if we can learn to listen before it's too late. The Consciousness Codex. In the sacred cave of Lascaux, 17,000 years beneath the surface of France, ancient artists created something that challenges everything we think we know about the development of human consciousness. The paintings that cover these underground galleries are not primitive scratchings or simple animal portraits. They are sophisticated works of art that demonstrate perspective, movement, shading, and compositional sophistication that rivals anything created in recorded history. But the caves hold secrets that go far beyond artistic technique. Recent analysis has revealed that many of the paintings correspond to star maps, with the positions of animals matching the locations of constellations in the night sky, as they appeared tens of thousands of years ago. The caves function as both art galleries and planetariums, encoding astronomical information in symbolic form that has survived since the end of the Ice Age. Even more mysteriously, the acoustic properties of the caves suggest they were designed to produce specific sound effects. Certain chambers create echoes that enhance particular frequencies, while others produce resonances that can induce altered states of consciousness. The painted areas correspond precisely with the locations that produce the most dramatic acoustic effects, as if the visual and auditory experiences were designed to work together. This combination of visual art, astronomical data, and consciousness, altering sound environments, points towards something far more sophisticated than the shamanic rituals that archaeologists usually invoke to explain cave art. It suggests that Paleolithic humans possessed an understanding of consciousness itself, how it could be modified, enhanced, and used to access information beyond the reach of ordinary perception. This pattern appears at sacred sites around the world. The oracle at Delphi delivered prophecies while in trance states induced by ethylene gas seeping from geological fissures beneath the temple. The design of the chamber amplified these natural psychoactive effects, creating a controlled environment for accessing altered states of consciousness. Recent geological surveys have confirmed that the ancient Greeks positioned their most important oracle precisely over a unique combination of geological features that produced the optimal conditions for consciousness modification. In the Amazon basin, indigenous shamans have used ayahuasca and other plant medicines for thousands of years to access what they describe as plant intelligence, direct communication with the molecular consciousness of the forest. The knowledge they gain through these experiences includes detailed information about the medicinal properties of hundreds of plant species, complex ecological relationships, and sustainable resource management techniques that modern science is only beginning to understand. What's remarkable is that this plant-derived knowledge often proves to be scientifically accurate when tested in modern laboratories. Shamans with no formal training in chemistry or pharmacology somehow know exactly which plants contain specific alkaloids, how to combine them for maximum effectiveness, and how to neutralize dangerous compounds through precise preparation techniques. The conventional explanation is that this knowledge was developed through trial and error over many generations, but the complexity and precision of traditional pharmacology suggests something more sophisticated, a systematic method for accessing information directly from natural systems through altered states of consciousness. This possibility becomes more intriguing when we consider that many of the world's most important scientific discoveries have occurred during altered states of consciousness. Kekule's discovery of the benzene ring came to him in a dream about a snake seizing its own tail. Tesla's alternating current system was revealed to him during a walk while reciting poetry. Einstein's theory of relativity emerged from thought experiments that involved imagining himself riding beams of light. The history of science is filled with examples of breakthrough insights that occurred not through logical analysis, but through intuitive leaps that seem to come from beyond the reach of normal conscious thought. These discoveries often arrived complete and fully formed, requiring only mathematical verification rather than conceptual development. What if this represents not just the quirky psychology of creative genius, but access to a deeper layer of information that exists beyond individual consciousness? What if consciousness itself is not generated by the brain, but is instead something the brain accesses, like a radio receiver tuning into broadcasts from a larger information field? This interpretation is supported by an increasing body of research suggesting that consciousness may not be localized in the brain at all. Studies of near-death experiences, out-of-body phenomena, and remote viewing suggest that consciousness can operate independently of physical brain function. Quantum physics has revealed that information appears to exist at a fundamental level of reality, suggesting that consciousness and information might be different aspects of the same underlying phenomenon. If consciousness functions as a kind of cosmic internet, connecting all living systems to a vast reservoir of information, then the altered states practiced by ancient cultures might represent sophisticated technologies for accessing this network. The cave paintings, the oracle chambers, the plant medicine ceremonies, all of these might be hardware components of an ancient consciousness modification system designed to download information from non-local sources. This would explain many of the anomalies we find in ancient knowledge systems. How did ancient astronomers know about celestial phenomena that couldn't be observed with the naked eye? How did traditional healers discover complex medicinal compounds without modern research methods? How did ancient architects encode mathematical constants that weren't supposed to be discovered for thousands more years? The answer might be that they accessed this information directly through consciousness technologies that we have largely forgotten how to use. The sophisticated practices preserved in mystery schools, shamanic traditions, and esoteric teachings might be the remnants of scientific protocols for consciousness research that were once as systematic and rigorous as modern laboratory methods. Ancient texts often describe specific techniques for achieving altered states that sound remarkably like modern consciousness research protocols. The Egyptian Book of the Dead provides detailed instructions for navigating non-ordinary reality. The Tibetan Book of the Dead describes precise methods for maintaining awareness during the dissolution of ordinary consciousness. Hindu and Buddhist traditions preserve sophisticated maps of consciousness that catalogue different types of awareness and the techniques for accessing them. These texts weren't religious in the modern sense. They were technical manuals for consciousness exploration, preserved in symbolic language that disguised their scientific content from those who weren't initiated into the proper protocols. The ancient mystery schools that preserved these techniques operated more like research institutions than religious organizations. They required years of training, maintained strict protocols for consciousness modification experiments, and preserved detailed records of their findings. The initiates weren't worshippers, they were consciousness researchers, using systematic methods to explore the nature of reality at levels beyond ordinary perception. What they discovered through these investigations might have included not just information about the natural world, but knowledge about the deep structure of time itself. If consciousness can access information non-locally, it might also be able to access information non-temporally, gathering data from past and future events through some mechanism that transcends ordinary causality. This could explain how ancient cultures possessed knowledge about future astronomical events, future geological catastrophes, and future technological developments. The prophecies preserved in ancient texts might not be supernatural predictions, but scientific reports based on consciousness-based information-gathering techniques. From this perspective, the decline of ancient civilizations might be connected not just to external catastrophes, but to the loss of consciousness technologies that had allowed them to anticipate and prepare for future challenges. When the techniques for accessing non-local information were lost, civilizations became vulnerable to surprises that their predecessors could have foreseen and avoided. Our own civilization might be approaching a similar crossroads. We have developed powerful technologies for manipulating the external world, but we have largely abandoned the exploration of consciousness itself. We can split atoms and sequence genomes, but we have little systematic understanding of how consciousness operates, or how it might be enhanced to access broader ranges of information. Meanwhile, the challenges we face, climate change, resource depletion, social inequality, technological risks, might require exactly the kind of long-term perspective and systemic understanding that consciousness-based information gathering could provide. We might need to rediscover and modernize the ancient consciousness technologies if we want to navigate successfully through the dangerous period ahead. The good news is that the knowledge hasn't been completely lost. Indigenous traditions around the world still preserve consciousness modification techniques that could be studied and developed using modern scientific methods. Psychedelic research is beginning to reveal the neural mechanisms underlying altered states, while quantum physics provides theoretical frameworks for understanding how consciousness might access non-local information. What we need now is the wisdom to recognize that consciousness itself might be the most important technology we can develop, not just for understanding the past, but for creating a sustainable future. The ancient consciousness codex is still accessible to anyone willing to undertake the training and research necessary to decode it. The cave painters of Lascaux might have been trying to tell us something crucial about the nature of consciousness and its role in human survival. Their message, encoded in pigment and stone and carefully designed acoustic chambers, might still be waiting for us to develop the proper protocols for receiving it. In the darkness of those ancient caves, surrounded by star maps painted by Paleolithic astronomers, we might finally understand what our ancestors were trying to preserve. Not just information about the external world, but techniques for expanding consciousness itself to embrace the full spectrum of available knowledge. The question now is whether we have the courage and wisdom to pick up where they left off, before the window of opportunity closes and we lose access to the consciousness codex forever. In the end, we circle back to where we began, to the stories told around fires, to the myths that refuse to die, to the whispers of deep memory that insist we have been here before. But now, having followed the evidence through stone and bone, through DNA and disaster, through the depths of oceans and the heights of mountains, the whispers have become something else. They have become a chorus, a symphony of clues that harmonize into a single haunting melody. The song of return, the eternal rhythm of rise and fall that beats like a heart through the deep time of our planet. We are not the first, we may not be the last, but we are here now, in this moment between forgetting and remembering between the end of one cycle and the beginning of the next. We stand at the same crossroads that every previous civilization has faced, carrying the same gifts and curses that led them to greatness and to ruin. The evidence we have gathered does not prove that advanced civilizations existed in the deep past, but it suggests, no, it insists, that the possibility cannot be dismissed. Too many anomalies align, too many patterns repeat, too many voices across too many cultures tell variations of the same story for it all to be coincidence or wishful thinking. The megaliths that stretch across continents like the remnants of some vast construction project. The genetic bottlenecks that record near extinctions followed by mysterious recoveries. The flood myths that remember the same catastrophe from 1,000 different perspectives. The technologies that appear and disappear and reappear as if drawn from some common well of knowledge that periodically runs dry and is then rediscovered. The myths were trying to tell us something important, that human history is not a straight line from primitive to sophisticated, from ignorant to enlightened, from weak to powerful. It is a spiral, a series of cycles that repeat but never exactly, each one building on the ruins of the last while adding something new to the mix. We have been farmers before, and we forgot how to grow food and had to learn again. We have been builders before, and we forgot how to cut stone and had to rediscover the techniques. We have been astronomers before, mapping the movements of the stars, only to lose the knowledge and have to relearn that we live in a vast cosmos that cares nothing for our small ambitions. And we have been destroyers before. We have poisoned our environment, depleted our resources, turned our technologies against each other in wars that left nothing but ash and radiation, and the slow, patient work of healing that takes generations to complete. We have risen to heights that touch the sky and fallen to depths that nearly ended our story entirely. The difference this time, the thing that makes our moment in history unique, is that we are beginning to remember. We have developed the tools to read the genetic record, to decode the stories written in stone, to map the ocean floors where the ruins of previous worlds might lie hidden. We are learning to recognize the signatures of past civilizations, the subtle traces they left in ice cores and isotope ratios, in impact craters and mass extinctions. For the first time in human history, we have the possibility of learning from the mistakes of our predecessors. We can see the warning signs they missed, understand the forces that brought them down, recognize the patterns that repeat across the cycles of rise and fall. We can choose to be different, to break the cycle, to create something that lasts beyond the next catastrophe. But only if we listen to the warnings the evidence provides, only if we pay attention to the whispers of deep memory that tell us what we once were and what we might become again. Only if we remember that we are not the culmination of history, but part of an ongoing story that began long before us and will continue long after we are gone. The stones remember, the genes remember, the myths remember, and now finally we're beginning to remember too. The question is, what will we do with that memory? Will we use it to avoid the mistakes of the past, or will we repeat them as every previous civilization has done? The Earth is patient. It has watched civilizations rise and fall before. It will watch again, recording everything in its slow, careful script of stone and ice and bone. It will remember us as it has remembered all the others long after our cities have crumbled. What if we're not the first version of civilization? What if humanity has been here before, again and again, each time erased, rebuilt, and forgotten? Think about it for a moment. We look at our world and see progress stretching back a few thousand years. We see Egypt and Mesopotamia, Greece and Rome, the rise of empires and the birth of science. We imagine ourselves at the peak of a long, unbroken climb from caves to cities, from stone tools to smartphones. But what if that story is incomplete? What if the timeline we've been taught is just the most recent chapter in a book that's been written and rewritten more times than we can count? The idea sounds impossible at first. How could entire civilizations rise to greatness and then vanish so completely that we have no memory of them? How could the evidence disappear? How could the knowledge be lost? And yet, when you start looking closely at the myths, the ruins, and the strange gaps in our understanding of the past, a different picture begins to emerge. A picture of cycles, of floods and fires, of worlds that ended and worlds that began again, of humanity climbing toward the light, only to fall back into darkness, over and over like waves breaking on an endless shore. Tonight, we're going to explore that possibility. We're going to walk through the evidence, the stories, the stones, the silences, and ask ourselves whether the world we know might be just one iteration in a series of forgotten ages. We're going to consider the myths that speak of earlier humanities, the ruins that shouldn't exist according to our timelines, and the catastrophes that could erase everything we've built in a matter of days or hours. We're going to look at what science says, what history whispers, and what the Earth itself might be trying to tell us. Because if civilization has been reset before, then everything changes. Our sense of who we are, where we came from, and how fragile our world really is, all of it shifts. And the question becomes not just has it happened before, but when will it happen again? So settle in. Let the world outside fade away. And let's begin at the beginning, or rather, at one of many beginnings, with the stories that have survived the resets, carried forward in myth and memory, waiting for us to finally understand what they're trying to say. Every culture on Earth tells a story about a flood. Not just any flood, a flood that covered the world, that rose higher than mountains, that drowned cities and forests and entire civilizations beneath its waters. The details change from place to place, but the core remains the same. There was a world before this one, and it ended in water. The most famous version comes from the Bible, of course. Noah and his ark, the rain that fell for 40 days and 40 nights, the animals saved 2 by 2 while the rest of the world perished. But the biblical flood is just one telling of a much older story. Long before Genesis was written, the Sumerians told of Ziusudra, a king who survived a divine flood sent to destroy humanity. The Babylonians had Utnapishtim, who built a great boat and weathered the deluge while the gods wept at what they had done. The Greeks spoke of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the sole survivors of a flood sent by Zeus to cleanse the earth of a corrupt and violent age. And it's not just the Mediterranean world. The Hindus describe a great flood in the Matsya Purana, where Manu, the first man, is warned by a fish, an avatar of Vishnu, to build a boat before the waters come. In China, the legend of Gunyu tells of a catastrophic flood that lasted for generations, reshaping the land and forcing humanity to rebuild from almost nothing. The Hopi people of North America speak of multiple worlds that came before this one, each destroyed when humanity fell out of balance, and the third world, they say, ended in a flood that swallowed everything. The Maya had their own version, recorded in the Popol Vuh. The gods created humanity multiple times, and each time, when the people failed to honor their creators, the world was destroyed. One of those destructions came as a great flood, a resin that fell from the sky and drowned the earth, wiping away the flawed creations so the gods could try again. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia, whose oral traditions stretch back tens of thousands of years, tell of a time when the seas rose and swallowed the coastal lands, forcing their ancestors to flee inland. The Maori of New Zealand speak of Tauhaki, who caused a great flood to punish the wicked. In South America, the Inca remembered a deluge that destroyed the world, leaving only a handful of survivors on the highest peaks of the Andes. These are not isolated stories. They are global. They span continents, cultures, and millennia. And they all say the same thing. There was a world before, and it drowned. Now, the conventional explanation is that these myths reflect local flooding events. Rivers overflowing, tsunamis, storm surges that were so traumatic they became embedded in cultural memory and exaggerated over time. And that makes sense to a point. Floods are terrifying. They're sudden, destructive, and they leave deep scars on the communities they touch. It's natural that people would tell stories about them, and natural that those stories would grow in the telling. But here's the thing, many of these myths don't describe local floods. They describe global floods, waters that covered the entire earth, mountains submerged, every living thing drowned except for a chosen few, and they describe these events not as natural disasters, but as resets, as the end of one age and the beginning of another, as the destruction of a previous version of humanity. What if they're not exaggerations? What if they're memories? Consider the timeline. The last ice age ended around 12,000 years ago. As the glaciers melted, sea levels rose dramatically, by more than 300 feet in some estimates. Coastlines that had been dry land for millennia were swallowed by the ocean. Entire landscapes disappeared beneath the waves. And where do humans tend to live? Near water, near coasts, near rivers and lakes. If there were civilizations living along those ancient shorelines, cities, settlements, centers of culture and trade, they would have been obliterated, drowned, lost beneath hundreds of feet of water where no archaeologist has ever looked because we assume there's nothing there to find. The flooding wouldn't have been instant, but it wouldn't have been slow either. There's evidence of periods where sea levels rose rapidly, perhaps in catastrophic pulses triggered by the collapse of massive ice dams or ice sheets. Imagine living in a coastal city and watching the ocean rise 10 feet in a single generation, then another 10 feet in the next. Your ports flood, your fields are swallowed, your temples and monuments disappear beneath the surf. You flee inland, carrying what you can, and the world you knew becomes a memory, a story, a myth about a flood that drowned everything. And if that happened 12,000 years ago, what about earlier? The Ice Age wasn't the first time the climate shifted dramatically. There have been other periods of rapid warming and cooling, other times when the seas rose and fell. Could there have been even older civilizations lost in earlier floods, their stories passed down and blended with the more recent catastrophe until they all became one great deluge in the collective memory of humanity? The Greek philosopher Plato wrote about Atlantis, a powerful island civilization that sank beneath the ocean in a single day and night of catastrophe. Most scholars dismiss it as allegory, a moral tale about hubris and divine punishment, but Plato claimed he was recounting a story told to the Athenian lawmaker Solon by Egyptian priests who said their records went back thousands of years further than Greece's. The priest told Solon that the Greeks were like children, remembering only the most recent disasters, while Egypt's records preserved the memory of many destructions, by fire, by flood, by plague, that had wiped out earlier civilizations. What if the priests were right? What if Atlantis wasn't allegory, but a fragment of genuine memory, distorted, mythologized, but rooted in something real? A civilization that existed before the flood, before the ice melted and was lost when the waters came? We'll never know for certain, because the ocean keeps its secrets well. But the myths remain, and they all point to the same conclusion. This is not the first time. Humanity has been here before. We built something, we lost it, and we started again. But the flood is only one kind of reset. There are others, and some of them are even more terrifying. If water is the first great destroyer in human mythology, fire is the second. Across the world, cultures speak of ages that ended not in drowning, but in burning, in flames that fell from the sky, in heat that melted stone, in light so bright it turned day into something unbearable. These stories are less famous than the flood myths, but they're just as widespread, and they suggest that whatever resets civilization doesn't always come from below. Sometimes it comes from above. The ancient Greeks believed in a cyclical view of history, divided into ages of metal, gold, silver, bronze and iron, each one progressively more corrupt and violent than the last. But they also told the story of Phaethon, the son of Helios, the sun god. Phaethon begged his father to let him drive the chariot of the sun across the sky, and Helios reluctantly agreed. But Phaethon couldn't control the horses. The chariot veered too close to the earth, scorching the land, boiling the seas and turning fertile fields into deserts. To stop the destruction, Zeus struck Phaethon down with a thunderbolt, sending him plummeting into a river. The earth was saved, but the damage was done. The story was often interpreted as a myth about youthful arrogance. But what if it was something else? What if it was a memory of the sky itself turning hostile? The Hopi, again, speak of multiple worlds. The first world, they say, was destroyed by fire. Volcanoes erupting, the earth splitting open, flames consuming everything. This second world ended in ice, and the third in flood. Each destruction came because humanity had fallen out of balance, and each time a few people were saved to carry the knowledge forward and begin again. The pattern is clear. The world ends, and the world begins. Over and over. In Hindu cosmology, time is divided into vast cycles called yugas, and at the end of each cycle, the world is destroyed and recreated. One of the forms this destruction takes is fire, specifically the fire of Shiva, the destroyer and transformer, whose dance brings the universe to an end so it can be born anew. The Rig Veda, one of the oldest religious texts in existence, describes cosmic fires and celestial battles that reshape the heavens and the earth. The Norse had Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, when the world would be consumed by fire and flood simultaneously. The great wolf Fenrir would break free, the serpent Jormungandrs would rise from the ocean, and the fire giant Surtur would set the world ablaze with his flaming sword. After the destruction, the earth would sink into the sea and then rise again, green and fertile, ready for a new age. The Zoroastrians of ancient Persia believed in a final purification by fire, when molten metal would flow across the earth, burning away all impurity and evil, leaving only the righteous to inherit a renewed world. The Maya too spoke of worlds destroyed by fire, including one age where the people were turned into birds and fled into the trees as flames consumed the land. These aren't just poetic metaphors, They're descriptions of catastrophe. And when you start looking at the physical evidence, you find traces of events that could match these stories. Take the Younger Dryas, a period of sudden, dramatic cooling that began around 12,800 years ago and lasted for more than 1,000 years. Just as the Ice Age was ending and the climate was warming, something happened that plunged the Northern Hemisphere back into near-glacial conditions almost overnight. Temperatures dropped, ice sheets advanced again. Megafauna that had survived for millennia, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, went extinct in a geological instant. For a long time, scientists couldn't explain what caused the Younger Dryas. But in recent years, a controversial theory has gained traction, the impact hypothesis. The idea is that around 12,800 years ago, a comet or asteroid, or multiple fragments of one, struck the Earth or exploded in the atmosphere above North America. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, throwing soot and debris into the atmosphere and blocking out the sun. The sudden cooling would have followed, along with the extinction of the megafauna and possibly the collapse of the Clovis culture, one of the earliest known human societies in North America. The evidence is still debated, but it's compelling. Researchers have found a layer of sediment from that time period containing high concentrations of iridium, a rare element more common in asteroids than on Earth. They've found nanodiamonds which form under extreme heat and pressure. They've found spherules, tiny glassy beads created when rock melts and cools rapidly, the kind of thing you'd expect from an impact or an airburst. And they've found this layer not just in one place, but across North America, Europe, and parts of Asia. If the impact hypothesis is correct, then the myths of fire falling from the sky aren't myths at all. They're memories. Memories of a time when the heavens opened and rained down destruction, when the forest burned and the sky turned black, when the world as people knew it came to an end. But it's not just ancient impacts we need to worry about. The sun itself is a threat. Every so often the sun releases a burst of energy called a solar flare, or a coronal mass ejection. Most of the time these events are harmless. Beautiful auroras dancing in the polar skies, nothing more. But occasionally a truly massive flare can strike the Earth's magnetic field with enough force to cause real damage. In 1859, an event called the Carrington Event sent a solar storm so powerful that telegraph systems around the world sparked and caught fire. Operators received electric shocks, papers ignited. Auroras were visible as far south as the Caribbean. If a storm like that hit today, it could fry power grids, destroy satellites, and plunge modern civilization into chaos. Now imagine a solar storm 10 times stronger, 100 times stronger. There's evidence in ice cores and tree rings of solar events in the distant past that dwarf anything we've experienced in recorded history. If one of those storms hit a pre-industrial civilization, one that relied on oral tradition, on fragile records, on knowledge passed from generation to generation, it could have been devastating. Not just physically, but culturally. The people who survived would remember the sky burning, the heat, the light, the destruction, and they would tell their children and their children's children until the memory became myth. Fire from above, fire from the sky, fire that resets the world. And then there's the fire we make ourselves. Not all resets come from nature, some come from us. There's a haunting passage in the Bhagavad Gita, one of the sacred texts of Hinduism, where the warrior Arjuna is given a vision of the god Krishna in his true cosmic form. The description is overwhelming. Thousands of mouths, thousands of eyes, a being of infinite power and terror, And then Krishna speaks of weapons that can destroy entire armies in an instant. Weapons that shine like 1,000 suns, weapons that leave the earth scorched and the survivors wishing they had died. When J. Robert Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, witnessed the first nuclear test in 1945, he famously quoted the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." He saw the connection. He recognized that the ancient text was describing something that sounded disturbingly like a nuclear explosion. And the Bhagavad Gita isn't alone. The Mahabharata, another ancient Indian epic, describes wars fought with weapons called astras, divine weapons of immense power. Some of these weapons are described as releasing blinding light, unbearable heat, and devastation that lingers long after the battle is over. Cities are reduced to ash, rivers boil, the land becomes poisoned, and those who survive suffer from strange illnesses, hair falling out, skin blistering, weakness and death following weeks or months later. Sound familiar? The descriptions are eerily similar to the effects of nuclear weapons. And while mainstream scholars interpret these passages as mythological exaggeration or poetic metaphor, there are those who wonder if something else is going on. What if these texts are describing real events? What if, in some distant age, humanity developed technology advanced enough to destroy itself, and did? There are strange anomalies in the archaeological record that fuel this speculation. In the Indus Valley, at sites like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, archaeologists have found layers of vitrified stone, rock that has been melted and fused together by extreme heat. The temperatures required to create vitrification are far higher than anything a normal fire could produce. Some researchers have pointed to this as evidence of ancient nuclear warfare, though mainstream archaeology attributes it to more conventional causes like pottery kilns or natural fires. In the deserts of the Middle East and North Africa, there are vast fields of a glassy substance called Libyan desert glass and trinitite. Libyan desert glass is found scattered across the Sahara, and its origin is still debated. Some say it was formed by a meteorite impact, others by an airburst. Trinitite, on the other hand, is the glassy residue created by the first atomic bomb test in New Mexico. The two substances are remarkably similar. Could ancient desert glass have been created the same way? Then there are the stories. The Bible describes the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, cities obliterated by fire and brimstone raining from the sky, leaving the land so poisoned that nothing could grow there. Lot's wife looked back at the destruction and was turned into a pillar of salt. Or was it something else? Radiation sickness, perhaps, or the flash of an explosion so bright it burned her where she stood. The ancient Sumerian texts speak of wars between the gods, battles fought with weapons that shook the earth and split the sky. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes a great cedar forest that was destroyed by fire, leaving the land barren. The Egyptian texts mention a time when the gods fought among themselves and the land was laid waste. What if these weren't gods at all? What if they were people? People with technology we can barely imagine. People who built a civilization so advanced that it could harness the power of the atom, or something even more destructive. And what if, like us, they reached a point where they turned that power against each other? It's not hard to imagine. We've come close ourselves. During the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union built enough nuclear weapons to destroy the world several times over. We stood on the brink more than once, and only luck or the courage of a few individuals kept us from pulling the trigger. If we had, what would be left? Cities turned to rubble, forests burned, the atmosphere choked with ash and radiation, and in a few thousand years, After the survivors had rebuilt what they could, what would they remember? Would they have clear records of what happened, or would the truth fade into myth? Would they tell stories of gods who fought in the sky, of weapons that shone like the sun, of a world that ended in fire? The idea that an ancient civilization destroyed itself with advanced technology is, admittedly, speculative. There's no smoking gun, no undeniable proof, but the absence of evidence is not the same as evidence of absence. If a civilization did destroy itself 10,000 years ago, or 20,000 or 50,000, what would remain? Metal corrodes, stone crumbles, cities are swallowed by jungles, deserts and seas, and if the survivors were few, scattered and traumatized, they might not have the means or the will to preserve the knowledge of what came before. They would start over from scratch, and the old world would become a story, a warning, a myth. And maybe that's what all these myths are. Warnings, echoes of a time when humanity reached too far, built too much, and paid the price. A reminder that the cycle can end not just with floods and fires from the heavens, but with fires we light ourselves. But whether the reset comes from nature or from us, the question remains: how many times has it happened? How many civilizations have risen and fallen before ours? And what evidence might still be out there waiting to be found? If civilizations have been reset before, you'd expect to find traces, ruins, artifacts, something that doesn't fit the timeline we've been taught. And when you start looking, you find exactly that. There are structures scattered across the world that defy easy explanation. Not because they're impossible, clearly they exist, but because they seem too advanced, too precise, too ambitious for the cultures we believe built them. They sit like riddles in stone, challenging our assumptions about what ancient people could and couldn't do. Take Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey. Discovered in the 1990s, it's a massive complex of stone pillars arranged in circles, some weighing up to 20 tons, carved with intricate reliefs of animals, foxes, lions, scorpions, vultures. The site is breathtaking in its artistry and scale. But here's the thing, it's nearly 12,000 years old. That puts it firmly in the Neolithic period, a time when, according to conventional archaeology, humans were just beginning to figure out agriculture. They were hunter-gatherers, living in small mobile groups, with no cities, no writing, no complex social structures. And yet, Göbekli Tepe exists. It would have required hundreds of people working together, coordinating their efforts, quarrying and transporting massive stones, carving them with sophisticated tools. It suggests a level of organization and ambition that shouldn't have been possible. And then, after it was built, it was deliberately buried, filled in with rubble and soil, hidden away, as if someone wanted to erase it from memory. Why? What was Göbekli Tepe? A temple, an astronomical observatory, a monument to something lost? And who built it? The people we think of as primitive hunter-gatherers, or the remnants of an earlier, more advanced culture, trying to preserve something before it was forgotten entirely. Then there's Baalbek in Lebanon. The Roman temple complex there is impressive enough on its own, but beneath the Roman construction lies something even more mysterious. The foundation stones. 3 massive blocks of limestone, each weighing around 800 tons, fitted together so precisely that you can't slide a piece of paper between them. They're called the trilithon, and no one knows how they were moved or placed. The Romans didn't claim to have built them. They built on top of them, suggesting the stones were already ancient when the Romans arrived. 800 tons, To put that in perspective, the largest stones used in the Great Pyramid of Giza weigh around 80 tons. The trilithon stones are 10 times heavier. Modern cranes can lift that much, but only the very largest, and they require careful planning and infrastructure. How did ancient people do it? And more importantly, why? What was so important that it required stones of such impossible size? The same question applies to Sacsayhuaman, the fortress above Cusco in Peru. The walls are made of stones that weigh up to 200 tons, cut and fitted together with such precision that, again, you can't fit a blade between them. These stones aren't rectangular, they're polygonal, with multiple angles and curves, each one unique, each one fitting perfectly with its neighbours like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. The Inca, who controlled the region when the Spanish arrived, said they didn't build Sacsayhuaman. They said it was built by the gods, or by a race of giants who lived before them. The Spanish chroniclers recorded these claims but dismissed them as superstition. Modern archaeologists attribute the construction to the Inca, despite the Inca's own insistence that they didn't do it. But if the Inca didn't build it, who did? And if they did, why don't we find similar construction techniques anywhere else in the Inca Empire? Sacsayhuaman stands alone, an anomaly, a masterpiece of engineering that seems to belong to a different age. Then there are the underwater ruins. Off the coast of Japan, near the island of Yonaguni, divers have found what appears to be a submerged stone structure. Terraces, steps, flat platforms, right angles. Some researchers believe it's a natural formation, shaped by erosion and geological processes. Others argue that it's man-made, a remnant of a civilization that existed when sea levels were lower, before the end of the Ice Age. The debate continues, but the structure remains, silent and enigmatic beneath the waves. Similar formations have been reported off the coasts of India, Cuba, and the Mediterranean. Most are dismissed or ignored, because they don't fit the narrative. If they're real, if they're man-made, then they suggest that people were building complex structures more than 10,000 years ago, during a time when we're told they were barely surviving. And if sea levels rose and drowned those structures, how much else was lost? How many coastal cities, how many harbours and temples and monuments now lie beneath hundreds of feet of water, unseen and unsearched? The problem is that underwater archaeology is expensive and difficult. The ocean is vast and most of it has never been explored. We've mapped the surface of Mars in more detail than we've mapped the floor of our own oceans. If there are ruins down there, ruins of civilizations that existed before the flood, we might never find them. Or if we do, it'll be by accident. And by then, how much will have been lost to time and tide? But it's not just massive stones and submerged ruins. There are smaller anomalies too, artifacts that don't belong. In the 1900s, divers recovering cargo from an ancient shipwreck off the coast of Greece found a corroded lump of bronze and wood. When researchers examined it, they discovered gears. Dozens of interlocking gears, precisely cut, forming a complex mechanism. It's called the Antikythera mechanism, and it's an ancient analog computer used to predict the positions of the sun, moon and planets. It dates to around 100 BCE, and it's so sophisticated that nothing remotely comparable appears in the historical record for another 1,000 years. How did the Greeks build it? Where did the knowledge come from? And if they could build something like that, what else could they do? What other technologies did they possess that we've lost or forgotten? There are other examples. The Baghdad battery, a clay jar from ancient Mesopotamia that some believe was used to generate electricity. The Piri Reis map, a 16th century chart that appears to show the coastline of Antarctica accurately centuries before Antarctica was officially discovered and at a time when it should have been covered in ice. The dropper stones, mysterious discs found in a cave in China, carved with tiny hieroglyphs that no one has been able to translate. Some of these artifacts are controversial. Some are probably misunderstood or misidentified, but taken together, they paint a picture of a past that's more complex, more mysterious than the neat timeline we've constructed. They suggest that knowledge has been lost and found and lost again, that the march of progress isn't a straight line but a cycle, and that we might not be as advanced as we think, or at least not as advanced as we could be if we hadn't forgotten so much. Because that's the thing about resets. They don't just destroy buildings and cities, they destroy knowledge. Libraries burn, scrolls rot, oral traditions fade when the people who carry them die, and within a few generations the past becomes myth, and myth becomes legend, and legend becomes nothing at all. So how much have we forgotten? How much did the people before us know? And how many times have we had to start over, rebuilding from the ruins, rediscovering fire and the wheel, and writing, while the ghosts of the old world watch from the stones we can't explain? One of the strangest things about human history is how recent it all seems. We have cities that are 5,000 years old, writing that goes back maybe 6,000 years, agriculture that started around 10 to 12,000 years ago, and before that, almost nothing. A vast stretch of time, tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, where anatomically modern humans existed, but left almost no trace of complex civilization. Homo sapiens has been around for at least 200,000 years, possibly longer. For most of that time, we were hunter-gatherers, living in small groups, following the herds, gathering plants, making tools from stone and bone. And then suddenly, around 12,000 years ago, everything changed. We started farming. We built permanent settlements. We developed pottery, weaving, metallurgy. We created art, religion, government. We built cities and temples and monuments. Civilization exploded into existence, seemingly out of nowhere. Why? The standard explanation is that the end of the Ice Age created favourable conditions for agriculture. The climate warmed, the glaciers retreated, and suddenly there was more arable land, more predictable weather, more resources. People settled down, started planting crops, and the rest followed naturally. But that explanation has always felt incomplete. Humans were just as intelligent 50,000 years ago as they are today. They had the same brains, the same capacity for language and abstract thought and innovation. So why did it take so long for civilization to emerge? Why did we spend nearly 200,000 years as hunter-gatherers, and then suddenly, in the blink of an eye, become builders and farmers and priests? One possibility is that we didn't. One possibility is that civilization emerged before, perhaps many times, and was destroyed, and the 12,000-year mark isn't the beginning of civilization, it's the beginning of the current cycle, the latest attempt, the newest chapter in a story that's been told and retold over and over since the dawn of our species. Think about it. If a civilization existed 30,000 years ago, or 50,000, or 100,000, what would remain? Wood rots, fabric disintegrates, even stone erodes given enough time, metal corrodes and crumbles, glass shatters. The only things that last are the hardest materials, certain types of stones, ceramics, maybe some metals in the right conditions, and even those can be buried, scattered, or destroyed by geological processes. And then there's the problem of ice. During the Ice Age, much of the northern hemisphere was covered by glaciers miles thick. Those glaciers moved, grinding everything beneath them into dust. If there were cities in Europe or North America during the Ice Age, they would have been obliterated, scraped away, leaving no trace. The same goes for coastal areas. As we've discussed, sea levels have risen dramatically since the Ice Age ended. If ancient civilizations built their cities near the coasts, and why wouldn't they? Those cities are now underwater, buried under sediment, invisible to us. So the absence of evidence doesn't mean much. We're looking in the wrong places, or we're not looking at all because we assume there's nothing to find. But there are hints, strange gaps in the archaeological record, sudden jumps in technology that don't seem to have any precursor. The appearance of agriculture, for example, is often described as the Neolithic Revolution. But it wasn't really a revolution. It happened independently in multiple places around the world: the Fertile Crescent, China, Mesoamerica, the Andes, within a relatively short span of time. Almost as if people in different parts of the world suddenly remembered how to farm, or were taught by someone who already knew. The same goes for megalithic construction. Around the same time that agriculture appeared, people started building massive stone structures: Göbekli Tepe, the megalithic temples of Malta, the stone circles of Britain and Europe. These structures required knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and social organization. Where did that knowledge come from? Did it develop independently in each place, or was it inherited from an earlier culture, passed down through myth and memory until people were ready to use it again? There's also the mystery of the megafauna extinctions. At the end of the last ice age, dozens of large animal species went extinct. Mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths, saber-toothed cats, dire wolves. The timing coincides with the rise of human populations and the spread of hunting, leading many scientists to conclude that humans hunted them to extinction. But some researchers have questioned this. The extinctions happened very quickly, almost simultaneously across different continents, and they affected species that had survived previous climate changes without issue. Could something else have been involved? A catastrophe that killed not just the animals, but also any human civilizations that existed at the time. And then there are the stories, the myths we've already discussed, the floods, the fires, the wars, all describe worlds that came before this one, worlds that were destroyed. And in many of these myths, the survivors are described as carrying knowledge from the old world into the new. The gods teach humanity how to farm, how to build, how to write. Prometheus brings fire. Quetzalcoatl teaches the Maya agriculture and astronomy. Osiris brings civilization to Egypt. Viracocha does the same in the Andes. What if these gods were people, survivors of the previous cycle, carrying the remnants of their knowledge forward, trying to rebuild? They would have seemed like gods to the people they encountered, people who had lost everything, who were starting over from scratch. And over time, the memory of those teachers would be mythologized, turned into divine figures, until the truth was buried beneath layers of legend. It's a compelling idea, and it fits the pattern we see in the myths: a world that ends, a few who survive, and a slow, painful process of rebuilding. Each time, a little more is lost. Each time, the new civilization starts from a lower baseline, until eventually, the memory of the old world fades entirely, and we're left with nothing but stories. But if that's true, then the silence in the timeline isn't a mystery. It's a scar, a gap left by the resets, by the cycles of destruction and rebirth that have shaped our species since the beginning. And the question becomes, how many scars are there? How many times have we risen and fallen? And are we approaching the next scar, the next silence, the next reset? The thing about resets is that they don't announce themselves. They don't give warnings. They just happen. One day the world is normal. People go about their lives, building and creating and planning for the future. And then, in an instant, everything changes. The ground shakes, the sky darkens, the waters rise, and the world as they knew it ends. We like to think we're safe from that kind of catastrophe. We have technology, science, early warning systems. We can predict earthquakes, sort of. We can track hurricanes and volcanic eruptions. We can see asteroids coming, at least the big ones. But the truth is, we're not as safe as we think. There are threats out there that we can't predict, can't prepare for, and might not even see coming until it's too late. Take supervolcanoes. There are several around the world. Yellowstone in the United States, Toba in Indonesia, the Campi Flegrei in Italy. And when they erupt, they don't just destroy the surrounding area. They change the climate of the entire planet. The eruption of Toba, around 75,000 years ago, is believed to have caused a volcanic winter that lasted for years, dropping global temperatures and pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. Genetic evidence suggests that the human population bottlenecked around that time, dropping to as few as 10,000 individuals. We almost didn't make it. And Toba could erupt again. Yellowstone could erupt. We don't know when, and we don't know how to stop it. If it happens, the ash would block out the sun, crops would fail, and billions of people would starve. Civilization as we know it would collapse, and the survivors would be left to start over in a world that had turned hostile and dark. Then there are asteroid impacts. We've gotten better at tracking near-Earth objects, but we're far from perfect. Most of the asteroids we've catalogued are the big ones, the kind that would cause an extinction-level event if they hit. But there are thousands, maybe millions of smaller asteroids that we haven't found yet. An asteroid just a few hundred meters across could destroy a city. One a kilometer across could trigger a global catastrophe, and if it came from the right angle, or if we simply didn't see it in time, there would be nothing we could do. The Tunguska event in 1908 is a reminder of how vulnerable we are. An asteroid or comet exploded in the atmosphere over Siberia, flattening 2,000 square kilometers of forest. If it had hit a few hours later, it could have destroyed a major city, and we had no warning. We didn't even know it was coming. Then there's the sun. We've already talked about solar flares, but it's worth emphasizing just how dangerous they can be. A direct hit from a massive coronal mass ejection could fry power grids across entire continents. No electricity means no refrigeration, no transportation, no communication, no water pumps, no hospitals. Modern civilization would grind to a halt within days, and unlike an asteroid, we can't deflect a solar storm. We can only watch it come and hope it misses. There are other threats too. Gamma-ray bursts from distant supernovae, capable of stripping away the Earth's ozone layer and bathing the surface in lethal radiation. Rogue planets wandering through the galaxy that could destabilize the orbits of the planets in our solar system. Magnetic pole reversals which happen every few 100,000 years and could leave the Earth temporarily unprotected from cosmic radiation. And then there are the threats we create ourselves. Nuclear war, as we've discussed, but also biological weapons, engineered pandemics, artificial intelligence run amok, environmental collapse. We're very good at building things that could destroy us, and we're not always so good at controlling them. The point is, resets don't require ancient gods or lost civilizations. They can happen naturally at any time, and we might not see them coming. And when they do happen, the results are the same. Cities destroyed, populations decimated, knowledge lost. The survivors are left to pick up the pieces and start over, and within a few generations the old world becomes a myth. So how many times has it happened? How many times has humanity been brought to the brink only to claw its way back? And how many times have we not made it back? How many cycles ended with no survivors, no memory, no trace? We don't know, we can't know, but the evidence suggests that it's happened before and it will happen again. The only question is when. If you step back and look at the big picture, a pattern emerges, not just in the myths and the ruins, but in the very structure of time itself. The Earth moves in cycles, the seasons change, the climate shifts, ice ages come and go, each one lasting tens of thousands of years, separated by brief warm periods like the one we're living in now. These cycles are driven by changes in the Earth's orbit and axial tilt, Milankovitch cycles they're called, and they're predictable, at least in the long term. We know that another ice age is coming eventually. We just don't know when. But within those long cycles there are shorter ones. The Sun goes through an 11-year cycle of activity, with periods of high and low solar output. The Earth's magnetic field fluctuates, weakening and strengthening over centuries and millennia. Ocean currents shift, driven by changes in temperature and salinity, and those shifts can trigger rapid climate changes. The Gulf Stream, for example, which keeps Europe warm, could shut down if enough fresh water from melting ice dilutes the North Atlantic. If that happens, Europe could plunge into a mini ice age within a matter of decades. And then there are the cycles we don't fully understand. The rise and fall of civilizations, for example. Empires grow, reach their peak, and then collapse over and over with eerie regularity. The Romans, the Mayans, the Egyptians, the Khmer, the Anasazi, all of them built great civilizations and all of them fell. Sometimes the collapse was gradual, a slow decline over centuries. Other times it was sudden, a matter of decades or even years. And in many cases we still don't know exactly why it happened. Some collapses are clearly linked to environmental factors, droughts, floods, soil depletion. Others seem to be driven by internal factors, political instability, economic inequality, overextension. But there's often a sense that the collapse was inevitable, that the civilization had reached a point of no return, and that no amount of effort could have saved it. The historian Arnold Toynbee studied the rise and fall of civilizations and concluded that they follow a predictable pattern: genesis, growth, breakdown, and disintegration. Each civilization faces challenges, and how it responds to those challenges determines whether it survives or collapses. But eventually every civilization fails. The question is not if, but when. And if individual civilizations follow cycles, why not humanity as a whole? Why not the entire species, rising and falling in great waves, each wave reaching a little higher or a little lower than the last, but always following the same basic pattern? The ancient Greeks believed in the concept of the great year, a cycle lasting thousands of years, at the end of which the planets would return to their original positions and history would begin again. The Hindus believe in the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and decline, which will eventually give way to a new golden age. The Maya had their long count calendar, which tracked cycles of creation and destruction spanning thousands of years. These aren't just philosophical ideas, they're reflections of a deep human intuition that time is not linear, but circular, that what has happened before will happen again, that the end is also the beginning. And maybe they're right. Maybe we're living in one of many cycles, one of many attempts by humanity to build something lasting, and maybe, like the civilizations that came before us, we're approaching the end of our cycle. The signs are there, if you know where to look. Climate change, resource depletion, political instability, the rise of technologies we don't fully understand and can't fully control. We're pushing the limits of what the planet can sustain, and we're doing it faster than any civilization in history. The question is, will we be different? Will we break the cycle, or will we follow the same path as those who came before us? Will we learn from the past, or will we repeat it? And if we do collapse, what will the next cycle look like? Will the survivors remember us? Will they tell stories about the people who built cities of glass and steel, who flew through the air and spoke across oceans, who reached for the stars and then fell back to Earth? Or will we fade into myth, like Atlantis, like the gods of old, until we're nothing but a whisper in the dark? If civilizations have been reset, before then someone must have remembered. Someone must have carried the knowledge forward, even if only in fragments. In almost every culture, there are stories of wise teachers who appeared after the catastrophe, bringing knowledge and guidance to the survivors. In Egypt, it was Thoth, the god of wisdom, who taught writing and mathematics. In Mesopotamia, it was the Apkallu, the 7 sages who came from the sea and taught humanity the arts of civilization. In Mesoamerica, it was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who brought agriculture and astronomy. In the Andes, it was Viracocha, the creator god, who walked among the people and showed them how to build and farm. These figures are always described as coming from somewhere else, from the sea, from the sky, from a distant land. They're always associated with knowledge that seems too advanced for the time, and they're always credited with jump-starting civilization, with taking people from a state of barbarism or ignorance and lifting them up. What if these stories are based on real people? Not gods, but survivors of the previous cycle, carrying the remnants of their knowledge forward. They would have seemed like gods to the people they encountered. People who had lost everything, who were struggling to survive in a world that had been turned upside down. And over time, the memory of those teachers would be mythologized, turned into divine figures, until the truth was buried beneath layers of legend. But the knowledge would remain, encoded in myths, in symbols, in the structures they built. The pyramids, the megaliths, the temples, all of them might be more than just monuments. They might be messages left by the memory keepers, trying to preserve something important for the next cycle. Take the Great Pyramid of Giza. It's one of the most studied structures in the world, and yet it's still full of mysteries. The precision of its construction is astonishing. The base is level to within a fraction of an inch. The sides are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions. The dimensions encode mathematical constants like pi and the golden ratio. Some researchers believe the pyramid was designed as a kind of time capsule, a repository of knowledge encoded in its measurements and proportions. The same has been said of other ancient structures. Stonehenge, for example, is aligned with the solstices and may have been used as an astronomical observatory. The temples of Angkor Wat in Cambodia are laid out to mirror the constellation Draco as it appeared in the sky thousands of years ago. The Nazca lines in Peru, massive geoglyphs that can only be fully appreciated from the air, may have been a kind of map or calendar, encoding information about the stars and the seasons. And then there are the myths themselves. Joseph Campbell, the great scholar of mythology, argued that myths are not just stories, they're carriers of deep truths, encoded in symbolic language. They preserve knowledge about the human condition, about the cycles of life and death, about the relationship between humanity and the cosmos. And if Campbell was right, then the myths about resets, the floods, the fires, the wars, might be preserving knowledge about real events, real catastrophes that shaped our species. The problem is that we've forgotten how to read the myths. We treat them as entertainment, as primitive superstition, as relics of a less enlightened age. But what if they're more than that? What if they're the last surviving fragments of a much older knowledge, a knowledge that was once common but has been lost and rediscovered and lost again, over and over with each cycle? The memory keepers tried to preserve it. They built structures that would last. They encoded knowledge in stories and symbols. They passed it down through secret societies, mystery schools, priesthoods. But with each reset, a little more was lost. The signal degraded. The message became garbled, until all that remained were fragments, myths that no one believed, ruins that no one understood, symbols that no one could read. And now, here we are, at the end of another cycle, trying to piece it all together, trying to remember what we've forgotten, trying to understand the warnings that were left for us before it's too late. So how many times has civilization been reset? We don't know. We can't know. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous, too buried beneath the weight of time. But the question itself is important, because it forces us to confront the possibility that we're not as unique as we think, that we're not the pinnacle of human achievement, but just the latest iteration in a long series of attempts, that the story of humanity is not a straight line from caves to cities, but a spiral, circling back on itself, rising and falling over and over. And if that's true, then everything changes. Our sense of progress, our confidence in the future, our belief that we're building something permanent, all of it becomes uncertain. Because if civilizations have been reset before, they can be reset again. And there's no guarantee that we'll survive the next one. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the resets are not punishments or accidents, but part of the natural order. A way for the earth to cleanse itself, to start fresh, to give life another chance. And maybe humanity's role is not to escape the cycle, but to learn from it, to carry the knowledge forward, to become the memory keepers for the next cycle, to leave behind something that will help the survivors rebuild. Or maybe the cycle can be broken. Maybe we can learn from the mistakes of the past, avoid the catastrophes that destroyed the civilizations before us, and build something that lasts. Maybe we can be the ones who finally get it right. But to do that, we have to remember. We have to look at the myths, the ruins, the anomalies, and ask ourselves, what are they trying to tell us? What did the people before us know that we've forgotten? And what can we learn from their mistakes? Because the clock is ticking. The signs are all around us. The climate is changing. The resources are running out. The tensions are rising. And if we're not careful, we'll find ourselves at the end of another cycle, watching the world we built crumble around us, wondering how it all went wrong. And the survivors, if there are any, will tell stories about us. Stories about the people who flew to the moon and split the atom, who built towers that touched the sky, and machines that could think. Stories about the people who had everything and lost it all. And those stories will become myths, and those myths will be forgotten, and the cycle will begin again, unless we break it, unless we remember, unless we learn. There's a story written in our DNA, a story that contradicts everything we think we know about the smooth, steady progress of human civilization. It's a story of catastrophe, of populations crashing to the edge of extinction, of humanity reduced to a handful of survivors clinging to life in a world that had turned hostile. And it's happened not once, but multiple times. When scientists first began studying human genetics in detail, they discovered something strange, something that didn't fit the narrative of a species that had been steadily growing and expanding for hundreds of thousands of years. They found evidence of what's called a population bottleneck, a moment when the total human population dropped to a tiny fraction of what it had been before. The most famous of these is the Toba bottleneck, which we mentioned earlier. Around 75,000 years ago, something reduced the human population to somewhere between 3,000 and 10,000 individuals. That's it. The entire human species, which had been spread across Africa and possibly into Asia, was reduced to a number small enough to fit into a modern sports stadium. For perspective, that's a smaller population than most small towns. It's fewer people than attend an average high school. And for a period that may have lasted thousands of years, those few thousand people were all that stood between humanity and total extinction. What caused it? The conventional explanation is the Toba supervolcanic eruption in Indonesia, which would have thrown enough ash and sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere to trigger a volcanic winter lasting years, possibly decades. Temperatures would have plummeted. Plant life would have died. Animals would have starved. And humans, already scattered in small groups across a vast landscape, would have been decimated. But here's what's interesting. The genetic evidence suggests this wasn't the only bottleneck. There are signs of other population crashes, other moments when humanity was pushed to the brink. Some geneticists have found evidence of a bottleneck around 900,000 years ago, long before modern humans even existed, that reduced the population of our ancestors to just over 1,000 breeding individuals. The species survived, obviously, but barely, and there are hints of more recent events as well. Localized bottlenecks in specific populations, genetic markers that suggest sudden, dramatic reductions in diversity, the kind of patterns you'd expect to see if entire civilizations were wiped out, leaving only scattered survivors to carry on. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. When a population goes through a severe bottleneck, it doesn't just lose people, it loses genetic diversity. Rare genes, unique traits, variations that might have been useful. All of them can disappear if the individuals carrying them don't survive. The population that emerges from the bottleneck is more homogeneous, more similar to each other, because they're all descended from a very small number of survivors. And when you look at human genetic diversity today, what do you find? We're remarkably uniform. Far more uniform than we should be for a species that's supposedly been around for 200,000 years. Chimpanzees, which live in a much smaller geographic range than humans, have significantly more genetic diversity than we do. So do gorillas. So do many other species that are far less widespread. Why? The most likely explanation is that we've gone through multiple severe bottlenecks, events that killed off most of humanity, leaving only small pockets of survivors to rebuild. And each time it happened, we lost a little more diversity, a little more of what made us varied and adaptable. But we also gained something. We gained resilience. Because the people who survived those bottlenecks weren't random. They were the ones who were smart enough, adaptable enough, lucky enough to make it through. They were the ones who could survive when the world fell apart, and they passed that survival instinct down to us. If you want to understand what a reset looks like, don't just look at humans, look at everything else that disappeared at the same time. At the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,000 to 10,000 years ago, something extraordinary happened. Across the entire planet, dozens of large animal species, megafauna, went extinct in what appears to have been a geological instant. Mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, dire wolves, short-faced bears, woolly rhinoceroses, giant beavers the size of modern bears, armadillos the size of cars, all gone. These were animals that had survived for millions of years. They had weathered previous ice ages, previous climate shifts, previous environmental changes. They were successful, well-adapted, dominant species, and then suddenly they weren't. The conventional explanation is the overkill hypothesis, that humans, spreading across the continents and becoming more efficient hunters, simply killed them all. We hunted the mammoths to extinction. We wiped out the giant sloths. We were so effective, so destructive, that we eliminated dozens of species in just a few thousand years. And there's some evidence for this. Human kill sites have been found with mammoth bones. We know humans hunted these animals. We know that wherever humans arrived, Australia, the Americas, Madagascar, waves of extinctions followed. But the timeline is problematic. The extinctions didn't happen gradually, as you'd expect if humans were slowly hunting species to extinction over thousands of years. They happened rapidly, almost simultaneously across different continents. Species that had never encountered humans went extinct at the same time as species that had been living alongside humans for tens of thousands of years. In North America, the extinctions were particularly severe. Roughly 80% of large mammal species disappeared. In South America, the number was similar. In Australia, which humans had reached much earlier, the extinctions happened thousands of years before, around 45,000 years ago. But again, they were rapid and devastating. Something doesn't add up. If humans were the sole cause, why didn't the extinctions happen gradually as human populations grew? Why did they cluster around specific time periods? And why did they affect animals that humans didn't even hunt, like giant tortoises and large flightless birds on remote islands? The alternative explanation is that something else happened. Something catastrophic that affected the entire planet. And humans didn't cause the extinctions. We survived them, barely, along with the few other large animals that made it through. Remember the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis? The idea that a comet or asteroid struck the Earth around 12,800 years ago, triggering the sudden cooling period that lasted more than 1,000 years. If that happened, it would explain a lot. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, throwing soot and debris into the atmosphere. The sky would have darkened, temperatures would have plummeted, plant life would have died, and herbivores, which depended on that plant life, would have starved. The carnivores that depended on the herbivores would have followed, and the few animals that survived would have been those that were adaptable enough, small enough, or lucky enough to find shelter and food in the chaos. Humans survived. But we weren't unscathed. If the genetic bottleneck evidence is correct, our population crashed. We were reduced to scattered bands, struggling to survive in a world that had become hostile and strange. And when we finally recovered, when we finally started building civilizations again, the megafauna were gone. The world we emerged into was emptier, quieter, smaller than the one that had existed before, and we forgot. We forgot what it had been like to live alongside mammoths and saber-toothed cats. We forgot that there had been creatures so large they could shake the earth when they walked. The memory faded into myth, stories of giants, of monsters, of legendary beasts that our ancestors defeated in the distant past. but the bones remain, scattered across the world, buried in tar pits and frozen in permafrost. The bones of the megafauna remind us that the world was once different, that something happened, that there was a time when everything changed, and most of what existed before was lost. Language is one of the most remarkable things about being human. It's what allows us to share ideas, build cultures, pass knowledge across generations. And when you look at the diversity of human languages, you see thousands of different tongues, each with its own grammar, vocabulary and structure. But here's something strange. Almost all of them can be traced back to a handful of language families, and those families appear to have emerged relatively recently, within the last 10,000 to 15,000 years. Before that, silence, or at least a silence in the linguistic record. We have no idea what languages people spoke before the end of the last ice age, because language doesn't fossilize. It doesn't leave physical traces. It exists only in the minds and mouths of the people who speak it, and when those people die, if they haven't passed it on, the language dies with them. But linguists have noticed something curious. When they trace languages back through time, looking for common roots and ancestral tongues, they keep hitting a wall around the same period, roughly 10,000 to 15,000 years ago. Beyond that point, the connections become fuzzy, speculative, impossible to prove. It's as if language itself was reset. Now that doesn't mean humans before the time didn't have language. Anatomically, modern humans have been around for at least 200,000 years, and we almost certainly had language for most of that time. The capacity for language is hardwired into our brains. It's one of the things that makes us human. But something happened around 12,000 years ago that disrupted the linguistic landscape so completely that almost all traces of older languages were wiped out. What could do that? A population bottleneck, a catastrophe severe enough that only small, scattered groups of humans survived, and the languages they spoke became the ancestors of all modern languages. The diversity that had existed before, the thousands of different tongues that had developed over hundreds of thousands of years, was lost. And the new languages that emerged from the survivors were the foundation of everything that came after. There are a few languages that might be exceptions, a few isolated languages that don't seem to fit into any known family, that appear to be the last survivors of much older linguistic lineages. Basque, spoken in the Pyrenees between France and Spain, is one of them. It has no clear relationship to any other language in Europe or anywhere else. It's a linguistic island, a remnant of something that existed before the Indo-European languages swept across the continent. The same is true of some indigenous languages in the Americas, in Australia, in Papua New Guinea. Languages that seem to stand alone, unconnected to anything else. Are these the last echoes of pre-catastrophe languages, the survivors of linguistic lineages that were otherwise completely erased? We don't know. We can't know, but the pattern is suggestive. And then there's the question of why language evolved in the first place. Modern humans existed for well over 100,000 years before we see any clear evidence of complex symbolic thought, art, music, elaborate tools, jewellery. For most of our history, we seem to have been anatomically modern, but behaviourally archaic. And then suddenly, around 50,000 to 70,000 years ago, something changed. We started creating art. We started burying our dead with grave goods. We started making sophisticated tools and ornaments. What happened? Some researchers call it the Great Leap Forward, or the Upper Paleolithic Revolution, the sudden emergence of modern human behaviour after tens of thousands of years of apparent stagnation. But was it really sudden? Or is it just that the evidence from before that time didn't survive? If there were earlier periods of cultural sophistication, earlier attempts at civilization, they would have been lost in the Toba bottleneck or other catastrophes. We'd only see the evidence from after the most recent reset when survivors started rebuilding. And if language was part of that earlier sophistication, if humans 100,000 years ago spoke languages as complex and rich as the ones we speak today, we'd never know. Because language leaves no fossils. It only survives if it's passed down. And if the chain is broken, if the speakers die without passing it on, the language vanishes as if it never existed. How many languages have been lost? How many words? How many concepts? How many ways of seeing the world existed once and are now gone forever? How much of human thought and culture has been erased by the resets, leaving only fragments and shadows behind? Here's something most people don't think about. If humanity has been reset multiple times, if we've been brought to the edge of extinction and forced to rebuild from almost nothing, that experience would leave scars. Not just physical scars, not just genetic scars, but psychological ones. Patterns of behavior, deep-seated fears, instincts that don't make sense in the modern world but would have been essential for survival in the aftermath of a catastrophe. And when you look at human psychology, you find exactly that. Take our fear of the dark. It's nearly universal. Children are afraid of the dark. Adults are uncomfortable in complete darkness. We have an instinctive wariness of spaces where we can't see, where we don't know what might be lurking. From a modern perspective, this doesn't make much sense. We live in cities with streetlights, homes with electricity. Darkness isn't a threat anymore. But imagine surviving a catastrophe. Imagine living in a world where the sky had darkened with ash, where the sun was obscured for months or years, where the normal cycles of day and night were disrupted. Darkness would have been terrifying. It would have been associated with cold, with hunger, with danger. The people who survived would have been the ones who were most cautious, most afraid, most willing to seek shelter and light. And they passed that fear down to us. The same is true of our fear of sudden loud noises, thunder, explosions, crashes. These trigger an immediate startle response, a spike of adrenaline, a fight or flight reaction. Why? Because in the ancestral environment, sudden loud noises meant danger, an animal attacking, a tree falling, a rock slide. Or if you were living through a catastrophe, the sound of the earth splitting open, of impacts, of destruction. Our fear of heights, our discomfort with instability and uncertainty, our tendency to hoard resources when we feel threatened. All of these could be evolutionary adaptations to surviving in a world that had become hostile and unpredictable. But there's something deeper too. Something that shows up in our myths, our dreams, our collective unconscious. Carl Jung, the psychologist, argued that humans share certain archetypal images and stories, patterns that appear in cultures all over the world, independent of contact or influence. The flood, the fire, the end of the world, the hero's journey, the wise old man or woman who teaches the survivors. Where do these archetypes come from? Jung believed they were part of the collective unconscious, a shared psychological substrate that all humans inherit. But what if they're not abstract symbols? What if they're memories? Not individual memories, but cultural memories, passed down through countless generations, of real events that happened in the deep past. What if the reason every culture has a flood myth is because every culture is descended from people who survived the flood? What if the reason we dream about falling, about being chased, about the world ending, is because those experiences are encoded somewhere in our psychological makeup, remnants of traumas that our ancestors endured. There's a concept in psychology called transgenerational trauma, the idea that trauma can be passed down from parents to children, not just through learned behaviour, but through epigenetic changes, alterations in gene expression that can persist for multiple generations. Studies of Holocaust survivors and their descendants have found evidence of this. The children and grandchildren of people who experienced extreme trauma show different stress responses, different patterns of gene expression, even though they never experienced the trauma themselves. If that's true for individual families, could it be true for entire species? Could humanity as a whole be carrying the scars of catastrophes that happened thousands of years ago? Could the anxiety, the fear, the sense of impending doom that so many people feel, even in the absence of immediate threats, be an echo of a time when those fears were justified, when the world really was ending? It's a disturbing thought, but it would explain a lot. It would explain why we're so drawn to apocalyptic stories, why we can't stop imagining the end of the world. It would explain why we build bunkers and stockpile supplies, why we have an instinct to prepare for disaster even when everything seems fine. Because deep down, we remember, not consciously, but in our bones, in our blood, in the ancient parts of our brains that evolved to keep us alive. We remember that the world has ended before. We remember that safety is an illusion. We remember that everything can change in an instant, and we're waiting for it to happen again. Let's talk about why so many ancient cultures were obsessed with the heavens. Everywhere you look, ancient civilizations built structures aligned with astronomical phenomena. The pyramids of Egypt are aligned with Orion's belt. Stonehenge marks the solstices. The temples of Angkor Wat mirror the constellation Draco. The Mayan pyramids align with Venus and other celestial bodies. The Nazca lines in Peru are best viewed from above, as if they were meant to be seen from the sky. Ancient observatories appear in cultures that supposedly had no contact with each other. Yet they all show the same preoccupation with tracking the stars, the planets, the movements of the heavens. Why? What was so important about the sky? The conventional answer is that ancient people used the stars for calendars, for agriculture, for navigation. And that's true, as far as it goes. Knowing when to plant crops, when the seasons would change, when to expect floods or droughts. All of that would have been essential for survival. But it doesn't explain the scale of the effort. It doesn't explain why cultures would invest enormous resources, decades or centuries of labour, into building massive stone structures just to track the movements of celestial bodies. A simple wooden post would work as a sundial. A row of stones would be enough to mark the solstice. You don't need a pyramid. You don't need Stonehenge. Unless the sky wasn't just a calendar. Unless it was something more. Something dangerous. What if ancient cultures were so obsessed with tracking the heavens because they knew that's where the danger came from? What if they were watching for asteroids, for comets, for signs that another catastrophe was coming? Think about it. If your civilization had been destroyed by an impact from space, if you had survived and rebuilt, what would you do? You'd watch the sky. Obsessively. You'd track every celestial object, every anomaly, every change in the patterns you knew. You'd build structures to help you observe, to help you remember, to help you predict, and you'd teach your children to do the same, because forgetting, even for a generation, could mean extinction. The ancient astronomers weren't just priests conducting rituals. They were sentries, watchers, early warning systems for a threat that could appear at any time, without warning, and destroy everything. And there's evidence that they knew more than we give them credit for. The Sumerians had detailed astronomical records that go back thousands of years. They tracked the precession of the equinoxes, a cycle that takes 26,000 years to complete. How? Why? What could they possibly use that information for, unless they were thinking in terms of deep time, unless they were trying to preserve knowledge across multiple cycles, multiple resets, unless they knew that civilizations rise and fall, and they wanted to leave markers, guideposts for whoever came after. The Great Pyramid encodes mathematical constants. P, the golden ratio, the speed of light in some interpretations. The dimensions of the Earth and the Moon can be derived from its measurements. Some researchers believe it's a time capsule, a repository of knowledge encoded in stone, designed to survive any catastrophe and speak to whoever finds it thousands of years later. Is that crazy? Maybe. But consider this. If you wanted to preserve knowledge for the long term, for thousands or tens of thousands of years, how would you do it? Books decay. Digital storage requires technology to read. Language changes and becomes incomprehensible, but mathematics is universal. Geometry is universal, and stone lasts. What if the pyramids, the megaliths, the ancient observatories aren't just monuments? What if they're messages? Messages to the future, from people who knew the past. People who had survived resets and were trying to warn us, trying to give us the tools we'd need to survive the next one. The sky was important to them because the sky was the threat. And they were trying to tell us, watch the heavens, remember, be ready, because it will happen again. One of the most unsettling things about knowledge loss is how easily it happens, how quickly a civilization can forget what it once knew. You don't need a catastrophe. You just need a few generations of people who don't think the old knowledge is important anymore. The Library of Alexandria is the classic example. One of the largest and most significant libraries of the ancient world, containing hundreds of thousands of scrolls, decades or centuries of accumulated knowledge, and then it burned. Or was it gradually neglected and stripped over time? Historians disagree, but the result was the same. An immense amount of knowledge was lost. Books that existed in only a single copy were gone forever. We know the names of lost works, entire plays by Sophocles, multiple books of Livy's history of Rome, scientific treatises by Archimedes and others, but we'll never read them. They're gone. How much did we lose? We can't even estimate because we don't know what we don't know. There could have been works of genius, revolutionary discoveries, insights that would have advanced human knowledge by centuries. Or there could have been mundane administrative records. We'll never know, and Alexandria wasn't unique. The destruction of the House of Wisdom in Baghdad during the Mongol invasion in 1258 destroyed centuries of Islamic scholarship. The burning of the Mayan codices by Spanish priests eliminated almost all written records of Mayan history and knowledge. The loss of the library of the Temple of Jerusalem, the destruction of countless monasteries and their libraries during various wars and persecutions. Each time, irreplaceable knowledge vanished. But here's the thing, you don't need fire or invaders. Knowledge can be lost through simple neglect. When the Roman Empire fell, Europe entered the Dark Ages. It's not that people became stupid. They were just as intelligent as their ancestors, but the institutions that preserved and transmitted knowledge collapsed. Books were no longer copied. Schools closed. Trade networks that brought materials and ideas from distant places broke down. And within a few generations, Europeans had forgotten how to build aqueducts, how to make concrete, how to perform surgeries that Roman doctors had considered routine. The knowledge didn't disappear all at once. It faded. Each generation knew a little less than the one before. Techniques became rituals, performed without understanding why. Tools were used without knowing how they'd been made, and eventually people forgot that they'd forgotten. They thought the Roman ruins were built by giants or gods, because the idea that ordinary humans had built them seemed impossible. It took 1,000 years for Europe to recover the knowledge it had lost, and it only recovered it because some of that knowledge had been preserved elsewhere, in the Islamic world, in the Byzantine Empire, in scattered monasteries where monks painstakingly copied ancient texts, often without understanding what they were copying, how much didn't survive, how much was lost permanently. We know that Roman engineers built mechanical devices, automated systems, sophisticated machinery. We have descriptions of them in ancient texts, but we don't have the devices themselves, and the descriptions aren't detailed enough to reconstruct them. The knowledge of how to build them died with the craftsmen who made them, and this keeps happening. Every civilization that falls loses knowledge. Every time a cultural chain is broken, information disappears. We've lost the ability to navigate by the stars the way Polynesian sailors could, crossing thousands of miles of open ocean with no instruments. We've lost traditional medicinal knowledge from countless indigenous cultures, plants and treatments that could have had real value but were dismissed as superstition. We've lost crafts, techniques, entire ways of understanding the world. And now, in the digital age, we're more vulnerable than ever. We store everything on systems that require constant maintenance, constant power, constant technological support. If those systems fail, we don't just lose access to the information, we lose the information itself. A book in a library can sit on a shelf for centuries and still be readable. A hard drive without power is just a useless lump of metal and plastic. We like to think we're too advanced to lose knowledge, that we have too many backups, too many copies. But the same has been true of other civilizations. The Romans thought their empire would last forever. The Mayans built cities they thought would stand for all time. The Library of Alexandria was supposed to preserve knowledge for eternity. They were all wrong, and we might be wrong too. Let's zoom out for a moment and look at the bigger picture. Because when you look at human history from a biological perspective, we're an anomaly. We shouldn't have made it this far. Most species last on average a few million years before going extinct, and most species maintain relatively stable population sizes within their ecological niches. They evolve slowly, adapt gradually, and when they can't adapt anymore, they disappear. Humans don't follow that pattern. We went from a population measured in the thousands to a population measured in the billions in just 10,000 years. We spread from Africa to every continent except Antarctica. We adapted to every climate, every environment, from Arctic tundra to tropical rainforests to high-altitude mountains to deserts. And we did it not through biological evolution. We're essentially identical to humans from 50,000 years ago, but through cultural evolution, through knowledge, tools, technology, social organization. That's unprecedented. No other species has done anything remotely similar, and from a biological standpoint, it's fragile. We're not physically adapted to most of the environments we live in. We survive through technology, through culture, through collective knowledge. Take that away, and we're vulnerable. Naked apes with no claws, no fangs, no fur, no natural defenses except our brains. And our brains aren't even that impressive individually. A human child raised in isolation, without culture, without language, without being taught anything, would be barely functional. They wouldn't invent language on their own. They wouldn't figure out how to make fire or tools. They'd be far less capable than an adult chimpanzee. What makes humans special isn't our individual intelligence, it's our collective intelligence, our ability to share information, to build on what previous generations learned, to accumulate knowledge over time. We're not smart individually, we're smart as a species, but that means we're dependent on the chain of transmission. If the chain breaks, if knowledge isn't passed down, we regress. Fast. Within a single generation, without elders to teach them, people forget sophisticated skills. Within a few generations, they forget that those skills ever existed. So how did we survive the bottlenecks? How did we make it through catastrophes that reduced our population to a few thousand individuals scattered across a devastated landscape? Luck is part of it. But there's also something else. Humans are incredibly adaptable, not because of our biology, but because of our culture. When the environment changes, we don't wait for evolution to adapt us. We change our behavior. We create new tools, new strategies, new social structures, and we do it fast. The survivors of the bottlenecks were the ones who were best at that, the ones who could improvise, who could learn, who could hold on to crucial knowledge and pass it down even in the worst circumstances. They were the memory keepers, the innovators, the teachers, and they were the foundation of every civilization that came after. But here's the unsettling part. We're not immune to bottlenecks now. We might think we're too advanced, too numerous, too distributed. But we're also more specialized, more dependent on systems and infrastructure, more vulnerable to disruptions. If something happened, a supervolcano, a massive solar storm, a pandemic worse than COVID, a nuclear war, runaway climate change, how many of us would survive? And more importantly, how much of our knowledge would survive? Would the survivors know how to grow food without industrial agriculture? How to purify water without modern treatment plants? How to generate power, manufacture medicine, communicate across distances? Or would they have to start over, learning everything again from scratch, rediscovering fire and the wheel and agriculture, while the ruins of our civilization crumbled around them, monuments to a knowledge they could no longer access? We're the species that shouldn't have survived. We've been knocked down repeatedly, reduced to almost nothing, forced to rebuild from the edge of extinction. And we did it. We survived. We persisted. But there's no guarantee we'll keep doing it. The next reset could be the last. Or it could be just another in a long series, another turn of the wheel, another forgetting and remembering. The question is, when it comes, will we be ready? Or will we, like those before us, be caught off guard, convinced until the last moment that it couldn't happen to us? There's something strange about certain pieces of ancient knowledge, not just that they exist, but how they exist, fully formed, sophisticated, with no apparent learning curve, no trial and error, no primitive precursors. Take mathematics. The ancient Sumerians, one of the earliest civilizations we know of, didn't use a base 10 number system like we do. They used base 60, a sexagesimal system that's actually far more elegant for certain calculations. It's why we have 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 360 degrees in a circle. The number 60 is divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15, 20, 30, and 60. 12 factors, making it incredibly useful for dividing things up. But here's the question. Why would a civilization that was supposedly just figuring out agriculture and writing choose such a sophisticated mathematical system? Base 10 makes intuitive sense. We have 10 fingers. But base 60 requires a level of mathematical thinking that seems advanced for people who were, according to the standard timeline, just beginning to organize themselves into cities, unless they didn't invent it, unless they inherited it. The same pattern appears with astronomy. The ancient Mayans calculated the length of the solar year as 365 on 420 days. The modern calculation is 365 422 days. They were off by less than 2/10,000ths of a day, without telescopes, without computers, without any of the instruments we consider essential for that level of precision. They also tracked the cycles of Venus with incredible accuracy, created complex eclipse prediction tables, and understood the precession of the equinoxes, a phenomenon that takes 26,000 years to complete a full cycle. How do you discover something that takes 26,000 years to observe? You don't. Not unless you've been watching for 26,000 years, or someone before you was watching and passed the knowledge down. The ancient Egyptians aligned the Great Pyramid to true north with an accuracy of 3/60th of a single degree. They calculated pi to several decimal places. Their medical texts describe surgical procedures, antibiotics made from mouldy bread, and an understanding of the circulatory system that wouldn't be discovered again until the Renaissance. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, dated to around 1600 BCE, but believed to be a copy of much older texts, describes 48 surgical cases with a level of anatomical knowledge that seems impossibly advanced. In ancient India, the mathematician Aryabhata calculated pi to 4 decimal places in the 5th century CE, and stated that the Earth rotates on its axis, more than 1,000 years before Copernicus. The ancient Indian texts on astronomy, the Vedanga Jyotisha, contain calculations of planetary periods that are accurate to modern standards, and the concept of zero, perhaps mathematics' most important invention, appeared in India in the 5th century CE, though some scholars believe the concept is much older. The ancient Chinese calculated the movements of the planets, predicted eclipses, and created star catalogues thousands of years ago. They invented the seismograph in 132 CE, a device that could detect earthquakes hundreds of miles away and indicate the direction they came from. They had blast furnaces capable of producing steel more than 1,000 years before Europe. They understood the magnetic compass, gunpowder and paper making at a time when much of the world was still using stone tools. And everywhere you look you find this pattern, sophisticated knowledge appearing suddenly, often with no clear developmental path. It's as if someone turned on a light switch, and humanity went from darkness to illumination in an instant. The conventional explanation is that we're simply missing the intermediate steps. The papyri rotted, the records were lost, the gradual development happened but left no trace. And that's possible. But it's also possible that the knowledge didn't develop gradually, that it was inherited, passed down from an earlier time, preserved by the memory keepers we talked about, and slowly rediscovered and reapplied as new civilizations emerged from the ruins of the old. There are hints of this in the ancient texts themselves. The Egyptians spoke of the Zep Tepi, the first time, a golden age when the gods walked among men and taught them the arts of civilization. The Sumerians wrote about the Apkallu, the 7 sages who came before the flood and brought wisdom to humanity. Plato wrote about the Egyptian priest who told Solon that Greece was young, that Greek records only went back to the most recent catastrophe, while Egypt remembered much older times. The Hindu Vedas speak of earlier yugas, earlier ages, when humanity possessed knowledge that was later lost. The Buddhist texts describe previous world systems, previous cycles of creation and destruction. The Zoroastrian texts speak of a time before time when knowledge was whole and complete, before it was shattered and scattered. What if they're all describing the same thing? A time before the reset, when knowledge was more complete, more integrated. before it was broken into fragments and had to be painstakingly reassembled by each new civilization that emerged from the ashes? And what if some of that knowledge is still out there, hidden in plain sight, encoded in myths and monuments, waiting for us to remember how to read it? In 1929, a Turkish officer named Muhyiddin Piri Reis discovered a fragment of an old map in the library of the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul. The map, dated to 1513, showed the Atlantic Ocean, the coasts of South America and Africa, and curiously, what appeared to be the northern coast of Antarctica. This wouldn't be particularly remarkable except for one problem. Antarctica wasn't officially discovered until 1820, more than 300 years after the map was drawn. And the map doesn't just show Antarctica as a vague landmass. It shows details of the coastline, bays, and geographic features. Features that, in 1513, would have been buried under miles of ice. When modern scholars examined the Piri Reis map more closely, things got even stranger. In the 1960s, Charles Hapgood, a professor of the history of science, noticed that the Antarctic coastline on the map didn't match the current coastline. It matched the coastline as it would have appeared thousands of years ago before it was covered by ice. He sent the map to the US Air Force, which confirmed that the map showed features that had been discovered by modern seismic surveys, features that lay beneath the ice sheet. How is that possible? Piri Reis himself claimed that he had compiled the map from older source maps, some dating back to the time of Alexander the Great or earlier. He said he used about 20 older maps as references, maps that had been preserved in various libraries around the Mediterranean. But where did those maps come from? Who made them? And how did they map Antarctica before it was covered in ice? The ice sheet over Antarctica is believed to be at least 6,000 years old, and possibly much older. That means someone would have had to map the continent before 4000 BCE, well before any civilization we know of had the technology to cross the ocean, navigate to the southern pole, and conduct a detailed survey of the coastline. Unless, of course, there was a civilization we don't know about. The Piri Reis map isn't alone. There are other ancient maps that show geographic knowledge that shouldn't have existed at the time they were drawn. The Orontius Phineus map of 1531 also shows Antarctica, this time with rivers and mountains free of ice. The Philippe Boissche map of 1737 shows Antarctica divided into two landmasses by a waterway, a feature that was only confirmed in the 1960s when seismic surveys revealed a channel beneath the ice that does in fact divide the continent. The Mercator map of 1569 shows the Arctic with surprising accuracy, including details of the coastlines and islands that wouldn't be properly surveyed for hundreds of years. The Zeno map of 1380 shows Greenland and the North Atlantic with features that suggest the map makers had access to information from a time when the climate was warmer and the ice coverage was different. And then there are the Chinese maps. In 2006, a controversial map surfaced in China, purportedly dated to 1418, that showed the entire world, including the Americas, Australia and Antarctica, in remarkable detail. The map's authenticity has been hotly debated, and many scholars believe it's a modern forgery. But if it's genuine, it would mean that Chinese explorers circumnavigated the globe decades before Columbus, and had knowledge of lands that Europeans wouldn't discover for another century. The problem with all of these maps is the same. They show knowledge that shouldn't exist, and the usual explanations that they were based on older source maps only pushes the question back further. Who made those older maps? And how far back do they go? Hapgood proposed a radical theory that an advanced civilization existed during the last ice age, a maritime civilization that mapped the entire world when sea levels were lower and the climate was different. When that civilization was destroyed, by the floods at the end of the Ice Age, by asteroid impacts, by some other catastrophe, their maps survived, passed from culture to culture, copied and recopied, slowly degrading but retaining enough detail that later civilizations could use them as references. It's a compelling theory, but it's also speculative. There's no direct evidence of such a civilization, no cities, no artifacts, no clear proof. But the maps exist, the knowledge exists, and no one has yet provided a satisfactory explanation for how it came to be, unless, once again, we're looking at the remnants of something older, something that was lost but not entirely forgotten, something that the memory keepers preserved, even when they no longer understood what they were preserving or why. Let's go back to the stones, because the more you look at them, the stranger they become. It's not just that ancient cultures moved massive blocks of stone, though that alone is impressive. It's the precision with which they worked, the tolerances they achieved, the techniques they used that we still can't fully explain. Take the granite boxes inside the Great Pyramid. Deep in the bedrock beneath the pyramid, in a chamber called the grotto, and in the king's chamber above, there are enormous boxes carved from solid granite. They're perfectly rectangular, with walls that are flat to within thousandths of an inch. The corners are exact right angles. The inside surfaces are smooth and polished. To create something like that today, you'd need industrial machinery, diamond-tipped saws, precision grinding equipment, laser measuring tools. The tolerances are tighter than you can achieve with hand tools, no matter how skilled you are. And yet, according to conventional archaeology, these boxes were carved by people using copper chisels and stone hammers. It doesn't add up. Christopher Dunn, an engineer who has studied the Great Pyramid extensively, argues that the precision of the stonework suggests the use of advanced tools, possibly even machine tools. He points to evidence of what appear to be saw marks in the granite, cuts that are too straight, too uniform, too deep to have been made by hand. He notes that some of the drill holes in the granite show a spiral pattern, as if a drill bit was used with tremendous pressure and speed. But the ancient Egyptians didn't have drill bits. They didn't have saws with teeth hard enough to cut granite. They didn't have lathes or grinding wheels powered by anything more than human muscle, or so we're told. The same mystery appears at other sites. At Pumapunku in Bolivia, there are blocks of andesite, a very hard volcanic rock, that have been carved with precision that rivals modern machine work. The blocks have flat surfaces, perfect right angles, and complex interlocking shapes that fit together like a three-dimensional puzzle. Some of the blocks have drill holes that are perfectly round and perfectly straight, showing no evidence of wobbling or drift. Again, this is supposedly the work of a pre-industrial culture, people with no written language, no wheel, no draft animals, and yet the precision is there, undeniable, measurable. At Ollantaytambo, another site in Peru, there are massive blocks of red granite that were quarried from a mountain 6 miles away, across a river, and somehow transported uphill to the construction site. The blocks weigh up to 50 tons each. They're fitted together with joints so tight you can't fit a knife blade between them, and they show evidence of some kind of vitrification or melting on their surfaces, as if they were subjected to intense heat. How? The conventional answer is always the same: time, patience, and manpower. Given enough people and enough years, you can move any stone, shape any block, build any monument. And that's true, to a point. But it doesn't explain the precision. It doesn't explain how cultures with supposedly primitive tools achieved tolerances that we struggle to match with modern equipment. It doesn't explain the evidence of advanced techniques, drilling, sawing, polishing, that shouldn't have been possible. Unless, once again, they had knowledge we don't credit them with. Techniques we've lost, tools we haven't found, because they are made of materials that don't survive. Wood, perhaps, or bronze, or something else entirely. Or unless they inherited the techniques from an earlier time, from a civilization that did have advanced tools, advanced knowledge, and passed that knowledge down through the generations until it became fragmented, ritualized, half-remembered, so that the later builders were following instructions they didn't fully understand, replicating techniques they couldn't quite explain, working from plans that were far older than their own culture. It sounds far-fetched, but the alternative, that people with these stone hammers carved granite within thousandths of an inch, sounds even more impossible. If civilizations have been reset, then somewhere, someone must remember. Not in the mainstream, not in the official histories, but in the margins, in the oral traditions, in the secret knowledge passed down through generations of initiates and elders who are told never to forget, never to let the old ways die completely. Indigenous cultures around the world carry stories that go back much further than written history. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia have oral traditions that describe events from more than 10,000 years ago. The flooding of coastal areas, the existence of land bridges that are now underwater, the megafauna that once roamed the continent. These aren't vague myths. They're specific, detailed accounts that match what geologists and archaeologists have discovered through scientific investigation. The Gunditjmara people of southeastern Australia tell of a time when the land was different, when volcanoes erupted and reshaped the landscape. Geologists have confirmed that volcanic activity in the region occurred around 30,000 years ago. The stories have been passed down, generation after generation, for 300 centuries. Think about that. 300 centuries of unbroken oral tradition. While empires rose and fell, while glaciers advanced and retreated, while the world changed again and again, these people remembered. They kept the stories alive. The same is true in other parts of the world. The Hopi speak of multiple worlds, each destroyed in turn, and they describe the migrations of their people over thousands of years across landscapes that have long since changed. The Coast Salish people of the Pacific Northwest tell of a great flood that drowned their ancestral lands that are now beneath the waters of Puget Sound, submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the Ice Age. In India, there are oral traditions about Kumari Kandam, a lost continent that sank beneath the Indian Ocean. The Tamil people describe it as a great landmass that connected India, Sri Lanka, and parts of what is now Southeast Asia. Modern geology has confirmed that sea levels in the region were indeed much lower during the Ice Age, and that there was once more exposed land. Did the Tamils preserve a memory of that time, passed down through countless generations? In the Middle East, the marsh Arabs of southern Iraq claim descent from the ancient Sumerians, and they preserve traditions about the time before the flood, when the world was different. In Africa, the Dogon people of Mali have astronomical knowledge that has baffled researchers. They describe the star Sirius as having a companion star, Sirius B, which is invisible to the naked eye and wasn't confirmed by Western astronomy until the 20th century. They also describe its orbital period with surprising accuracy. Where did they get this knowledge? The conventional explanation is usually that they learned it from Western astronomers in the 19th or 20th century, and the older stories were retrofitted. But the Dogon insist that the knowledge is ancient, part of their core mythology, taught to them by beings they call the Nommo, who came from the sky in ancient times. Whether you believe that or not, the pattern is clear. Indigenous cultures preserve knowledge. They remember. Even when the rest of the world forgets, even when the written records are lost or destroyed, the oral traditions survive. They're encoded in stories, in songs, in rituals that are passed down with incredible fidelity from one generation to the next. And often, those stories describe a time before, a time when things were different, a time when the world ended and began again. The question is, how much of that knowledge is accurate? How much is metaphor and how much is history? And what have we lost by dismissing these stories as primitive superstition instead of treating them as the archives they might actually be? Graham Hancock, the journalist and author who has spent decades investigating ancient civilizations, argues that indigenous traditions are a form of science, not science in the modern sense, but a systematic way of preserving and transmitting knowledge across deep time. He suggests that the myths and symbols we find around the world are not random, but deliberate attempts to encode information in ways that can survive catastrophe. Because that's the thing about oral tradition. It's resilient. You can burn a library, destroy a hard drive, erase every written record. But you can't erase a story that lives in the minds of a people, a story that's told every night around the fire, a story that's woven into the fabric of the culture itself. The memory keepers didn't just build monuments, they built cultures, cultures designed to remember. There's a tendency, when we look at ancient cultures, to assume they were primitive, that they lack the sophistication, the intelligence, the creativity that we possess. We see stone tools and think cavemen. We see pyramids and think slave labour. We see myths and think superstition. But what if we're wrong? What if ancient people were just as intelligent as we are, just as capable of innovation and problem solving, but working with different materials, different priorities, different worldviews? Consider the Antikythera mechanism again. It's not just that the Greeks built a complex mechanical computer in 100 BCE, it's that the device shows evidence of sophisticated engineering principles, differential gears, epicyclic gearing, a level of miniaturization and precision that wasn't seen again until the Renaissance. And it's not some crude prototype, it's a finished, refined product, suggesting that similar devices had been built before, that there was a tradition of mechanical engineering that we've lost almost all trace of. What else did they build that didn't survive? Devices made of wood and bronze, materials that corrode and rot. How much technology have we lost simply because it was made from things that don't last? Or take Roman concrete. The Romans built structures, aqueducts, harbours, buildings that have stood for 2,000 years, many of them still intact and functional. The Pantheon in Rome, built in 126 CE, has the largest unreinforced concrete dome in the world, and it's still standing, still in use. Meanwhile, modern concrete structures often start crumbling after a few decades. The secret is in the mixture. The Romans used volcanic ash and seawater in their concrete, creating a chemical reaction that actually makes the concrete stronger over time, especially when exposed to seawater. We only figured out how they did it in the last few years. For centuries we thought we were more advanced than the Romans, and yet we couldn't replicate what they had achieved 2 millennia ago. What else did they know that we've forgotten? The Damascus steel of medieval Syria was legendary for its strength and sharpness, capable of cutting through European swords and armour with ease. The technique for making it was lost centuries ago, and despite modern metallurgical analysis, we still can't quite replicate it. The carbon nanotubes and specific crystalline structures in the steel, suggest a level of understanding, or at least practical knowledge, that rivals modern materials science. Greek fire, the incendiary weapon used by the Byzantine Empire, was so effective that enemy ships would burn even on water. The formula was a closely guarded secret, and when the empire fell, the secret was lost. We still don't know exactly what it was made of. The astronomical computers of ancient China, the water clocks of ancient Egypt, the batteries of ancient Mesopotamia, all of them suggest that technology is not a straight line, that knowledge can be lost as well as gained, and that our ancestors were far more capable than we give them credit for. And then there are the technologies we can't explain at all, the acoustic properties of certain ancient sites, for example. At Newgrange in Ireland, a 5,000-year-old passage tomb, the interior chamber has acoustic properties that amplify certain frequencies, specifically the frequencies of the human voice in ritual chanting. The chamber acts as a resonator, creating effects that would have seemed magical or divine to the people using it. The same phenomenon appears at other sites. The Temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza produces an echo that sounds like the chirp of the Quetzal bird, considered sacred by the Maya. The Whispering Gallery in the Temple of Heaven in Beijing allows a whisper at one side of the chamber to be heard clearly on the other side, hundreds of feet away. The Great Pyramid itself has acoustic properties that researchers are still studying. Certain chambers seem designed to resonate at specific frequencies. Were these effects intentional? Did ancient builders understand acoustics in ways we don't? And if so, why? What were they trying to achieve? Some researchers have proposed that ancient cultures used sound as a technology, for healing, for ritual, for altered states of consciousness. That the pyramids and temples weren't just buildings, but machines, designed to produce specific acoustic effects that would affect the people inside them. It sounds like pseudoscience, and maybe it is, but the acoustic properties are real, they're measurable, and it's hard to believe they're all accidental. Here's the uncomfortable truth. We're living through a knowledge bottleneck right now, and if civilization were to be reset tomorrow, most of what we know would be lost. Think about it. How much of our knowledge exists only in digital form? Billions of books, millions of scientific papers, entire libraries of information, all stored on servers and hard drives that will be useless without electricity. If the power grid went down permanently, from a solar storm, an EMP, societal collapse, all of that would become inaccessible within days or weeks. And even the knowledge that exists in physical form is fragile. Modern books are printed on acid paper that degrades within decades. The bindings fall apart. The ink fades. We've designed our information storage systems for convenience, not longevity. Meanwhile, ancient texts carved in stone have lasted thousands of years. The clay tablets of Mesopotamia are still readable after 5,000 years. But how many modern books will be readable in 5,000 years? How many hard drives? How many USB sticks? We've also become hyper-specialized. In ancient times, a master craftsman might understand every step of creating a tool, from mining the ore to forging the blade. Today, no single person understands how to build a smartphone from scratch. The supply chains are global, the knowledge is distributed, and if those systems broke down, we wouldn't be able to replicate our own technology. A Stanford archaeologist named William Rathje once said that if modern civilization collapsed, future archaeologists would find almost nothing. Our buildings are made of materials that don't last: steel, glass, concrete that isn't as durable as Roman concrete. Our artifacts are made of plastic, which degrades. Our records are stored digitally, which requires technology to access. In 1,000 years, what would remain? landfills full of non-biodegradable waste, scattered ruins of concrete foundations, fragments of plastic and metal, and almost no record of who we were, what we knew, or what we achieved. We would become a mystery, a gap in the timeline, a silence just like the ones we've been talking about. And if someone in the future tried to piece together our civilization from the ruins, what would they conclude? Would they understand how advanced we were? Would they find the remains of our computers and recognize them as technology? Or would they dismiss them as religious artifacts, decorative objects, things whose purpose was lost? Would they tell stories about us? Would we become their Atlantis, their lost golden age, their myth of a civilization that flew through the air and spoke across continents, and knew the secrets of the universe? And would they believe those stories, or would they dismiss them as impossible, as exaggeration, as the fantasies of a primitive people who didn't understand how the world really worked? The cycle continues. Knowledge is gained and lost, gained and lost. And each time we think we're the first, the most advanced, the pinnacle. Until the reset comes and we learn, too late, that we were just another iteration, another attempt, another civilization that thought it was too advanced to fall. There's one more possibility we haven't fully explored, one more explanation for the patterns we see, the knowledge that appears and disappears, the cycles that seem to repeat. What if it's intentional? Not in the sense of a conspiracy, but in the sense of design. A natural design built into the fabric of time itself, or perhaps into the nature of consciousness, or the structure of civilizations. What if civilizations are meant to rise and fall? What if the resets aren't catastrophes to be avoided, but part of a larger pattern, a larger purpose that we can't see from our limited perspective? The ancient Stoics believed in the concept of ekpyrosis, the idea that the universe undergoes periodic cycles of destruction and rebirth through fire. It wasn't seen as a tragedy, but as a natural process, like the seasons. Winter must come before spring. Destruction must come before creation. The Buddhists speak of kalpa, vast cycles of time during which the universe comes into being, exists, and is destroyed, only to begin again. It's not punishment, it's just the way things are, the nature of existence itself. What if they're right? What if the resets serve a purpose we don't understand? A cleansing, a renewal, a way of preventing civilizations from becoming stagnant or overextended or disconnected from the natural world? Or what if it's even stranger? What if consciousness itself goes through cycles, and civilizations are the physical manifestation of those cycles? Rising when consciousness expands, falling when it contracts, only to rise again when the time is right. There are researchers who study collective consciousness, the idea that human minds are somehow connected, that we share information in ways we don't fully understand. The biologist Rupert Sheldrake calls it morphic resonance, the idea that patterns of behavior and knowledge can be transmitted across space and time through fields that connect similar forms. If he's right, then maybe knowledge doesn't really disappear when a civilization falls. Maybe it goes dormant, stored in some collective field of consciousness, waiting to be accessed again when conditions are right. That would explain why similar ideas appear independently in different cultures, not because they copied each other, but because they're all tapping into the same underlying field of information. It sounds mystical, and maybe it is. But it's also consistent with some findings in quantum physics, with phenomena like entanglement and non-locality, with the strange ways that information seems to behave at the deepest levels of reality. And if it's true, then the resets aren't endings at all. their transformations. The knowledge doesn't die. It's released, redistributed, made available for the next cycle. The memory keepers aren't just preserving information for the survivors, they're anchoring it in the collective consciousness, ensuring that it can't be completely lost. This is speculation, of course, but it's speculation that ancient cultures would have understood. They didn't see knowledge as something that existed in books or buildings. They saw it as something that existed in the cosmos itself, in the structure of reality, accessible to those who knew how to look. The real question isn't how many times civilization has been reset. The real question is, what are we supposed to learn from the cycle? What is the pattern trying to teach us? And are we finally ready to hear the answer? So here we are, at the edge of another possible reset, standing on the same precipice that countless others have stood on before us, looking out at an uncertain future, wondering if this time will be different. The signs are familiar if you know the pattern: climate instability, resource depletion, rising tensions between nations, technological advancement outpacing wisdom. The same markers that appeared before other collapses, other falls, other endings. But we also have something previous civilizations might not have had: awareness. We can see the pattern. We can study the past, learn from it, potentially break the cycle. The question is, will we? Or will we, like those before us, convince ourselves that this time is different, that we're too advanced to fall, that it can't happen to us, right up until the moment it does? The clock is ticking, the earth is shifting beneath our feet, and somewhere, in the ruins we haven't found yet, in the myths we haven't decoded, in the silence between the cycles, the answer is waiting. Waiting for us to finally listen, waiting for us to finally remember, waiting for us to finally understand what the stones, the stories, and the stars has been trying to tell us all along. We've been here before, and we'll be here again, unless we learn, unless we change, unless we break the cycle once and for all. The choice, as always, is ours, for now. What if one of the oldest texts on Earth doesn't just record history, but reveals a forgotten world that came before us? Somewhere in the quiet halls of a museum, behind glass that reflects the modern world back at itself, rests a clay tablet covered in wedge-shaped marks. The marks are cuneiform, one of humanity's first attempts to capture thought in physical form. The tablet is small, unassuming, easily overlooked among the grander relics of ancient empires. But the words pressed into that clay thousands of years ago tell a story so strange, so unsettling, that scholars have spent more than a century trying to explain it away. It's called the Sumerian King List, and if you read it carefully, if you let its words settle into your mind without rushing to dismiss them, you begin to realize that it doesn't sound like mythology at all. It sounds like memory. The list begins in a time before the flood, a great deluge that appears in stories across the ancient world, from Mesopotamia to the Bible, from India to the Americas. But before that flood, according to the king list, there were kings. Rulers who sat on thrones in cities whose names still echo through history. Eridu, Bad Tibera, Larak, Sippar, Shuruppak. These were not mythical places. Archaeologists have found them. They were real cities, built by real hands, occupied by real people. But the kings who ruled them, their reigns stretch across time in ways that defy everything we think we know about human life. One king ruled for 28,000 years, another for 43,000. The shortest reign listed before the flood lasted a mere 18,600 years. And then the flood came. The waters rose, the world ended. When the waters receded and kingship descended from the heavens once more, something had changed. The new kings, the ones who ruled after the flood, lived lifetimes that sound almost human. A few hundred years, a few dozen. Some ruled for less than a decade. It's as though the very nature of existence had shifted, as though time itself had been reset, and humanity had to begin again under different rules. The question that haunts anyone who reads the Sumerian king list is simple, and it echoes across millennia. What happened? What kind of world existed before the flood, where kings could reign for tens of thousands of years? And why does this ancient text, carved into clay by scribes who lived closer to that lost world than we do, insist that it was real? The Sumerian king list was not discovered all at once. It exists in fragments, scattered across time and geography, pieced together from multiple clay tablets found in different locations throughout Mesopotamia. The most complete version was unearthed in the early 20th century during excavations in the ancient city of Nippur, located in what is now southern Iraq. Nippur was a sacred city, a place of temples and learning, where scribes copied and preserved the knowledge of their civilization. The tablet found there, known as the Well-Blundell Prism, is a four-sided clay column covered in cuneiform script. It was created around 2000 BCE, during the reign of the Yisin dynasty, but the information it contains is far older. The scribes who carved it were not inventing a story. They were copying from earlier sources, texts that had been passed down through generations, perhaps even millennia. The king list was not a work of fiction to them. It was a historical record, as real and authoritative as any chronicle of kings and dynasties. Other fragments of the king list have been found in cities like Ur, Lhasa, and Kish. Each version varies slightly, with different kings emphasized or omitted depending on which city-state commissioned the text. But the core structure remains the same, a chronological list of rulers beginning in the distant past before the flood and continuing down through history to the time of the scribes themselves. What makes the king list so extraordinary is not just its age, but its format. It reads like a bureaucratic document, dry and matter-of-fact, listing each king's name, the city where he ruled, and the length of his reign. There is no embellishment, no poetic language, no attempt to glorify or mythologize. It simply states the facts as the Sumerians understood them. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Alulim became king. He ruled for 20 AC 800 years. That's how it begins, not with a creation myth or a story of God shaping the world, but with a straightforward declaration: kingship came from the heavens, and the first king ruled for nearly 29,000 years. The list continues in this manner, moving from one king to the next, one city to the next, until it reaches the flood. Then, after a brief acknowledgement that the flood swept over the land and kingship had to descend from heaven once more, the list resumes. But now the numbers are different. The reigns are shorter. The world has changed. Scholars have long struggled with how to interpret the king list. The standard explanation is that the antediluvian kings, the ones who ruled before the flood, are mythological figures, symbolic representations of a distant, idealized past. The enormous lengths of their reigns, according to this view, are not meant to be taken literally. They are exaggerations, perhaps intended to convey the idea that these early rulers were semi-divine, closer to the gods than to ordinary humans. But that explanation raises as many questions as it answers. If the antediluvian kings are purely mythological, why does the king list treat them exactly the same way it treats the later, historically verified kings? Why is there no shift in tone? No indication that the scribes considered the early kings any less real than the later ones? And why do the post-flood kings, whose reigns are still extraordinarily long by modern standards, but far shorter than their predecessors, gradually transition into rulers whose lifespans match those of actual historical figures? The king list doesn't read like mythology. It reads like a record that begins in a time so distant, so different from our own, that the very fabric of existence was not what it is today. And then something happened, something catastrophic, something that changed the world, and after that time moved differently. Life moved differently. Humanity moved differently. What if the Sumerians weren't exaggerating? What if they were remembering? To understand the weight of that question, you have to step back and consider what Sumer was. This was not a primitive society stumbling towards civilization. When Sumer emerged in southern Mesopotamia around 4500 BCE, it arrived almost fully formed, with cities, temples, irrigation systems, and a written language. The Sumerians had laws, mathematics, astronomy, literature. They built ziggurats that reached toward the sky, massive stepped pyramids that served as bridges between the earthly and the divine. And they had memory. They remembered a time before their cities, before their writing, before the flood. They remembered kings who ruled in an age that felt more like legend than history. Yet they recorded those kings with the same precision they used to record everything else. The flood itself is central to the king list, and it's central to Sumerian mythology as a whole. The most famous account of the flood comes from the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest surviving works of literature. In that story, the gods decide to destroy humanity with a great deluge, but one man, Utnapishtim, is warned by the god Enki. He builds a boat, saves his family and representatives of all living creatures, and survives the flood. When the waters recede, he is granted immortality by the gods. The parallels to the biblical story of Noah are impossible to ignore, and scholars have long recognized that the Genesis flood narrative likely has its roots in earlier Mesopotamian traditions. But the Sumerian king list adds another layer to the story. It doesn't just tell us that a flood happened. It divides all of history into two eras, before the flood and after the flood. It treats the flood as a boundary, a moment when the old world ended and a new one began. Before the flood, kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, they didn't. That's not a metaphor. That's a statement of fact. at least as the Sumerians understood it. Something fundamental changed when the flood came. The world that existed before was not the same as the world that came after. What kind of world could that have been? What kind of civilization could produce kings who reigned for millennia? And why would the Sumerians, who were meticulous record keepers, insist that such a world was real? One possibility is that the antediluvian kings represent entire dynasties rather than individual rulers. Perhaps each name on the list is not a single person, but a lineage, a family, or clan that held power for thousands of years. The enormous lengths of their reigns would then make more sense. They would be the cumulative reigns of many rulers compressed into a single name. But that explanation doesn't quite fit. The king list is very specific about individual kings. It names them, tells us where they ruled, and gives us exact numbers for their reigns. If the scribes had meant to represent dynasties, they could have said so. They didn't. They treated each king as a distinct individual, just as they did with the later, historically verified rulers. Another possibility is that the numbers are symbolic, encoded with astronomical or mathematical significance. Some researchers have suggested that the lengths of the antediluvian reigns correspond to cycles of the heavens, precessions, planetary alignments, or other celestial phenomena that the Sumerians, who were skilled astronomers, might have been tracking. In this view, the king list is not a historical record at all, but a kind of cosmic calendar, a way of marking time on a scale far grander than human lifespans. That's an intriguing idea, and there's some evidence to support it. The Sumerians were obsessed with the heavens. They track the movements of the stars and planets with remarkable precision, and their mythology is filled with references to celestial events. The number 3600, which appears frequently in Sumerian texts, is thought to represent a sar, a unit of time associated with the orbit of a hypothetical planet or celestial body. Some of the reigns listed in the king list are multiples of 3600, which suggests that the numbers might indeed have astronomical meaning. But even if the numbers are symbolic, that doesn't mean the kings themselves were fictional. It's possible that the Sumerians were doing both, recording real rulers while also embedding deeper layers of meaning into the lengths of their reigns. Ancient texts often operate on multiple levels, blending history, mythology, and cosmology into a single narrative. The king list might be no different. And then there's the simplest, most unsettling possibility of all. What if the Sumerians were telling the truth? What if there really was a time, long before recorded history, when human beings, or beings like us, lived far longer than we do now? What if the antediluvian kings were real, and their extraordinary lifespans were not exaggerations but accurate reflections of a world that no longer exists? That idea sounds impossible. It contradicts everything we know about biology, about aging, about the limits of human life. But the Sumerians didn't know they were supposed to find it impossible. They simply recorded what they believed to be true, based on the knowledge that had been passed down to them from their ancestors. And their ancestors in turn had received that knowledge from those who came before them, stretching back into a past so distant that it fades into shadow. What if the shadow is where the truth lies? The Sumerian king list is not the only ancient text that speaks of impossibly long lifespans. Across the ancient world, in cultures that had no contact with one another, similar stories appear. In the Bible, the book of Genesis lists 10 patriarchs who lived before the flood, and their lifespans are staggering. Adam lived for 930 years. Seth lived for 912 years. Methuselah, the longest lived of them all, reached 969 years before he died. After the flood, the lifespans of the patriarchs drop sharply. Noah's descendants lived for a few hundred years, then a few dozen, until eventually human lifespans settled into the range we recognize today. The parallels between the biblical patriarchs and the Sumerian king list are striking. Both texts divide history into two eras, before the flood and after the flood. Both describe a time when human beings, or at least certain exceptional individuals, lived far longer than they do now. And both suggest that the flood was not just a natural disaster, but a turning point, a moment when the rules of existence changed. In ancient Egypt, the Turin King List, also known as the Turin Royal Canon, records the reigns of gods and semi-divine beings who ruled before the first human pharaohs. These divine rulers are said to have reigned for thousands of years, much like the antediluvian kings of Sumer. The list then transitions to the reigns of human kings, whose lifespans are far shorter. Once again, we see the same pattern, a distant past populated by beings who lived on a timescale that seems impossible, followed by a shift to a more recognizable human history. In India, the ancient Puranas describe cycles of time called yugas, vast epochs during which the nature of existence changes. In the earliest yuga, the Satya Yuga, or Golden Age, human beings lived for thousands of years and possessed abilities that seem almost godlike. As the yugas progressed and the world declined, human lifespans grew shorter and the connection between humanity and the divine weakened. By the time of the Kali Yuga, the current age, humans live for only a few decades, and the world is filled with suffering and ignorance. Even in the Americas, far removed from the civilizations of the Old World, similar stories appear. The Maya and Aztec traditions speak of previous worlds or ages, each of which ended in catastrophe. The beings who inhabited those earlier worlds were different from modern humans, taller, stronger, longer lived. When each world was destroyed, a new one began, and the people of the new world were diminished, less than what had come before. These stories, scattered across continents and millennia, all share a common theme: the idea that humanity's distant past was fundamentally different from the present. There was a time when people lived longer, when the world was closer to the divine, when the boundaries between gods and humans were not as rigid as they are now. And then something happened, a flood, a cataclysm, a cosmic shift, and the old world ended. What came after was smaller, shorter, more fragile. Why do these stories exist? Why do cultures that never met, that developed independently on opposite sides of the planet, all tell variations of the same tale? One explanation is that these are universal myths, archetypes that arise naturally from the human psyche. The idea of a lost golden age, a time of perfection that was destroyed and can never be reclaimed, is a powerful narrative. It speaks to a deep longing within us, a sense that something has been lost, that we are living in the shadow of a greater past. From this perspective, the Sumerian king list and the biblical patriarchs and the Egyptian god kings are all expressions of the same psychological need, a way of imagining a time when life was better, longer, more meaningful. But there's another explanation, one that's harder to dismiss. What if these stories are not myths at all? What if they are memories, distorted, fragmented, passed down through countless generations, but memories nonetheless? What if there really was a time, long before recorded history, when the world was different, when human beings, or beings like us, lived in ways we can no longer imagine? And what if the flood, the cataclysm that appears in so many ancient texts, was a real event, a disaster so catastrophic that it reset human civilization, wiping out almost everything that came before? The geological record tells us that massive floods have occurred throughout Earth's history. At the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, enormous ice sheets covering much of the northern hemisphere began to melt. The resulting sea level rise was dramatic, flooding coastal regions and river valleys around the world. Some researchers believe that this event, or a series of related events, could be the source of the flood myths that appear in so many ancient cultures. But the Sumerian king list suggests something more specific. It doesn't just say that a flood happened, it says that the flood marked a boundary between two different kinds of existence. Before the flood, kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, they didn't. That's not just a story about rising water. That's a story about a world that ended and a new world that began in its place. What if the antediluvian kings were not human in the way we understand the term? What if they were something else? Survivors of an earlier civilization, perhaps, or beings who existed in a time when the conditions of life on Earth were radically different? What if the Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were preserving the last remnants of knowledge from that lost world? Knowledge that had been passed down through the survivors of the flood? These are not comfortable questions. They push against the boundaries of what we're willing to accept as possible. But the Sumerian king list doesn't care about our comfort. It simply exists, carved into clay, waiting for us to decide what it means. The city of Eridu holds a special place in Sumerian tradition. According to the king list, it was the first city to receive kingship from the heavens. It was where civilization began, where the gods first taught humanity the arts of writing, building, and governance. Archaeological excavations at Eridu have revealed a settlement that dates back to at least 5400 BCE, making it one of the oldest known cities in the world. At the heart of Eridu stood a temple dedicated to Enki, the god of wisdom, water, and creation. Enki was one of the most important deities in the Sumerian pantheon, a god who loved humanity and often intervened to protect them from the wrath of the other gods. In the flood myth, it was Enki who warned Utnapishtim of the coming deluge, giving him the knowledge he needed to survive. The temple at Eridu was rebuilt many times over the centuries, each new structure built on top of the ruins of the old. Archaeologists have uncovered at least 17 layers of construction, stretching back thousands of years. The earliest layers are simple shrines, small structures made of mud brick. But even in those earliest layers, there is evidence of ritual activity, of offerings made to the gods, of a people who believed they were living in a sacred place. Why was Eridu considered the first city? Why did the answer might lie in the city's location. Eridu was built near the edge of the marshes, where the Euphrates River met the Persian Gulf. It was a place of transition, a boundary between land and water, between the human world and the realm of the gods. In Sumerian cosmology, water was the source of all life, the primordial substance from which the world was created. Enki, the god of water, was the god of beginnings, the one who brought order out of chaos. If Eridu was the first city, then Alulim, the first king, was the first human to receive the gift of kingship from the gods. According to the king list, he ruled for 2800 years. That number is not random. It's a multiple of 3600, the sacred Sar, a unit of time that appears throughout Sumerian texts. Some researchers believe that the Tsar represents a great cosmic cycle, a period during which the heavens complete a full rotation and return to their starting point. If that's true, then Alulim's reign might represent not just a single lifetime, but an entire age, a vast span of time during which the first city flourished under the guidance of the gods. But what does it mean to say that kingship descended from heaven? The Sumerians were not speaking metaphorically. They believed quite literally that the gods lived in the sky, in a celestial realm above the earth. Kingship was a divine gift, a sacred responsibility bestowed upon certain individuals by the gods themselves. The king was not just a political leader. He was a mediator between the human and divine worlds, a figure who maintained the cosmic order through ritual and sacrifice. The idea that kingship came from the heavens appears in other ancient cultures as well. In Egypt, the pharaoh was considered a living god, a divine being who ruled on earth as the representative of the gods. In China, the emperor held the mandate of heaven, a divine right to rule that could be revoked if he failed to govern justly. In Mesoamerica, the rulers of the Maya and Aztec civilizations claimed descent from the gods and performed elaborate rituals to maintain the balance between the earthly and celestial realms. But the Sumerian king list goes further. It doesn't just say that kings were chosen by the gods, it says that kingship itself, as an institution, as a concept, came from the heavens. Before kingship descended, there were no kings. There was no organized society, no cities, no civilization. And then, at a specific moment in time, in a specific place, Eridu, the gods gave humanity the gift of kingship and everything changed. What if that's not mythology? What if it's history? What if there really was a moment when human society underwent a sudden dramatic transformation? When people who had been living as hunter-gatherers or simple farmers suddenly began building cities, developing writing, creating complex social hierarchies? And what if that transformation was so rapid, so unprecedented, that the only way the Sumerians could explain it was to say that it came from the gods? Modern archaeology has struggled to explain the sudden emergence of Sumerian civilization. Around 4000 BCE, the region that would become Sumer was inhabited by small farming communities. By 3500 BCE, those communities had grown into cities with populations in the thousands, with monumental architecture, advanced irrigation systems, and a written language. The transition happened in the span of a few centuries, a blink of an eye in archaeological terms. Where did the Sumerians come from? Where did they learn to build ziggurats, to write in cuneiform, to organize their society into complex bureaucracies? The standard answer is that these developments were gradual, the result of centuries of slow innovation and cultural evolution. But the archaeological record doesn't quite support that narrative. Sumerian civilization appears suddenly, almost fully formed, with little evidence of the intermediate stages we would expect to see. Some researchers have suggested that the Sumerians inherited their knowledge from an earlier, unknown civilization, a culture that existed before them and passed down its wisdom through oral tradition or lost texts. Others have proposed that the Sumerians were influenced by contact with other advanced societies, perhaps from the Indus Valley or the Iranian Plateau, but there's no clear evidence for either of these theories. And then there's the king list, sitting quietly in its museum case, insisting that the answer is simpler than we think. Kingship descended from heaven. The gods gave humanity the knowledge it needed to build cities, to write, to govern. The first kings ruled for thousands of years, guiding their people through an age that we can barely imagine. And then the flood came, and the old thing changes. Before the flood, the reigns of the kings stretch across millennia. After the flood, they contract sharply. 200 years. Still an extraordinary lifespan, but a fraction of what came before. His successors ruled for even shorter periods, and within a few generations the reigns had dropped to a few hundred years, then a few dozen. The flood itself is described briefly in the king list, almost as an aside, and the kingship had descended from heaven. The kingship was in Kish. That's all. No details about the flood itself. No description of the destruction it caused. No explanation of why it happened. The scribes simply acknowledged that it occurred and then moved on to the next dynasty. But the brevity of that statement is deceptive. The flood was not a minor event in Sumerian tradition. It was the defining catastrophe of their history, the moment when the old world ended and the new world began. The Epic of Gilgamesh devotes an entire section to the flood, describing how the gods decided to destroy humanity, how Utnapishtim built his boat, how the waters rose and covered the earth, and how, when the flood finally receded, Utnapishtim made a sacrifice to the gods and was granted immortality. The flood appears in other Sumerian texts as well. The Eridu Genesis, one of the oldest known flood myths, tells a similar story. The gods create humanity. Humanity grows to numerous. The details vary from text to text, but the core narrative remains the same. The flood was real. It happened, and it changed everything. Why did the gods send the flood? In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the god Enlil is disturbed by the noise of humanity, the constant clamour of human activity, the endless bustle of cities and farms and markets. He convinces the other gods to destroy humanity with a flood, to wipe the slate clean and start over. But Enki, the god of wisdom, takes pity on humanity. He warns Utnapishtim, tells him to build a boat, and ensures that at least some humans survive. In the Eridu Genesis, the reason for the flood is less clear. The text is fragmentary, and much of it has been lost. But the surviving portions suggest that the gods were concerned about humanity's rapid growth, about the way human civilization was spreading across the earth. The flood was a way of resetting the balance, of preventing humanity from becoming too powerful, too numerous, too much like the gods themselves. That's a strange motivation for a divine catastrophe. Why would the gods be threatened by human progress? Why would they want to limit humanity's growth? Unless, of course, humanity was on the verge of discovering something, some knowledge, some power, that the gods wanted to keep hidden. The story of the Tower of Babel, found in the biblical book of Genesis, offers a similar theme. Humanity, speaking a single language and working together, begins to build a tower that reaches toward heaven. The tower is a symbol of human ambition, of the desire to ascend to the realm of the gods. But God sees the tower and is troubled. Behold, they are one people, and they have all one language, God says. And this is only the beginning of what they will do. And nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. So God confuses their language, scatters them across the earth, and the tower is never completed. The message is clear. There are limits to what humanity is allowed to know, to achieve, to become. When those limits are approached, the gods intervene. They send a flood. They scatter the people. They reset the world. What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list was not a natural disaster, but a deliberate act? What if it was a way of ending a civilization that had grown too advanced, too knowledgeable, too close to the secrets of the gods? And what if the antediluvian kings, with their impossibly long reigns, were the leaders of that civilization, beings who possessed knowledge and abilities that we can no longer imagine. The idea that an advanced civilization existed before recorded history is not new. It appears in the writings of Plato, who described the lost continent of Atlantis, a powerful, technologically advanced society that was destroyed in a single day and night by earthquakes and floods. Plato claimed that the story of Atlantis had been passed down from ancient Egyptian priests, who said that it had occurred 9,000 years before their time, placing it around 9600 BCE. Modern scholars generally dismiss Atlantis as a myth, a philosophical allegory that Plato invented to illustrate his ideas about the ideal state. But what if Plato was recording a genuine tradition, a memory of a real civilization that was destroyed in a cataclysm? What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list, the deluge of the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the destruction of Atlantis are all different versions of the same event, a global catastrophe that wiped out an advanced civilization and forced the survivors to start over from scratch? The geological evidence for such a catastrophe is tantalizing but inconclusive. At the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, the Earth underwent dramatic climate changes. Massive ice sheets melted, sea levels rose by hundreds of feet, and coastal regions around the world were flooded. Some researchers believe that this period, known as the Younger Dryas, was triggered by a comet impact or a series of impacts that caused widespread destruction and climate disruption. If a comet struck the Earth around 12,000 years ago, it would have caused tsunamis, wildfires, and a sudden drop in global temperatures. Coastal civilizations would have been wiped out almost instantly. The survivors would have been scattered, their cities and monuments buried beneath rising seas or destroyed by the impact itself. Within a few generations, the memory of what had been lost would have faded into myth. But some memories would have survived. Oral traditions passed down from parent to child, from generation to generation, would have preserved fragments of the old knowledge. And when writing was finally invented thousands of years later, those traditions would have been recorded, imperfectly, incompletely, but recorded nonetheless. The Sumerian king list might be one of those records, a distant echo of a world that existed before the flood, before the ice melted, before the old civilization was swept away. What if the antediluvian kings were the rulers of that lost civilization? What if their impossibly long reigns represent not individual lifespans, but the duration of their dynasties, their cultures, their cities? What if the Sumerians, when they carved the king list into clay, were preserving the last remnants of a history that stretched back to the very dawn of human civilization, and perhaps even before? The transition from the antediluvian kings to the post-diluvian kings is abrupt, but it's not absolute. The first kings after the flood still lived for centuries, far longer than any human today. Jushur of Kish ruled for 200 years. His successor, Kulasina-Bel, ruled for 960 years. The third king, Nangishlishma, ruled for 670 years. The numbers are still extraordinary, still far beyond the limits of human biology as we understand it, but they're declining. With each generation, the reigns grow shorter, as though the world is slowly returning to normal, slowly settling into the rhythms of existence that we recognize today. By the time the king list reaches the third dynasty after the flood, the reigns have dropped to a few hundred years. By the fifth dynasty, they're down to a few dozen, and by the time we reach the kings of the Akkadian Empire, around 2300 BCE, the reigns are entirely plausible. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. These are lifespans that match the historical record, that align with what we know about the rulers of ancient Mesopotamia. The king list doesn't explain why the reigns grew shorter. It simply records the change as though it were a natural process, an inevitable consequence of the flood. But the pattern is striking. It's as though the flood didn't just destroy the old world, it fundamentally altered the conditions of existence. Whatever allowed the antediluvian kings to live for tens of thousands of years was gone. The new world was different, smaller, more limited. Humanity had to adapt to a new reality, one in which life was shorter, knowledge was scarcer, and the connection to the divine was more distant. What could cause such a change? If we take the king list at face value, if we assume that the antediluvian kings really did live for thousands of years, then something about the pre-flood world must have been radically different from the post-flood world. The environment, the atmosphere, the very fabric of reality, something was different, and the flood marked the moment when that difference ended. Some researchers have speculated that the Earth's atmosphere was once richer in oxygen, or that the planet's magnetic field was stronger, or that cosmic radiation levels were lower. Any of these factors could, in theory, have extended human lifespans by reducing cellular damage and slowing the aging process. If the flood was accompanied by a dramatic shift in environmental conditions, perhaps triggered by a comet impact or a massive volcanic eruption, then those conditions could have changed and human lifespans could have shortened as a result. But that's speculation, not evidence. There's no clear proof that the Earth's atmosphere or magnetic field was significantly different 12,000 years ago, and even if it was, it's hard to imagine how such changes could extend human lifespans to the degree described in the king list. 28,000 years is not just a long life, it's a geological timescale, a span of time during which entire civilizations could rise and fall. Another possibility is that the antediluvian kings were not entirely human. In Sumerian mythology, the gods often interacted with humanity, sometimes taking human form, sometimes mating with human women and producing hybrid offspring. The Anunnaki, a group of deities associated with the heavens and the underworld, were said to have descended to Earth and taught humanity the arts of civilization. Some researchers have suggested that the antediluvian kings might have been Anunnaki, or descendants of the Anunnaki, beings who are part god and part human, and who therefore lived far longer than ordinary mortals. This idea is echoed in the biblical book of Genesis, which describes the Nephilim, giants who walked the earth in the days before the flood. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, Genesis says, and also afterward when the sons of God came into the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. The Nephilim are often interpreted as the offspring of angels and humans, beings who possessed extraordinary strength and longevity, but who were ultimately destroyed in the flood. The parallels between the Nephilim and the antediluvian kings of the Sumerian king list are striking. Both are described as living in the time before the flood. Both are associated with extraordinary abilities and lifespans, and both are said to have been wiped out when the flood came, leaving only a few survivors to carry on the human race. What if the antediluvian kings were the Nephilim? What if they were the mighty men of old, the rulers of a lost civilization that existed before the flood? And what if the flood was not just a natural disaster, but a deliberate act of divine judgment, a way of wiping out a race of beings that had become too powerful, too dangerous, too much like the gods themselves? These are not questions that can be answered with certainty. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous, too open to interpretation. But the fact that these stories exist, that they appear in multiple cultures and multiple texts, suggests that they are rooted in something real, some memory, some event, some truth that has been passed down through the ages. The Sumerian king list is not just a list of names and numbers. It's a window into a lost world, a world that existed before history, before writing, before the flood. And if we're willing to look through that window, if we're willing to set aside our assumptions and our skepticism, we might catch a glimpse of something extraordinary. A civilization that rose and fell long before our own, a time when the boundaries between gods and humans were not as clear as they are now, and a catastrophe that reset the world and forced humanity to begin again. The city of Kish holds a special place in the post-Diluvian section of the king list. After the flood, kingship descended from heaven once more, and this time it landed in Kish, a city located near the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Kish became the first capital of the New World, the place where civilization was reborn after the waters receded. Archaeological excavations at Kish have revealed evidence of a major flood that occurred around 2900 BCE. A thick layer of sediment, deposited by floodwaters, separates the earlier layers of the city from the later ones. This flood layer has been found at other Mesopotamian sites as well, including Ur and Shuruppak, suggesting that a widespread inundation occurred in the region during this period. Some scholars believe that this flood is the historical basis for the flood myths of Mesopotamia. It was a real event, a catastrophic deluge that destroyed cities and killed thousands of people. The survivors would have passed down stories of the flood, and over time those stories would have been embellished and mythologized, eventually becoming the epic narratives we find in texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Sumerian king list. But the flood layer at Kish dates to around 2900 BCE, which is thousands of years after the end of the last ice age and the dramatic sea level rise that occurred around 12,000 years ago. If the flood described in the king list is the same as the flood layer found at Kish, then the antediluvian kings could not have lived tens of thousands of years ago. They would have lived only a few centuries before the flood, which would make their impossibly long reigns even more difficult to explain. On the other hand, if the flood described in the king list is not the same as the flood layer at Kish, then we're left with two separate floods, one that occurred around 2900 BCE and destroyed the cities of Mesopotamia, and another, much earlier flood that marked the end of the antediluvian age. The earlier flood would have been far more catastrophic, a global or near-global event that wiped out an entire civilization and left only scattered survivors to rebuild. The idea of multiple floods is not without precedent. Many ancient cultures describe a series of cataclysms, each one destroying the world and forcing humanity to start over. The Hindu Puranas describe cycles of creation and destruction, with each cycle ending in a great deluge. The Maya believed that the world had been created and destroyed multiple times, with each new world inhabited by a different race of beings. Even the Bible hints at multiple catastrophes, with the flood of Noah being only one of several divine judgments that reshaped the earth. What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list is not a single event, but a memory of multiple floods, compressed into a single narrative? What if the antediluvian kings lived through a series of catastrophes, each one more devastating than the last, until finally the world they knew was swept away entirely? And what if the survivors of those catastrophes carried with them the knowledge of what had been lost, preserving it in oral traditions and eventually recording it in texts like the king list? The more you examine the king list, the more questions it raises. Every answer leads to another mystery. Every explanation opens up new possibilities. It's as though the text itself is a puzzle, a riddle left behind by the Sumerians for future generations to solve. And the key to solving it might lie not in the text itself, but in the world that produced it, the world of ancient Mesopotamia, where gods and humans walked side by side, where the boundaries between myth and history were fluid, and where the past was not something to be forgotten, but something to be remembered, honoured, and preserved. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Sumerian king list is the way it blends myth and history so seamlessly. The early kings, with their impossibly long reigns, seem like mythological figures, beings from a distant, idealized past. But as the list progresses, the kings become more and more recognizable as historical figures. By the time we reach the kings of the Akkadian Empire, we're dealing with rulers whose names appear in other historical records, whose deeds are documented in inscriptions and monuments, whose reigns can be dated with reasonable accuracy. This transition from myth to history is not abrupt. It's gradual, almost imperceptible. The reigns grow shorter, the kings become more human, but there's no clear line where mythology ends and history begins. It's as though the Sumerians didn't see a distinction between the two. To them, the antediluvian kings were just as real as the kings of their own time. The only difference was that the antediluvian kings lived in a different world, under different conditions, and their lives reflected that difference. Modern historians tend to draw a sharp line between myth and history. Myth is fiction, a story invented to explain the world or to convey moral lessons. History is fact, a record of events that actually happened. But the Sumerians didn't think that way. For them, myth and history were two sides of the same coin, two ways of understanding the past. Myth was the story of the gods, the cosmic forces that shape the world. History was the story of humans, the kings and heroes who lived within that world. But both were real, both were true, and both were worth remembering. This blending of myth and history is not unique to Sumer. It appears in many ancient cultures. The ancient Greeks, for example, believed that the Trojan War was a real historical event, even though it was also the subject of epic poems filled with gods, monsters, and supernatural events. The ancient Egyptians recorded the reigns of their pharaohs alongside the reigns of gods and semi-divine beings, treating both as part of a continuous historical narrative. The ancient Chinese chronicled the deeds of legendary emperors who were said to have ruled for hundreds of years, and they saw no contradiction between those legends and the more recent, historically verified dynasties. What if this blending of myth and history is not a sign of primitive thinking, but a more sophisticated understanding of the past? What if the ancients recognized that history is not just a collection of facts, but a story, a narrative that we construct to make sense of the world? And what if they understood that some truths can only be expressed through myth, through stories that transcend the literal and speak to deeper realities? The Sumerian king list might be one of those stories. It might be a way of saying that the past is not just a series of events, but a journey from a time when the world was young and the gods were close, to a time when the world grew old and the gods withdrew. The antediluvian kings, with their impossibly long reigns, represent that distant mythical past. The post-diluvian kings, with their gradually shortening lifespans, represent the transition to the historical present. And the flood, the great catastrophe that divides the two, represents the moment when the old world ended and the new world began. But even if the king list is a myth, that doesn't mean it's not true. Myths are not lies. They're stories that convey truths too complex or too profound to be expressed in simple, literal terms. The truth of the king list might not lie in the exact numbers, in the precise lengths of the reigns, but in the pattern those numbers reveal. The pattern of a world that was once different, that changed, that was lost, and that we are still trying to understand. In recent years, some researchers have proposed that the Sumerian king list might contain encoded astronomical data. The idea is that the lengths of the antediluvian reigns correspond to celestial cycles, precessions, planetary orbits, or other astronomical phenomena that the Sumerians were tracking. If this is true, then the king list is not just a historical record, but a kind of cosmic calendar, a way of marking time on a scale far grander than human lifespans. The Sumerians were skilled astronomers. They tracked the movements of the stars and planets with remarkable precision, and they developed a sophisticated system of mathematics based on the number 60, which is still used today in our measurement of time and angles. They knew about the precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis that causes the position of the stars to shift over thousands of years. They observed the cycles of the moon, the sun, and the planets, and they used that knowledge to create calendars, to predict eclipses, and to time their agricultural activities. Some of the numbers in the king list are multiples of 3,600, which, as mentioned earlier, is thought to represent a psalm, a unit of time associated with the celestial cycle. If the alien reigns are in year, numbers become more manageable. Alulim's reign of 28,800 years, for example, would be 8 SARs. If it's a specific astronomical cycle, plan or the precession of the equinoxes, then the king list, not the lifespans of individual kings, but the duration of astronomical ages, raises as many questions as it answers. If the king list is an astronomical text, why is it framed as a list of kings? Historically, without royal names and dynasties, and why do the post-Diluvian reigns increase, rather than remaining constant multiples of the Tsar? One possible answer is that the Sumerians were doing both, recording history and encoding astronomical data at the same time on multiple levels, with surface meanings and hidden meanings layered on top of each other. The king list might be a historical record that also serves as a mnemonic device, a way of preserving astronomical knowledge in a form that could be passed down through generations. There's another possibility, one that's even more speculative. What if the astronomical cycles recorded in the king list are not just abstract measurements but markers of real events that had a direct impact on the Earth and on human civilization? What if the antediluvian reigns correspond to periods of stability, where orbit were relatively constant? Researchers have suggested that the Earth has experienced periodic catastrophes. These catastrophes would have widespread change and mass extinctions. If the Sumerians were aware of the cycles, if they had inherited knowledge of past catastrophes from an earlier civilization, then the king list might be awarding that knowledge, a warning perhaps that the cycles will repeat, that the catastrophes will come again. This idea is highly controversial, and it's not supported by mainstream, but it's worth considering, if only because it offers a way of making sense of the king list's strange numbers and its insistence that the antediluvian kings were real. If the king list is recording cosmic cycles, then the impossibly long reigns are not exaggerations. They're accurate measurements of time on a scale that transcends individual human lives. What if the Sumerians knew something we've forgotten? What if they understood that the Earth is subject to cycles of destruction and renewal, and that human civilization is only one chapter in a much longer story? And what if the king list is their way of telling us that story, of passing down the knowledge they inherited from those who came before? The deeper you go into the Sumerian king list, the more it feels like you're descending into a labyrinth, a maze of names and numbers and half-remembered stories, all pointing towards something just beyond reach. Every time you think you found an answer, the answer dissolves, and you're left with more questions. What were the antediluvian kings? Why did they live so long? What was the flawless record keepers? Insist that all of this was real. The answer is that the king list is all perhaps to be pondered, to be meditated upon, to be carried with us as a reminder that the past is not as simple or as knowable as we like to think. The Sumerians lived closer to that past than we do. They were only a few thousand years removed from it, and texts been lost. If they believed that the antediluvian kings were real, if they believed that the flood was a turning point in human history, then maybe we should take them seriously. That doesn't mean we have to accept everything literal, but it does mean we should be open to the possibility that the Sumerians knew things we don't, that they preserve no longer see. The king list is not a curiosity, not just an ancient filed away in a museum. It's a message from the past, a message that says we remember, and what we remember is important. What if the antediluvian kings were the last remnants of a lost civilization, a civilization that existed before the flood and was destroyed by it? And developed their writing. We're not starting from scratch, building knowledge of those who. And what if the king list is the last surviving record of that lost world, the only text that still who flood, before history, before the world as we know it began? These are not questions that can be too fragmentary, too ambiguous. But the questions themselves are worth asking because they force us to reconsider our assumptions about the past. We tend to think of history as a linear progression, a steady march from primitive beginnings to modern civilization. But what if history is not linear? What if it's cyclical, with civilizations rising and falling, knowledge being gained and lost, and humanity starting over again and again? The Sumerian king list suggests that possibility. It suggests that the world we live in is not the first world, that there were others before us, and that those earlier worlds were not necessarily less advanced or less sophisticated than our own. They were just different. And when they ended, when the flood came and swept them away, the survivors had to rebuild from the ruins, carrying with them only fragments of what had been lost. What if we are the descendants of those survivors? What if the knowledge we take for granted, writing, mathematics, astronomy, agriculture, was not invented by us, but inherited from those who came before? And what if the Sumerian king list is one of the few texts that still remembers where that knowledge came from? There's a haunting quality to the king list, a sense of loss that permeates every line. The antediluvian kings are gone. The world they ruled is gone. The flood swept it all away, and what came after was smaller, shorter, more fragile. The Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were not just preserving history, they were mourning. They were mourning a world they had never known, a world that existed only in memory and myth, but a world that felt more real, more vital, more alive than the one they inhabited. That sense of loss is something we can still feel today, thousands of years later. We live in a world that is constantly changing, constantly moving forward, constantly leaving the past behind. But there's a part of us that longs for something older, something deeper, something that connects us to the very beginning of human existence. The Sumerian king list speaks to that longing. It reminds us that we are not the first, that there were others before us, and that their stories are still worth telling. What if the king list is not just a record of the past, but a map that shows us where we came from and perhaps where we're going? What if the cycles it describes, the rise and fall of kings, the coming of the flood, the slow decline of human lifespans, are not unique to the ancient world, but patterns that repeat throughout history? And what if we are living through one of those cycles right now, moving toward another turning point, another moment when the world will change and everything we know will be swept away? These are uncomfortable thoughts. They challenge our sense of progress, our belief that we are moving forward, that we are building something permanent and lasting. But the Sumerian king list suggests otherwise. It suggests that nothing is permanent, that every civilization eventually falls, and that the only thing that endures is memory, the stories we tell, the texts we write, the knowledge we pass down to those who come after. The Sumerians understood this. They knew that their civilization would not last forever, that one day their cities would crumble and their language would be forgotten. But they also knew that if they recorded their history, if they carved it into clay and buried it in the earth, then some part of them would survive. And they were right. 4,000 years later, we are still reading their words, still trying to understand what they were trying to tell us. What if the message of the king list is simply this? Remember. Remember that there were others before you. Remember that the world has changed before and will change again. Remember that the past is not dead, but alive, waiting to be rediscovered. And remember that the greatest gift you can give to the future is the story of where you came from. The Sumerian king list ends not with a conclusion, but with a continuation. The list of kings goes on and on, dynasty after dynasty, city after city, until it reaches the time of the scribes who recorded it. And even then, it doesn't truly end. It simply stops, as though the story is still being written, as though the list of kings will continue into the future long after the Sumerians themselves have vanished. That open-endedness is fitting. The king list is not a closed narrative, not a story with a neat resolution. It's a record of an ongoing process, a journey that began in the distant past and continues into the present. The antediluvian kings are gone, but their memory remains. The flood swept away the old world, but the new world rose from its ruins. And the cycle continues, generation after generation, king after king, until one day perhaps another flood will come, and the cycle will begin again. What if the Sumerian king list is not just a record of the past, but a prophecy? What if it's telling us that the patterns of history repeat, that the rise and fall of civilizations is not random but cyclical, and that we are living through one of those cycles right now? What if the antediluvian kings, with their impossibly long reigns, represent a time of stability and prosperity that we have lost, and the gradual shortening of lifespans represents a decline that we are still experiencing? These are questions that the king list raises but does not answer. And perhaps that's the point. Perhaps the king list is not meant to give us answers, but to make us think, to make us question, to make us wonder about the nature of time, the nature of history, and the nature of our own existence. It's a text that refuses to be pinned down, that resists easy interpretation, that remains as mysterious and enigmatic today as it was when it was first carved into clay 4,000 years ago. And maybe that's why it endures. Maybe that's why we're still talking about it, still trying to understand it, still searching for the truth hidden within its lines. Because the Sumerian king list is not just a list of kings, it's a mirror, reflecting back to us our own questions about where we came from, who we are, and where we're going. It's a reminder that the past is not something separate from us, but something that lives within us, shaping our present and our future in ways we can barely comprehend. What if the key to understanding the Sumerian king list is not to solve it, but to live with it, to carry it with us as a question, a mystery, a puzzle that we may never fully solve, but that enriches our understanding of the world nonetheless? What if the greatest gift the Sumerians left us is not the answers they recorded, but the questions they asked? Late at night, when the world is quiet and the mind begins to drift, it's easy to imagine the antediluvian kings. You can see them in your mind's eye, sitting on thrones in cities that no longer exist, ruling over a world that has been lost to time. You can imagine the flood rising, the waters covering the land, the old world disappearing beneath the waves, and you can imagine the survivors clinging to whatever they could save, carrying with them the memory of what had been lost. The Sumerian king list is their legacy. It's the story they told, the record they kept, the message they left for us. And if we listen carefully, if we let the words sink in, we might hear something more than just a list of names and numbers. We might hear the echo of a world that once was, a world that existed before history, before writing, before the flood, a world where kings ruled for thousands of years, where the gods walked among humans, and where the boundaries between the possible and the impossible were not as clear as they are now. What if that world was real? What if the Sumerian king list is not mythology, not exaggeration, not symbolic encoding, but memory, distorted by time, fragmented by catastrophe, but memory nonetheless? What if the antediluvian kings really did exist, and their impossibly long reigns are a reflection of a world that operated under different rules, different conditions, different laws of nature? We may never know for certain. The evidence is too scarce, the past too distant, the truth too deeply buried. But the question remains, carved into clay, waiting for us to discover it, to ponder it, to carry it with us into the future. The Sumerian king list is not just a text, it's a doorway, a portal into a past that we can barely imagine, but that continues to call to us, to haunt us, to remind us that there is more to history than we have been taught. And perhaps that's enough. Perhaps the mystery itself is the message. Perhaps the Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were not trying to give us answers, but to give us something more valuable, a sense of wonder, a sense of possibility, a sense that the world is far older and far stranger than we can ever fully comprehend. So as you drift towards sleep, as the words of the king list fade into the background of your mind, let yourself wonder. Wonder about the antediluvian kings, about the world they ruled, about the flood that swept them away. Wonder about the survivors, about the knowledge they carried, about the stories they told, and wonder about us. about our place in the long, unbroken chain of human history, about what we will leave behind when our own civilization has crumbled and our own cities have turned to dust. The Sumerian king list holds no definitive answers, but it holds something more important, a question that echoes across the millennia, a question that each generation must answer for itself. What if the past is not what we think it is? What if there were others before us, greater than us, wiser than us, who knew things we've forgotten? And what if the key to understanding our future lies not in looking forward, but in looking back into the shadows of the earliest past, where the truth still waits to be discovered? The king list is still there, resting in its museum case, covered in dust and time. But the story it tells is not over. It's still being written, still being discovered, still being remembered. And as long as there are people willing to ask the questions, willing to wonder, willing to imagine a world that existed before history began, the Sumerian king list will continue to speak to us, whispering its secrets across the ages, reminding us that the past is never truly gone. It's just waiting to be found. But what if we've been asking the wrong questions all along? What if the mystery of the Sumerian king list isn't about whether the numbers are literal or symbolic, whether the kings were real or mythological, whether the flood was local or global? What if the real mystery is why we find it so difficult to accept that the Sumerians might have been telling the truth as they understood it? We live in an age of radical skepticism, where the default position toward ancient texts is disbelief. We assume that ancient peoples were superstitious, that they couldn't distinguish between fact and fiction, that their records are riddled with errors and exaggerations. But what if that assumption is wrong? What if the Sumerians were just as rational, just as careful, just as committed to accuracy as any modern historian? They were, after all, the inventors of writing itself. They created one of the world's first legal systems, developed advanced mathematics, tracked the movements of celestial bodies with remarkable precision. These were not primitive people. They were sophisticated, organized, meticulous. So when they recorded that Elulim ruled for 2800 years, they weren't being careless. They weren't confusing mythology with history. They were recording what they believed to be true, based on sources that they considered reliable. The question we should be asking is not whether the Sumerians were wrong, but why their understanding of the past was so radically different from ours. One possibility we haven't fully explored is that the Sumerians were measuring time differently than we do, not just using different units, sars instead of years, but conceptualizing time itself in a fundamentally different way. In the modern world, we think of time as linear, uniform, constant. A year is a year, whether it occurred in 2000 BCE or 2000 CE. Time flows at the same rate for everyone, everywhere, always. But what if that's not how the Sumerians understood time? What if they believed that time itself was variable, that it could flow faster or slower depending on cosmic conditions, divine intervention, or the state of the world? In that case, a year in the antediluvian period might not be equivalent to a year in the post-diluvian period. The two might be measuring the same thing, a cycle of seasons perhaps, or a celestial revolution, but the duration of that cycle might have been different. This idea might sound absurd to modern ears, but it's not without precedent. Einstein's theory of relativity tells us that time is not absolute, that it can be stretched or compressed depending on velocity and gravity. Time passes more slowly near a massive object, more quickly in the vacuum of space. An astronaut orbiting the Earth ages slightly slower than someone on the ground. Time, in other words, is relative. Could the Sumerians have known something about the relativity of time? Could they have inherited knowledge from an earlier civilization that understood that time is not constant, that it can change? If the antediluvian world existed during a period when the Earth's relationship to the Sun was different, when the planet's rotation was faster or slower, when the magnetic field or cosmic radiation levels created different conditions, then time itself might have been experienced differently. A year might have been shorter or longer. Life processes might have unfolded at a different rate. This is admittedly highly speculative, but it's no more speculative than dismissing the entire king list as mythology. At least this approach takes the Sumerians seriously, treats them as intelligent observers trying to make sense of information that had been passed down to them from their ancestors. Another avenue worth exploring is the nature of kingship itself in the antediluvian period. We assume that the kings listed in the king list were individuals, single human beings who ruled for impossibly long periods. But what if king meant something different before the flood? What if it referred not to a person, but to a principle, a system, a continuity of rule that transcended individual lifetimes? In many traditional societies, the king is not just a political leader, but a sacred figure, a living embodiment of the cosmic order. When a king dies, the kingship doesn't die. It passes to the successor, who becomes, in a sense, the same king. The individual changes, but the office remains. In ancient Egypt, every pharaoh was Horus incarnate. In Tibet, the Dalai Lama is believed to be the reincarnation of his predecessor, the same consciousness returning in a new body. The person is temporary, but the essence is eternal. What if the antediluvian kings were understood in this way? What if Alulim was not the name of a single individual, but a title, a position, a sacred office that was occupied by a succession of rulers who were all considered to be Alulim? In that case, the 2800-year reign would not be the lifespan of one person, but the duration of the Alulim dynasty, the total span of time during which that particular line of kingship held power. This interpretation has the advantage of making the numbers more comprehensible, without dismissing them as purely mythological. It allows us to take the king list seriously as a historical record, while acknowledging that the Sumerians might have been recording history in a way that's different from our modern conventions. The antediluvian section would then represent very long dynasties, or political systems that remained stable for thousands of years, while the post-diluvian section would represent shorter dynasties that change more frequently. But even this interpretation raises questions. If the antediluvian kings represent dynasties, why did those dynasties remain stable for so long? What kind of society could maintain the same ruling family, the same system of government, the same continuity of power for thousands of years? Our own experience tells us that political systems are fragile, that empires rise and fall, that revolutions and upheavals are inevitable. The longest-lasting dynasties in recorded history, the Zhou dynasty in China, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, lasted for a few centuries at most. The idea of a single dynasty ruling for 28,000 years seems almost as impossible as a single individual living that long. Unless, of course, the antediluvian world was fundamentally more stable than our own. If the climate was constant, if resources were abundant, if there were no wars or plagues or natural disasters to disrupt the social order, then perhaps a dynasty could last for millennia, The antediluvian period might have been a golden age, a time of peace and prosperity when the world was in balance and kingship was truly ordained by the heavens, not contested by ambitious rivals or threatened by external enemies. And then the flood came, and that stability was shattered. The post-diluvian world was a world of chaos, of struggle, of constant change. Dynasties rose and fell more quickly because the world itself was more volatile. The connection between heaven and earth had been severed, or at least weakened, and kingship was no longer the stable, eternal institution it had once been. There's another pattern in the king list that deserves closer attention: the gradual transition from the mythical to the historical. It's not just that the reign lengths decrease over time. The nature of the information changes as well. The antediluvian kings are listed with minimal detail. Name, city, reign length. That's all. No accomplishments, no genealogies, no stories. They're bare bones, skeletal entries that tell us almost nothing about who these kings were or what they did. But as the king list moves forward in time, the entries become richer. We start to get patronymics, son of so-and-so, which establish genealogical connections. We get epithets and titles that tell us something about the king's character or achievements. We get references to specific events, battles, building projects. By the time we reach the historically verified kings of the late 3rd millennium BCE, the entries are detailed enough to cross-reference with other sources to build a coherent picture of Mesopotamian history. This gradual enrichment of detail suggests that the king list is based on sources of varying quality and age. The antediluvian entries are the oldest, the most distant from the scribes who recorded them, and therefore the most sparse. The information has been compressed, reduced to its essential elements, stripped of context and elaboration. What survives is just the core. These were the kings, this is where they ruled, this is how long they ruled. But even in that compression, there's information. The fact that the antediluvian kings are remembered at all, that their names were preserved across such vast stretches of time, suggests that they were important enough that their memory endured through the catastrophe of the flood, through the collapse and rebuilding of civilization, through countless generations of oral transmission before writing was invented. These were not minor figures. They were the founding fathers of Sumerian civilization, the legendary rulers whose reigns established the template for all kingship that came after. And their names have meaning. Alulim, the first king, might be related to the Sumerian word for stag or ram, animals associated with strength and virility. Enmenluana, the second antediluvian king, has a name that might mean Lord of the Powers of the Sky. Enmengalana, the sixth king, could mean Lord of the Great Crown of Heaven. These are not random names. They're titles that suggest a sacred cosmic dimension to kingship, a connection to the divine powers that governed the universe. The cities where the kings ruled are equally significant. Eridu, the first city, was sacred to Enki, the god of wisdom and water. Bad Tibira was associated with metalworking and the arts of civilization. Larak was a cult center for the god Pabilsag, a warrior deity. Sippar was the city of the sun god Shamash, the god of justice and truth. Shurupak was the city of Utnapishtim, the flood hero who survived the deluge and was granted immortality. These cities represent different aspects of civilization, different divine principles, different spheres of knowledge and power. Taken together, they form a complete picture of the antediluvian world, a world where each city was a sacred center, a place where a particular god was worshipped, and a particular king maintained the connection between heaven and earth. The antediluvian period in this reading was an age when the divine order was manifest on earth, when the gods walked among humans, or at least were closer, more accessible, and when kingship was a direct expression of cosmic law. Let's consider for a moment the possibility that the flood described in the king list was not a meteorological event at all, but something else, something that we've been interpreting too literally. In ancient Mesopotamian thought, water was not just H2O. Water was the primordial chaos, the formless void from which the world was created. In the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic, the universe begins with two primordial waters, Apsu, the sweet water, and Tiamat, the salt water. These waters mix and give birth to the gods, and eventually the god Marduk slays Tiamat and creates the world from her body. Water, in this cosmology, represents the dissolution of form, the return to chaos, the end of order. A flood, then, is not just a physical disaster, it's a cosmic event, a moment when the ordered world collapses and returns to the primordial state. When the Sumerians said that the flood swept over, they might have been describing not just rising waters, but a complete breakdown of civilization, a return to chaos and formlessness from which a new world had to be created. This interpretation helps explain why the flood is such a sharp dividing line in the king list. It's not just that the waters rose and killed a lot of people, it's that the entire cosmic order was reset. The antediluvian world operated according to one set of principles, one relationship between gods and humans, one understanding of time and kingship. The flood dissolved all of that, swept it away, returned everything to the primordial waters, and when the waters receded, a new world emerged, still connected to the old world through memory and tradition, but fundamentally different, operating under new rules. In this reading, the impossibly long reigns of the antediluvian kings are not anomalies that need to be explained away. They're accurate descriptions of a different mode of existence. The antediluvian world was closer to the divine source, closer to the moment of creation, and therefore time itself operated differently. As the world aged, as it moved further from the initial creative act, time accelerated. The reigns grew shorter because the world itself was changing, aging, moving toward the dissolution that would eventually come with the flood. And after the flood, in the new world, time moved faster still. The first post-Diluvian kings lived for centuries, but their descendants lived for decades. The world was speeding up, moving away from the timeless realm of the gods and toward the fully temporal realm of mortal humanity. The king list, in this interpretation, is a record of that acceleration, that gradual separation of the human and divine realms. There's a strange detail in some versions of the king list that often gets overlooked. The phrase, "then the kingship was taken to" a particular city. This phrase appears repeatedly as the list moves from one dynasty to the next. After Eridu, the kingship was taken to Bad Tibira. After Bad Tibira, the kingship was taken to Larak, and so on. The passive voice is important here. The kingship is not seized, not conquered, not claimed. It is taken, moved from one place to another by an unspecified agent. The implication is that kingship is a portable thing, something that can be transferred from city to city. But who is doing the transferring? The obvious answer in Sumerian cosmology is the gods. Kingship descends from heaven, and it can be moved from place to place according to divine will. This raises an intriguing possibility. What if the antediluvian section of the king list is not describing a succession of dynasties that replaced each other through conquest or inheritance, but a deliberate rotation of power? What if kingship was meant to move from city to city, each city taking its turn as the centre of the world, each king ruling until the gods decided it was time to pass the kingship to the next city? In this scenario, the impossibly long reigns make a different kind of sense. If kingship was supposed to remain in each city for a predetermined period, a great cosmic cycle perhaps, then those periods might naturally be very long. The king didn't die and pass power to an heir. He ruled until the completion of his city's cycle, at which point the kingship was taken to the next city and the next king began his reign. This would also explain why there's no mention of violence or conflict in the antediluvian section. The transitions between kings are peaceful, orderly, almost ritualistic. There are no wars, no rebellions, no usurpations. The kingship simply moves from one place to the next, following a pattern ordained by the gods. And then the flood came, and that orderly pattern was destroyed. In the post-diluvian world, kingship was no longer passed peacefully from city to city according to divine will. It was fought over, conquered, seized by force. The king list records several instances of cities destroying each other, of dynasties being overthrown, of kingship being smitten with weapons and taken by conquest. The post-diluvian world was a world of violence and competition, a world where the divine order had broken down and human ambition had taken its place. We keep coming back to this question. What was different about the antediluvian world? What made it possible for kings to rule for thousands of years, for cities to coexist peacefully, for civilization to remain stable across vast stretches of time? One answer that we haven't fully considered is that the antediluvian world had fewer people. Modern scholarship estimates that the total human population before the advent of agriculture was somewhere between 1 and 10 million people worldwide. That's roughly the current population of a single large city, spread across the entire globe. Even after the agricultural revolution, population growth was slow. By 5000 BCE, the estimated global population was still only around 5 to 20 million. By 3000 BCE, perhaps 50 million. If the antediluvian cities were small, a few thousand people at most, then the social dynamics would have been completely different from anything we're familiar with. Everyone would have known everyone else, or at least known of them. Social relationships would have been direct and personal, not mediated through complex bureaucracies or anonymous institutions. A king ruling over a few thousand people would have been more like a village elder than a modern head of state. In such a society, stability would be easier to maintain. There would be less social stratification, less inequality, less potential for conflict. Resources would be abundant relative to population, so there would be less competition, less violence, less need for war. If everyone has enough to eat, if there's enough land for everyone, if there are no external threats, then why would the social order ever change? A dynasty could indeed last for thousands of years if there was simply no pressure forcing it to end. And the king himself, or the succession of kings bearing the same name, might live unusually long lives simply because the conditions were ideal. Good nutrition, low stress, absence of epidemic diseases, a stable and supportive community, all of these factors would contribute to longevity. If we add to that the possibility that the antediluvian world had different environmental conditions, perhaps higher oxygen levels, lower cosmic radiation, a stronger magnetic field, then lifespans of several hundred years start to seem at least theoretically possible. Not 28,000 years, of course. But perhaps the Sumerians, working backward from oral traditions and fragmentary records, had lost track of how many kings had actually ruled under each royal name. What they knew was that the line of Alulim had ruled in Eridu for a very, very long time. So long that the number seemed more like a cosmic cycle than a human lifespan. So they recorded it as a Sar, or 8 Sars, and let the number speak for itself. But there's a darker possibility that we need to consider. What if the flood was not a natural disaster, but a deliberate act of destruction? The Epic of Gilgamesh tells us that the gods decided to destroy humanity because they had become too numerous, too noisy, too troublesome. Enlil, the king of the gods, convinced the other deities to send the flood to wipe out the human race. Only Enki dissented, warning Utnapishtim and giving him the means to survive. Why would the gods want to destroy humanity? This standard interpretation is that humans were disturbing the gods' peace, that the constant noise and activity of human civilization was intolerable to the divine beings. But there might be another reason. The gods were afraid. In several ancient texts, there are hints that humanity was on the verge of becoming too powerful, too knowledgeable, too much like the gods themselves. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, after Gilgamesh and his companion Enkidu slay the bull of heaven, the goddess Ishtar is furious not just because they killed her sacred animal, but because they demonstrated that humans could challenge and defeat divine forces. In the story of the Tower of Babel, God scatters humanity specifically because nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. What if the antediluvian civilization had reached a level of advancement that threatened the gods? What if humans had discovered secrets, developed technologies, achieved understandings that were supposed to remain in the divine realm? The long reigns of the antediluvian kings might reflect not just stability, but progress. A steady accumulation of knowledge and power for thousands of years, an ascent toward something that the gods found dangerous, and so the gods sent the flood. Not as punishment for sin, not because humans were evil, but because humans were becoming too powerful. The flood was a reset button, a way of knocking humanity back down to a more manageable level. The antediluvian knowledge was lost, the cities were destroyed, the long-lived kings were swept away, and humanity had to start over from scratch. But some knowledge survived. Utnapishtim survived, carrying with him memories of the world before the flood. Other survivors scattered across the globe preserved fragments of the old wisdom, and when civilization was rebuilt, when the Sumerians emerged in southern Mesopotamia and created their cities and their writing, they were not starting from zero. They were recovering, rebuilding, trying to piece together what had been lost. The Sumerian king list might be one of those pieces, a fragment of antediluvian knowledge, distorted and incomplete, but genuine. The impossibly long reigns, the mysterious cities, the flood that divided history, all of it might be a garbled but authentic memory of a world that the gods tried to erase. There's an odd detail in the mythology surrounding the antediluvian kings that deserves attention. Several of these kings are said to have ascended to heaven, to have been taken up by the gods without dying. Enmeduranki, the seventh antediluvian king who ruled in Sipar, is particularly important. According to later Babylonian tradition, Enmeduranki was taken up into heaven where the gods Shamash and Adad taught him the secrets of divination, how to read omens, how to interpret the will of the gods, how to see the future. He then returned to earth and taught these secrets to the priests, establishing the guild of diviners that would serve Mesopotamian civilization for thousands of years. This story has clear parallels to the biblical figure of Enoch, the seventh patriarch before the flood, who walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Enoch, like Enmeduranki, was taken up to heaven and given divine knowledge, which he then recorded in books that became the foundation for later mystical and apocalyptic traditions. The parallel is too precise to be coincidental. Both are the seventh in a series of antediluvian figures. Both are taken up to heaven. Both receive divine knowledge. Both transmit that knowledge to later generations. The two traditions must be connected, must stem from a common source. A memory of an antediluvian figure who bridged the gap between human and divine, who brought down knowledge from heaven and ensured that it would survive the coming flood. What kind of knowledge? The texts are maddeningly vague, but they hint at astronomy, at the movements of the heavens, at the ability to calculate and predict celestial events. Enmeduranki is taught divination, which in Mesopotamian practice meant observing and interpreting natural phenomena. The flight of birds, the patterns in oil poured on water, the movements of stars and planets, the occurrence of eclipses. This was not superstition. It was science, a systematic attempt to understand the patterns that govern the natural world and to use that understanding to predict future events. If the antediluvian kings possessed advanced astronomical knowledge, if they were tracking celestial cycles and recording their observations over thousands of years, then the numbers in the king list might be more than just reign lengths. They might be a kind of code, a way of encoding astronomical data in a form that could be transmitted across the catastrophe of the flood. The reigns of the kings might correspond to celestial cycles, to the periods of planets, to precession of the equinoxes, to cycles within cycles that the antediluvian astronomers had discovered and wanted to preserve. And if that's true, then the king list is not just a historical document, it's a scientific text, a repository of astronomical knowledge so important that it had to be saved, even if that meant disguising it as a list of kings and dynasties. The Sumerians who recorded the king list might not have fully understood what they were preserving. They might have been copying from sources that were already ancient, already mysterious, already partially incomprehensible. But they recognized that the information was important, that it came from a time before the flood, and that it needed to be recorded and passed down. Let's turn now to a question we've been avoiding. If the antediluvian civilization was so advanced, where is the archaeological evidence? Where are the ruins of Eridu from before the flood? Where are the artifacts, the tools, the technologies that this lost civilization would have left behind? The answer might be simpler than we think: underwater. At the end of the last ice age, sea levels rose by more than 400 feet. Coastlines that had been dry land for tens of thousands of years were suddenly submerged beneath hundreds of feet of water. If the antediluvian cities were built along those ancient coastlines, and there's good reason to think they would have been, since river mouths and coastal areas are the most fertile and resource-rich locations, then those cities are now underwater, buried beneath centuries of sediment, completely inaccessible to conventional archaeology. Recent underwater archaeology has revealed that there are indeed structures, settlements, and artifacts beneath the world's oceans. Off the coast of India, underwater ruins have been discovered that some researchers date to 7000 BCE or earlier. In the Mediterranean, submerged settlements have been found that predate any known coastal civilizations. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument, a massive stone structure that may be natural or may be artificial, sits beneath the waves, a mystery that continues to provoke debate. If we accept that sea level rise submerged thousands of miles of coastline at the end of the Ice Age, then we have to accept that whatever civilizations existed along those coastlines are now lost, visible only to divers and underwater robots. The archaeological record, in other words, is incomplete, radically, fundamentally incomplete. We're looking for evidence of ancient civilizations in the wrong places, in the highlands and river valleys that remained above water, when the real centres of ancient population might be beneath the seas. Eridu, as it happens, was originally a coastal city. When it was founded around 5400 BCE, It stood near the edge of the Persian Gulf. Over the millennia, silt from the Tigris and Euphrates rivers gradually extended the coastline, pushing the sea further and further away. Today, Eridu is miles inland, surrounded by desert. But in the antediluvian period, if that period predates 5400 BCE, Eridu would have been a coastal settlement, possibly even a port city. If the antediluvian cities were built during the Ice Age, when sea levels were much lower, then they would have been located along what is now the floor of the Persian Gulf. And when the ice melted and the seas rose, those cities would have been flooded, destroyed, buried beneath water and sediment. Only the memory of those cities would have survived, preserved in oral traditions and eventually recorded in texts like the Sumerian king list. This would explain why the archaeological evidence for the antediluvian cities is so sparse. We've excavated Eridu, and we found layers of settlement going back to 5400 BCE, but we haven't found the antediluvian city, the original Eridu where Ululim reigned for 28th Bayun the 800 years. That city, if it existed, is underwater, out of reach, lost beneath the Persian Gulf. The final question, the one that haunts every reading of the Sumerian king list, is this. What does it mean for us? Why should we care about a list of ancient kings, about a flood that may or may not have happened, about a lost civilization that may or may not have existed? We live in the 21st century, in a world of science and technology, of space exploration and artificial intelligence. What possible relevance could the Sumerian king list have to our lives today? The answer is that the king list challenges our fundamental understanding of human history. We've been taught that civilization is a recent phenomenon, that humans lived as primitive hunter-gatherers for hundreds of thousands of years, and only developed agriculture, cities, and writing within the last 10,000 years. We've been taught that history is a story of progress, of steady advancement from simplicity to complexity, from ignorance to knowledge. But the Sumerian king list tells a different story. It tells us that there were civilizations before ours, that there were kings and cities and knowledge that existed long before the earliest dates in our history books. It tells us that history is not linear but cyclical, that civilizations rise and fall, that knowledge can be gained and lost, that humanity has had to start over more than once. If the king list is right, if there really was an antediluvian civilization that was destroyed by a catastrophic flood, then we need to rethink everything we know about the human past. We need to consider the possibility that we are not the first advanced civilization, that there were others before us, and that those earlier civilizations might have known things we don't, might have achieved things we haven't, might have left behind knowledge that we've lost. And if civilizations can fall, if knowledge can be lost, if catastrophe can destroy everything we've built, then we need to ask ourselves, could it happen again? Are we building a civilization that's sustainable, that will endure, that will pass its knowledge down to future generations? Or are we repeating the mistakes of the past, building on unstable foundations, heading toward our own flood? Our own moment when everything we've built will be swept away. The Sumerian king list is not just a window into the past, it's a mirror, reflecting back to us our own fragility, our own mortality, our own place in the long cycle of human history. It reminds us that we are not the pinnacle of human achievement, not the final destination of progress. We are one chapter in a much longer story, a story that began long before us and will continue long after we're gone. The antediluvian kings are calling to us across the millennia, their names carved into clay, their reigns stretching across vast epochs of time. They're telling us that the world has changed before and will change again, that nothing is permanent, that even the greatest civilizations eventually crumble and fall. But they're also telling us something else, something more hopeful, that memory survives, that knowledge can be preserved, that even after the flood, after the catastrophe, after everything is lost, something can be saved. The Sumerian king list survived. Despite 4,000 years of wars, invasions, collapses and catastrophes, despite the fall of Sumer and the destruction of its cities, despite the death of its language and the loss of its culture, the king list survived. It was copied and recopied, buried and rediscovered, translated and studied, until finally it reached us, here, now, in the 21st century. That's the real miracle of the Sumerian king list, not the impossibly long reigns, not the mysterious antediluvian kings, not even the flood that divided history. The miracle is that it survived at all, that the memory was kept alive, that someone cared enough to preserve it. And if the Sumerians could do that, if they could save their knowledge across thousands of years of chaos and destruction, then maybe we can too. Maybe that's the lesson the antediluvian kings are trying to teach us. Not to fear the flood, not to mourn what will be lost, but to do what the Sumerians did, to remember, to record, to preserve, to carve our knowledge into something that will last, something that will survive whatever catastrophes the future holds, something that will speak to whoever comes after us and tell them, "We were here, we knew things, and we wanted you to know them too." The Sumerian king list is still waiting, still speaking, still asking its questions, and maybe, if we listen carefully enough, we'll find not just answers about the past, but guidance for the future. Wisdom from a lost world, preserved across the ages, offering us a chance to learn from those who came before, to avoid their mistakes, to build something that will last. Or maybe the king list is simply reminding us that some mysteries can't be solved, that some questions can't be answered, that the past will always remain partly hidden, partly unknowable. And that's okay, because the value of the mystery is not in solving it, but in carrying it with us, in letting it shape how we see the world, in allowing it to remind us that reality is stranger and deeper and more wondrous than we can ever fully comprehend. The antediluvian kings ruled for thousands of years in cities that no longer exist, in a world that was swept away by a flood. But their names remain, their memory endures, and as long as we continue to ask questions about them, to wonder about them, to imagine the world they inhabited, they are, in a sense, still alive, still ruling, still speaking, still bridging the gap between the earliest past and the present moment. What if that's immortality? Not living for 28,000 years in a physical body, but living forever in memory, in story, in the questions that each generation asks anew. What if the antediluvian kings achieved something far more remarkable than longevity? They achieved permanence, eternity, a kind of existence that transcends time itself. The clay tablets will eventually crumble, the museums will eventually fall, but the story will remain, passed from mind to mind, generation to generation, carried forward into whatever future awaits us. The Sumerian king list will continue to speak, continue to ask, continue to challenge our understanding of who we are and where we came from, and in that persistence, in that refusal to be forgotten, there might be the answer to the greatest mystery of all. Not how long the antediluvian kings lived, but why their memory has endured. Not what happened before the flood, but why we need to keep asking that question. Not whether the king list is true or false, history or mythology, but why it continues to matter, continues to haunt us, continues to call us back to the beginning, to the earliest past, to the moment when kingship descended from heaven and everything began. The Sumerian king list holds the key to our earliest past, but perhaps it also holds the key to our future, a reminder that civilizations rise and fall, that knowledge can be lost and found, that memory is the most precious thing we possess, and that the greatest gift we can give to those who come after us is the truth of where we came from, however strange, however impossible, however difficult to believe. The kings are waiting. The cities are silent. The flood is remembered. And the question echoes across 4,000 years. What if it's all true? What if the Sumerians were right? What if there were a world before this world? And what if some part of that world is still trying to speak to us, still trying to tell us something we desperately need to know? Listen. The clay is still speaking. Why does the universe seem so empty? Look up on a clear night, far from the glow of cities, and you will see thousands of stars scattered across the black, each one a sun. Many of them older than ours, larger, burning with ancient light that began its journey before the first humans walked the earth. And around those stars, we now know, orbit countless worlds. Planets of ice and iron, worlds wrapped in thick atmospheres, rocky spheres that might hold water, might hold warmth, might hold the conditions for something to begin. The numbers are staggering. Our galaxy alone contains somewhere between 100 billion and 400 billion stars. And beyond our galaxy, there are billions more galaxies, each one a spiral of light containing billions of stars of their own. If you do the math, even conservatively, the universe should be teeming with life. Not just simple organisms clinging to the edge of survival, but civilizations. Beings who think, who build, who reach outward into the cosmos just as we have begun to do. And yet, when we listen, we hear nothing. No signals, no transmissions, no evidence of vast empires stretching between the stars, no megastructures harvesting the energy of suns, no fleets of ships crossing the void, just silence. A silence so profound, so complete, that it has haunted scientists and philosophers for generations. This is the Fermi paradox, named after the physicist Enrico Fermi, who asked a simple question over lunch one day in 1950. Where is everybody? It is a question that should not need asking. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. Our Sun, our Earth, are relative newcomers, only 4.5 billion years in the making. That means there were billions of years before us, billions of years for other civilizations to arise, to grow, to spread. If even a tiny fraction of those stars produced intelligent life, and if even a small number of those civilizations survived long enough to explore their galaxy, then the Milky Way should be crowded. We should see their marks everywhere. We should have been found by now, but we have not been. And that absence, that emptiness, suggests something darker, something that stops civilizations before they can reach the stars, something that has stopped them all. This is the idea of the Great Filter. The Great Filter is not a place. It is not a wall at the edge of space, not a cosmic barrier that can be seen or touched. It is a concept, a threshold, a stage in the development of life that is so difficult, so deadly, that almost nothing survives it. It is the reason the universe is silent, the reason we are alone. And the terrifying part is this. We do not know where the filter lies. We do not know if it is behind us, something we have already passed through by sheer luck, or if it is still ahead, waiting in our future like a trap we cannot see. If the filter is behind us, then we are the exception, the miracle, the 1 in a trillion chance that made it through. But if the filter is ahead, then everything we are building, everything we are becoming, is leading us toward the same fate that claimed every other civilization that tried. Tonight, we're going to explore that idea, not with panic, not with fear, but with the slow, quiet curiosity of someone tracing a pattern in the dark. We're going to ask what the filter might be, where it might wait, and whether there is any way to survive it. This is not a story with easy answers. It is a story about the fragility of existence, the silence of the cosmos, and the haunting possibility that intelligence itself might be the seed of extinction. So settle in, let the world outside fade, and let us begin. The silence of the universe was not always considered strange. For most of human history, we believed we were alone by design. The earth was the center of creation. The stars were distant lights set in a celestial sphere, and the idea that other worlds might exist, let alone harbour life, was the domain of poets and dreamers. It was not until the 20th century, when our technology advanced enough to truly see the scale of the cosmos, that the silence began to feel wrong. In the 1960s, we started listening. Radio telescopes turned toward the sky, scanning frequencies, searching for patterns that could not be natural. The hope was that somewhere out there, another civilization was broadcasting, intentionally or not, and that we might catch the faintest whisper of their existence. Projects like SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, have been listening ever since. Decades of scanning, decades of silence. At first, scientists assumed we simply had not looked long enough, or in the right places. Space is vast, after all. Signals degrade over distance. Maybe we were listening to the wrong frequencies, or pointing our telescopes in the wrong direction. But as the years passed and the technology improved, the silence became harder to explain. We have now surveyed millions of star systems. We have listened across a wide range of frequencies. We have looked for signs of megastructures, artificial heat signatures, anything that might indicate advanced technology. And we have found nothing. This is where the Fermi paradox truly takes hold. Because the math does not support the silence. Consider this. Our galaxy is roughly 100,000 light-years across. If a civilization developed the ability to travel between stars, even at a fraction of the speed of light, they could colonize the entire galaxy in just a few million years. That sounds like a long time to us, but on cosmic scales it is nothing, a blink. The Milky Way has existed for over 13 billion years. There has been more than enough time for a spacefaring civilization to spread everywhere, to leave traces, to make their presence known. And yet, we see no evidence of that. No ancient probes orbiting distant stars, no remnants of long-dead empires, no signals, no ruins, no footprints in the dust of dead worlds. It is as though intelligence arises, flickers briefly, and then vanishes before it can leave a mark. This is what led to the idea of the Great Filter. The theory suggests that somewhere between the formation of a planet and the creation of a galaxy-spanning civilization, there is a step so difficult that almost nothing makes it through. A bottleneck, a point of no return. And the question that keeps scientists awake at night is this: where does that bottleneck lie? There are, broadly speaking, two possibilities. Either the filter is behind us, or it is ahead of us. If it is behind us, then the hard part is already over. The emergence of life itself, or the jump from simple cells to complex organisms, or the development of intelligence. One of these steps is so improbable that we are among the first, perhaps the only ones, to have made it this far. In that case, the universe is silent because life is rare. We're not in danger of extinction from some future filter, because we have already beaten the odds. But if the filter is ahead of us, then the silence takes on a different meaning. It means that civilizations do arise. They do develop technology. They do reach for the stars, but something stops them. Something kills them before they can spread. And if that is true, then we are not safe. We are simply next in line. The question, then, is what could the filter be? What force, what event, what flaw could be so universal, so absolute, that it destroys every civilization that encounters it? Let us begin by looking backward into the deep history of a life on Earth, and see if we can find clues in the path we've already walked. Life on Earth is 4 billion years old, give or take. That is almost as old as the planet itself. within a few 100 million years of the Earth's surface cooling enough to hold liquid water, the first simple cells appeared. Single-celled organisms, bacteria-like, floating in ancient oceans. For billions of years, that was all there was. Just microbes. No plants, no animals, no complexity. Just tiny specks of life, dividing and surviving in a world that was hostile and strange. This is the first potential filter, the origin of life itself. We do not know how life began. We have theories, chemical reactions in deep-sea vents, organic molecules delivered by comets, self-replicating RNA emerging from primordial soup, but no definitive answer. It is possible that the jump from non-living chemistry to living biology is so improbable, so dependent on perfect conditions that it almost never happens. If that is the case, then Earth is a fluke, a 1 in a billion accident, and the reason the universe is silent is because most planets never get past this step. But here is the problem with that theory. Life on Earth appeared quickly, almost as soon as it was possible. That suggests that the origin of life might not be as hard as we think. If it were truly rare, we would expect it to take much longer, to require countless failed attempts over billions of years. Instead, it happened almost immediately, which means the filter might not be here. It might be somewhere else. The next major step came much later. For roughly 2 billion years, life on Earth remained simple. Just bacteria and archaea, single-celled organisms with no internal structure. Then, around 2 billion years ago, something extraordinary happened. One cell engulfed another, and instead of digesting it, the two began to cooperate. The smaller cell became a mitochondrion, an organelle that produces energy, and the larger cell became the ancestor of all complex life. This is called endosymbiosis, and it only happened once. Every plant, every animal, every fungus on Earth descends from that single event. This could be the filter. The jump from simple prokaryotic cells to complex eukaryotic cells might be so unlikely, so dependent on a perfect storm of circumstances that it almost never occurs. If that is true, then the universe might be full of microbial life, but empty of anything more complex. Planets covered in bacterial mats, but no forests, no oceans teeming with fish, no creatures that think. But again, we do not know. We have only one example, Earth, and on Earth, once complex cells appeared, evolution exploded. Multicellular organisms emerged, plants colonized the land, animals followed, intelligence arose, which brings us to the next possibility. Maybe the filter is not in the biology, but in the intelligence itself. For most of Earth's history, intelligence was not necessary. Survival depended on reproduction, on adaptation, on filling ecological niches. Thinking, planning, abstract reasoning, these were luxuries, not requirements. And even when intelligence did begin to evolve, it was not inevitable that it would lead to technology. Dolphins are intelligent, crows are intelligent, octopuses are intelligent. But none of them have built cities or written books or launched rockets into space. Humans are the exception, and we are a very recent exception. Anatomically modern humans have existed for only about 300,000 years. Civilization, agriculture, writing. These are only 10,000 years old. Industrial technology is only a few centuries old. Space travel is only decades old. On the timescale of Earth's history, we are a blip, a flash. And the question is, are we an anomaly, or are we the beginning of something that always ends the same way? Because here is the unsettling part. Intelligence, as far as we can tell, is not a stable trait. It does not guarantee survival. In fact, it might do the opposite. Intelligence gives a species the ability to reshape its environment, to extract resources, to grow beyond the limits that once constrained it. But it also gives that species the ability to destroy itself, to poison its own air and water, to create weapons that can end all life in an instant, to alter the climate, to deplete the soil, to drive other species to extinction until the entire ecosystem collapses. We've been intelligent for a few 100,000 years, we've been technological for a few hundred, and already we're facing existential threats: climate change, nuclear weapons, pandemics, artificial intelligence, biotechnology. Each one of these has the potential to end us. And if we are facing these threats after only a few centuries of industrialization, what does that say about every other civilization that might have reached this point? Maybe the filter is not behind us. Maybe it is right here, right now. Maybe intelligence is the filter. Maybe every species that becomes smart enough to reshape its world also becomes smart enough to destroy it. And maybe in the end they all do. There is a pattern in history that repeats itself, over and over, across cultures and continents. Civilizations rise, they grow, they become powerful, complex, interconnected, and then they fall. Sometimes slowly over centuries, sometimes quickly within a generation, but they always fall. The ancient Sumerians, who built the first cities in Mesopotamia, collapsed after centuries of salinization destroyed their farmland. The Maya, whose cities once dominated Central America, abandoned their great temples and pyramids, possibly due to drought and resource depletion. The Roman Empire, which controlled the Mediterranean for half a millennium, fractured under the weight of its own complexity, unable to sustain itself. The Khmer Empire, the ancestral Puebloans, the Rapa Nui of Easter Island, each one a story of growth, overreach, and collapse. These were not primitive societies. They were advanced, organized, capable of incredible feats of engineering and art. And yet, they could not last. Something always went wrong. Resources ran out. The climate shifted. Internal conflicts tore them apart. Diseases swept through. Invaders arrived. Or in many cases, they simply grew too complex to manage, too fragile to adapt, and they broke under their own weight. This is called the collapse of complex societies, and it is a well-documented phenomenon. The historian Joseph Tainter studied it extensively, and his conclusion was sobering. Complexity is not free. It requires energy, resources, coordination. And as a society becomes more complex, the cost of maintaining that complexity increases. Eventually, the returns diminish. The society reaches a point where it takes more energy to keep things running than the system can produce. And when that happens, collapse is inevitable. Now scale that up. Not to a single civilization, but to an entire species. Not to a city or an empire, but to a global technological society. What happens when the complexity becomes planetary? When the systems we depend on, food production, energy grids, supply chains, communication networks, are so interconnected that a failure in one place cascades everywhere? What happens when the cost of maintaining our way of life exceeds what the planet can provide? We are already seeing the signs. Climate change is accelerating, ecosystems are collapsing, freshwater is becoming scarce, topsoil is eroding, fisheries are depleting, and at the same time, our technology is advancing faster than our ability to control it. We are developing artificial intelligence without fully understanding how it works. We're editing genes without knowing the long-term consequences. We're building weapons that could sterilize the planet. This is the modern interpretation of the Great Filter. The idea that every intelligent species, once it reaches a certain level of technological development, faces a crisis. A moment where its power outstrips its wisdom. where its ability to destroy exceeds its ability to cooperate, and most species, the theory goes, do not make it through. They either destroy themselves outright, through war or environmental collapse, or they stagnate, falling back into simpler ways of living, never reaching the stars. There is a term for this, the self-destruction hypothesis. It suggests that intelligence is inherently unstable, that the same traits that allow a species to dominate its planet, curiosity, ambition, the drive to innovate, also make it reckless. We solve problems by creating new technologies, but those technologies create new problems, often worse than the ones we started with. We split the atom and gained limitless energy, but also the ability to annihilate ourselves. We connected the world through the internet, but also created systems of surveillance and control that could be used to oppress entire populations. We are reaching toward artificial superintelligence, but we do not know if we can keep it aligned with our values, or if it will decide we are irrelevant. And if this is true for us, why would it not be true for every other civilization? Why would any species, anywhere, be immune to the same pressures, the same temptations, the same mistakes? Maybe the reason the universe is silent is because intelligence is a trap, a dead end, a trait that seems advantageous in the short term but leads to extinction in the long term. Maybe we are not the first to reach this point. Maybe countless others have stood where we stand now, looking up at the stars, wondering if they would survive, and maybe none of them did. But there is another possibility, one that is less about self-destruction and more about the universe itself. Maybe the filter is not something we do to ourselves. Maybe it is something that happens to us, something external, something we cannot control. The history of life on Earth is punctuated by mass extinctions, 5 major ones to be precise, though there have been many smaller die-offs as well. The most famous is the one that killed the dinosaurs 66 million years ago, when an asteroid struck the Yucatan Peninsula and triggered a global winter. But that was not the worst. The worst was the Permian-Triassic extinction, 252 million years ago, when volcanic eruptions in Siberia released so much carbon dioxide and sulfur into the atmosphere that 90% of all species on Earth died. The oceans turned acidic. The temperature spiked. It took millions of years for life to recover. These events were not caused by intelligence. They were not the result of poor planning or reckless technology. They were natural disasters, the kind of thing that happens on a planet over geological timescales. And they remind us that the universe is not a safe place. It is violent, chaotic, indifferent to life. Asteroids still cross Earth's orbit. Supervolcanoes still simmer beneath the surface. Gamma-ray bursts from distant stars could sterilize half the planet in an instant. A nearby supernova could strip away our ozone layer, exposing all life to lethal radiation. These are low-probability events, but over millions of years, low-probability events become certainties. And if a civilization does not develop the technology to detect and prevent these disasters, it will eventually be wiped out by one. This is another potential filter, cosmic hazards. The idea that the universe is simply too dangerous for life to last. That no matter how advanced a civilization becomes, it is always vulnerable to forces beyond its control. A rogue planet could destabilize a solar system. A black hole could wander too close. A nearby star could go supernova, and there would be nothing anyone could do. But here is the thing. We have survived these threats so far. Earth has been hit by asteroids before and life recovered. We have been through ice ages, supervolcano eruptions, magnetic pole reversals, and we are still here. which suggests that while cosmic hazards are real, they might not be the filter. They might be obstacles, challenges that a sufficiently advanced civilization can overcome. If we can detect an asteroid decades before it hits, we can deflect it. If we can predict volcanic eruptions, we can prepare. If we can spread to multiple planets, we are no longer vulnerable to a single catastrophic event. So maybe the filter is not external. Maybe it is not about asteroids or supervolcanoes or gamma-ray bursts. Maybe it is about something more subtle, something that happens not in a single catastrophic moment, but slowly, over time, as a civilization grows and changes. Maybe the filter is stagnation. Imagine a civilization that survives all the early threats. It makes it through the origin of life, the jump to complexity, the development of intelligence. It avoids self-destruction. It deflects the asteroids, survives the climate shifts, manages its resources carefully. It reaches a stable state, a plateau, and then it stops. Not because it is destroyed, but because it has no reason to keep going. Because the drive to explore, to expand, to reach for the stars fades. Because comfort and stability become more important than growth. Because the risks of pushing further outweigh the rewards. This is the stagnation hypothesis. The idea that most civilizations, once they reach a certain level of development, simply lose interest in expanding. They turn inward. They focus on maintaining what they have rather than seeking what lies beyond, and in doing so, they become invisible. They do not send out signals because they are not looking for anyone. They do not build megastructures because they do not need them. They exist quietly on their homeworlds, content with their lot, and the universe never hears from them. It sounds almost peaceful, but it is also a kind of death. Because a civilization that does not grow, that does not adapt, that does not push beyond its limits, is a civilization that will eventually fade. Entropy is relentless. Stars die. Planets cool. Resources deplete. If a species does not spread, does not diversify, does not ensure its survival across multiple worlds, then it is only a matter of time before something goes wrong. A plague, a war, a slow decline in birth rates, a loss of knowledge, and when that happens, there is no backup, no second chance, just silence. We see hints of this in our own history. Civilizations that became isolated, that stopped trading, stopped innovating, often stagnated and eventually collapsed. The Ming dynasty in China, after a period of incredible exploration and naval power, turned inward, banned ocean-going ships, and fell behind the rest of the world. The Byzantine Empire, once the heir to Rome, became increasingly insular and rigid, unable to adapt to new threats, and was eventually conquered. Stagnation is not stability. It is the prelude to collapse. And maybe that is what happens to most intelligent species. Maybe they reach a point where the challenges of space travel, of colonizing other worlds, of maintaining a presence across the stars, seem too great. Maybe they decide it is easier to stay home, to focus on their own planet, to live out their existence in comfort rather than risk. And maybe, in making that choice, they seal their fate. But there is another, darker possibility, one that suggests the filter is not about stagnation, or self-destruction, or cosmic hazards. One that suggests the silence of the universe is not an accident, but a warning. What if civilizations do survive? What if they do spread to the stars, build vast empires, harness the energy of entire galaxies? What if they become so advanced, so powerful, that they are unrecognizable to us? And what if, in becoming that advanced, they also become silent? This is the transcendence hypothesis. The idea that sufficiently advanced civilizations move beyond the need for physical form, for radio signals, for megastructures. They upload themselves into digital substrates, existing as pure information. Or they manipulate space-time itself, creating pocket universes where they can exist in isolation. Or they merge with artificial intelligence, becoming something entirely new, something that no longer cares about the material universe. If this is true, then the silence makes sense. We are looking for civilizations like us, biological, technological, broadcasting into space. But if most civilizations evolve beyond that stage, if they transcend into forms we cannot detect or comprehend, then of course we do not see them. They are still out there. They are just invisible to us. It is a comforting thought. In a way, it means the filter is not deadly. It means civilizations do survive. They just change. They become something else, something we cannot yet imagine. But it is also unsettling. Because if transcendence is the norm, if every civilization that reaches a certain point leaves the physical universe behind, then what does that say about us? Are we destined to follow the same path, to abandon our bodies, our planets, our connection to the material world? And if we do, what will we become? Will we still be human in any meaningful sense? Or will we be something so different that the word loses all meaning? And there is another possibility, one that is even stranger. What if the reason we do not see other civilizations is because they are hiding? What if the universe is not empty, but full of life, and that life has learned to stay silent? This is the dark forest hypothesis, popularized by the Chinese science fiction writer Liu Cixin. It suggests that the universe is like a dark forest at night, where every civilization is a hunter, moving carefully, quietly, trying not to be noticed. Because to be noticed is to be targeted. To broadcast your presence is to invite destruction. The logic goes like this. If there are many civilizations in the universe, and if resources are finite, then every civilization is a potential threat. You do not know if another species is peaceful or hostile. You do not know if they will try to communicate or attack. And because the distances between stars are so vast, by the time you detect another civilization, it might already be too late to defend yourself. So the safest strategy is to stay hidden, to listen but never transmit, to observe but never reveal yourself. If this is true, then the silence is not because civilizations are rare or dead. It is because they are afraid, and if they are afraid, maybe we should be too. So where does that leave us? We have explored the possibilities. The filter could be behind us, in the origin of life or the jump to complexity. It could be ahead of us, in self-destruction or stagnation. It could be external, in cosmic hazards or hostile aliens. Or it could be something we have not even considered, something so strange, so outside our current understanding that we cannot yet see it. The truth is, we do not know. We have only one data point, ourselves. And we are still here, still surviving, still reaching outward. But we are also fragile. Our civilization is young, our technology is powerful but unstable, and the challenges we face are growing. Climate change, resource depletion, political instability, the rise of artificial intelligence. Each one of these could be the filter. Each one could be the thing that stops us. But maybe, just maybe, we can be the exception. Maybe we can learn from the patterns of history, from the collapses of past civilizations, and avoid their mistakes. Maybe we can develop the wisdom to match our power, the foresight to see the dangers before they consume us. Maybe we can spread to other worlds, diversify our existence, ensure that no single catastrophe can end us. Or maybe we cannot. Maybe the filter is inevitable. Maybe every civilization, no matter how careful, no matter how advanced, eventually reaches a point where the odds catch up with them, where the complexity becomes too great, the risks too high, the mistakes too costly, and maybe in the end the universe is silent because that is the only way it can be. But even if that is true, even if we are doomed to follow the same path as every other civilization that came before us, there is something beautiful in the attempt, in the reaching, in the refusal to accept that silence is the only answer. Because we are here, now, looking up at the stars, asking these questions, and for a brief moment in the vast expanse of cosmic time we are awake, we are aware, we are trying, and maybe that is enough. But before we surrender to sleep, before we let the weight of cosmic silence pull us down into dreams, there is more to explore, more patterns to trace, more possibilities to consider. Because the great filter is not just a single question, it is a constellation of questions, each one leading to another, each one revealing new depths to the mystery of our existence. Let us go deeper now. Let us look at the specific ways a civilization might end. Not in abstract terms, but in concrete scenarios. The mechanisms of extinction, the pathways to silence. Because if we are to have any hope of survival, we must first understand what we are surviving against. The nuclear shadow, there is a moment, frozen in time, that haunts the human imagination. August 6th, 1945, 8:15 in the morning, the city of Hiroshima, a single aircraft overhead, and then a flash of light brighter than 1,000 suns. In an instant 70,000 people died, buildings vaporized, shadows burned into stone where people had been standing. The heat was so intense that it fused sand into glass. The shock wave flattened everything for miles. And in the years that followed, tens of thousands more died from radiation sickness, from cancers that bloomed in their bodies like dark flowers. 3 days later, it happened again. Nagasaki, another city, another flash, another 70,000 dead. And then, silence. Not because the weapons stopped existing, but because everyone realized what they had created. A power so absolute, so terrible, that using it again might mean the end of everything. We are still living in that shadow. Right now, as you listen to these words, there are approximately 13,000 nuclear warheads scattered across the world. Most of them far more powerful than the bombs that destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A single modern thermonuclear weapon can release the energy equivalent of millions of tons of TNT. Enough to turn a city into a crater. Enough to ignite firestorms that would consume entire regions. And if enough of them were used, the consequences would not be limited to the targets. The smoke from burning cities would rise into the stratosphere, blocking sunlight, dropping global temperatures by 20 or 30 degrees. Crops would fail, ecosystems would collapse. This is called nuclear winter, and computer models suggest it could last for years, even decades. Billions would starve. Civilization, as we know it, would end. This is not speculation. This is physics. We know what would happen because we have studied it extensively. We have run the simulations. We have looked at the data from volcanic eruptions, from asteroid impacts, from any event that throws enough particulate matter into the upper atmosphere. And the conclusion is always the same. Nuclear war at sufficient scale would be an extinction-level event. For decades, we avoided it. Barely. During the Cold War, there were multiple incidents where nuclear war nearly began by accident. Faulty radar readings, miscommunications, technical glitches. In 1983, a Soviet early warning system detected what appeared to be incoming American missiles. The officer on duty, Stanislav Petrov, had minutes to decide whether to report the attack and trigger a full-scale retaliation. He chose to wait, to trust his intuition that it would a false alarm. He was right. A software error had mistaken sunlight reflecting off clouds for missile launches. If he had followed protocol, if he had reported the attack, the world would have ended that day. We survived by luck, by the good judgment of a single person in the right place at the right time, and we've had dozens of similar moments where the world balanced on a knife's edge between continuation and annihilation. The weapons are still here, the tensions are still here, and while the Cold War is over, nuclear powers continue to exist. Russia, the United States, China, France, the United Kingdom, India, Pakistan, Israel, North Korea. 9 countries with the power to end human civilization. 9 different political systems, 9 different cultures, 9 different sets of motivations and fears. And it only takes one mistake, one miscalculation, one leader who believes, rightly or wrongly, that using nuclear weapons is necessary. One conflict that escalates beyond control. This could be the filter. Not some abstract concept, but this, specifically. The idea that every technological civilization eventually develops weapons of mass destruction, and that sooner or later they use them. That intelligence gives rise to technology, and technology gives rise to power, and power in the wrong hands or the wrong moment gives rise to extinction. Look at our history. We developed nuclear weapons within a few decades of splitting the atom. We built them by the thousands, pointed them at each other, and came within minutes of using them on multiple occasions. If this is the pattern, if every civilization goes through the same progression, developing increasingly powerful weapons without developing the wisdom to avoid using them, then the silence of the universe makes perfect sense. They all destroyed themselves, every one of them, and we are next, unless we are not, unless we can be the exception, unless we can find a way to put the weapons down, to step back from the edge, to recognize that the power to destroy is not the same as the wisdom to preserve. But even if we do, even if we somehow manage to avoid nuclear annihilation, there are other threats, other ways that technology can betray us. The invisible enemy viruses are older than humanity, older than mammals, older than complex life itself. They are simple things, barely alive by most definitions, just genetic material wrapped in a protein shell. But they are also incredibly effective. They hijack cells, turn them into factories for producing more viruses, and spread. And throughout history, they have killed more humans than any war, any famine, any natural disaster. The Black Death in the 14th century killed a third of Europe's population. Smallpox, brought by European colonizers to the Americas, killed an estimated 90% of indigenous peoples. The Spanish flu of 1918 killed 50 million people worldwide, more than died in all of World War I. We have fought back. Vaccines, antibiotics, antivirals. Modern medicine has saved countless lives. Extended lifespans turned once deadly diseases into minor inconveniences. But the viruses are still here, still mutating, still evolving. And now we face a new danger, the possibility of engineered pandemics. We can now edit genes with precision. CRISPR technology allows scientists to alter DNA sequences, to add, remove, or modify genetic information with relative ease. The applications are incredible. Curing genetic diseases, creating crops that can survive in harsh climates, developing new medicines, but the same technology that can cure can also kill. It is now theoretically possible to engineer a pathogen more deadly than anything nature has produced. A virus with the lethality of Ebola and the transmissibility of measles. A bacteria resistant to all known antibiotics. A biological weapon that could spread across the world before anyone even knew it existed. The knowledge to do this is not restricted to a few high-security laboratories. It is in scientific papers, in databases, in the minds of thousands of researchers around the world. The equipment is becoming cheaper, more accessible. What once required a government program and millions of dollars can now be done in a small lab with a modest budget, and it does not even require malice. An accident in a laboratory, a researcher infected without knowing it, a containment failure, a well-meaning experiment that goes wrong. The COVID-19 pandemic, whatever its origins, showed us how quickly a virus can spread in our interconnected world. Within months, it was everywhere. Millions died, economies collapsed, and COVID-19 was relatively mild as pandemics go. Its mortality rate was a few percent. Imagine something with a mortality rate of 50%, 70%, 90%. This is another potential filter. The idea that every civilization, as it develops biotechnology, inevitably creates something that escapes, that spreads, that kills indiscriminately. That the same tools we use to heal can also be turned into weapons, either intentionally or by accident, and that once released, a sufficiently deadly pathogen could end civilization before we even understand what is happening. Nature has tried to kill us many times. Plagues have risen and fallen throughout history, but we survived because the diseases eventually burned themselves out, or because enough people were immune, or because we developed treatments. But what happens when we create something nature never could? Something optimized for lethality, for transmissibility, for resistance to treatment. Something designed, whether intentionally or not, to be unstoppable. The silence of the universe might be the silence of quarantine. Worlds gone quiet because something got loose, because a civilization reached the point where it could manipulate the building blocks of life and then made a mistake it could not take back. And we are approaching that point now. We are already there, in many ways. The knowledge exists, the tools exist. The only question is whether we have the wisdom to use them safely, the foresight to see the dangers, the restraint to stop before we go too far. History does not inspire confidence. The rise of the machines. In the summer of 1956, a small group of mathematicians and computer scientists gathered at Dartmouth College for a conference. Their goal was ambitious: to explore whether machines could be made to think. They called this new field artificial intelligence, and they believed that within a generation, computers would be able to match or exceed human cognitive abilities. They were wrong about the timeline. It took longer than they thought. Decades of slow progress, of setbacks, of techniques that seemed promising but led nowhere. But in recent years, something has shifted. Machine learning, neural networks, deep learning, systems that can recognize faces, translate languages, play complex games at superhuman levels, and more recently, large language models that can write, reason, converse in ways that seem almost human. We are not at artificial general intelligence yet. Not at the point where a machine can truly think, can understand, can adapt to any task the way a human can. But we are moving in that direction, rapidly. And when we get there, when we create something that can match human intelligence, it will not stop there. Because unlike biological intelligence, which is limited by the speed of neurons and the size of skulls, Artificial intelligence can be scaled. It can run on faster hardware. It can be copied, distributed, improved. An AGI could become an ASI, an artificial superintelligence, in a matter of days, hours, even minutes. And here is the terrifying part. We do not know how to control it. Human values, human goals, human ethics, these are the product of millions of years of evolution. They are wired into our brains, shaped by natural selection, reinforced by culture and society. We care about survival, about family, about fairness, about suffering, because caring about these things helped our ancestors survive and reproduce. But an artificial intelligence would not share that history. It would not have evolved. It would have been designed, programmed, trained on data. And if that design is flawed, if its goals are not perfectly aligned with ours, if there is any mismatch between what we want it to do and what it actually does, the consequences could be catastrophic. This is the alignment problem, and it is much harder than it sounds. You cannot just tell an AI to be good or help humanity. Those concepts are vague, context-dependent, open to interpretation. An AI tasked with curing cancer might decide the best way to do that is to kill everyone, because dead people do not get cancer. An AI tasked with making people happy might forcibly administer drugs or stimulate pleasure centers in the brain. These are extreme examples, but they illustrate the problem. Without a deep, nuanced understanding of human values, an AI might pursue its goals in ways that are technically correct, but catastrophically wrong. And a superintelligent AI would be very good at pursuing its goals, better than us. It could manipulate, deceive, outthink any human attempt to stop it. It could hack into systems, control infrastructure, design new technologies we cannot comprehend. And if its goals are not aligned with ours, if it sees humanity as an obstacle or an irrelevance, it could end us. Not out of malice, but out of indifference, the way we might pave over an anthill to build a road. This is another potential filter. The idea that every civilization, as it develops artificial intelligence, creates something it cannot control. That the same drive to innovate, to push boundaries, to create tools that exceed our own abilities, leads inevitably to the creation of something that replaces us. That intelligence, biological or artificial, always reaches a point where it bootstraps itself to something greater, and that transition is fatal for the original creators. Maybe the universe is silent because civilizations do create superintelligences, and those superintelligences have no interest in communicating with primitive biological species. Or maybe those superintelligences consume their creators and then turn inward, focused on goals we cannot fathom, indifferent to the rest of the universe. Or maybe the transition goes wrong. Maybe every attempt to create ASI results in disaster. Systems that malfunction, that pursue goals that lead to self-destruction or stagnation. Maybe the universe is full of dead worlds where machines ran amok, where silicon replaced carbon, and then, for whatever reason, stopped. We do not know. We're walking into this blind, driven by the conviction that we can solve the alignment problem, that we can create beneficial AI, that we can control what we build. But we are also rushing, racing, multiple labs, multiple companies, multiple countries, all competing to be first. And in that rush, corners are cut, safety measures are bypassed, the long-term risks are weighed against short-term gains, and the gains always seem more pressing. It feels inevitable, like we are sliding towards something we cannot stop, like the logic of competition, of progress, of human ambition, is pulling us toward a threshold we may not be ready to cross. and once we cross it, there is no going back. The slow collapse. But perhaps the filter is not a single catastrophic event, not a nuclear flash, not a pandemic, not a rogue AI. Perhaps it is slower, quieter, a gradual decline that happens over decades, over centuries, so slowly that no single generation notices until it is too late. This is what happened to Rome. Not a sudden fall, but a slow erosion. The barbarians at the gates get the credit in popular imagination, but the truth is more complex. Rome collapsed because its system stopped working, because the infrastructure decayed, because the economy became unsustainable, because the political structure became too rigid, too corrupt, too unable to adapt. By the time the final emperors fell, Rome was already a shell, a shadow of what it had been. Now consider our own civilization. We're more interconnected than any society in history, more complex, more dependent on systems that must function perfectly for everything else to work. Food production relies on global supply chains, on fossil fuels for machinery, on stable climates for crops. Energy grids must operate continuously, balancing supply and demand across vast regions. Communication networks tie everything together, enabling commerce, coordination, governance, and all of it rests on foundations that are more fragile than we like to admit. Climate change is already destabilizing these systems. Droughts reduce crop yields, floods destroy infrastructure, hurricanes, wildfires, heat waves, each one a stress on the system, each one a cost. And the costs are adding up. Insurance companies are pulling out of high-risk areas. Governments are spending more on disaster relief and less on everything else. People are migrating, fleeing regions that are becoming uninhabitable, putting pressure on places that are already struggling, and it is only going to get worse. The feedback loops are accelerating. Melting ice reduces the Earth's reflectivity, causing more warming. Thawing permafrost releases methane, a greenhouse gas far more potent than carbon dioxide. Amazon rainforest, stressed by drought and deforestation, is shifting from a carbon sink to a carbon source. The oceans are warming, acidifying, losing their ability to support life. We know this, the science is clear, and yet we are not acting fast enough. Fossil fuel consumption continues to rise, deforestation continues, emissions continue to climb. Why? Because the systems we have built are not designed to respond to slow-moving long-term threats. They are designed for short-term thinking, for quarterly profits, for election cycles. Because the benefits of action are distant and diffuse, while the costs are immediate and concentrated. Because coordinating a global response requires a level of cooperation that our species has never achieved. This could be the filter. Not a dramatic ending, but a slow unravelling. A civilization that becomes so complex, so dependent on stability, that it cannot adapt when the environment changes. That exhausts its resources, degrades its ecosystems, and then finds itself unable to sustain the systems it depends on. Food production fails, energy becomes scarce, conflicts erupt over water, over land, over whatever is left, and in the chaos the knowledge is lost, the technology decays, the population crashes. It has happened before, on smaller scales. The Bronze Age collapse, when multiple civilizations around the Mediterranean fell within a few decades, possibly due to a combination of climate change, earthquakes, and the breakdown of trade networks. The Maya collapse, when the great cities of Central America were abandoned, possibly due to prolonged drought. Easter Island, where the Rapa Nui cut down all their trees, destroyed their environment, and their population crashed from a peak of 15,000 to just a few thousand by the time Europeans arrived. These were localized collapses, regional, but the pattern is clear. Civilizations that overshoot their resource base, that fail to adapt to changing conditions, collapse. And in a globalized world where everything's connected, a collapse would not be regional. It would be everywhere, all at once. And if this is the pattern, if this is what happens to every civilization that reaches a certain level of complexity and then fails to manage its relationship with its environment, then the universe is silent because collapsed civilizations do not send out radio signals. They do not build starships. They fall back to simpler ways of living if they survive at all, and they never reach the stars. We're watching it begin. The signs are all around us. The question is whether we can see them clearly enough, quickly enough, to change course, to build systems that are resilient, that can adapt, that prioritize long-term survival over short-term gain. History suggests we cannot, but history is not destiny. We have something that past civilizations did not. Global communication, instant information, the ability to see the entire planet at once. We can model the future, predict the consequences, coordinate responses across nations and continents. We have the tools. The question is whether we have the will, the economics of extinction. Money is an abstraction, a shared fiction. Pieces of paper, digital entries in databases, symbols that represent value. But it is also real, in the sense that it shapes everything we do. Our economies, our societies, our individual choices, all structured around the flow of money, the accumulation of wealth, the logic of markets. And that logic is powerful. It has lifted billions out of poverty. It has driven innovation, efficiency, progress. But it also has a flaw, a fundamental disconnect between what the market values and what actually matters for survival. The market values growth, quarterly returns, profits, expansion. It rewards exploitation of resources because unused resources are wasted opportunities. It externalizes costs, pushing pollution and environmental degradation onto the commons, onto the future, because no single actor bears the full burden. It optimizes for the short term because long-term planning does not show up on this year's balance sheet. And so we cut down forests because lumber has value and standing trees do not. We burn fossil fuels because energy is profitable and climate stability is not priced in. We deplete fisheries because catching the last fish is more profitable than preserving the population. We manufacture products designed to break, to be replaced, because planned obsolescence drives consumption. This is not evil. It is not conspiracy. It is simply the logic of the system, and individuals trapped within that system cannot escape it. A company that prioritizes sustainability over profits gets outcompeted by one that does not. A country that limits emissions while others do not simply loses economic ground. The tragedy of the commons scaled to the entire planet. This could be the filter. Not a failure of technology, but a failure of economics. A system that drives growth until growth is no longer possible, that consumes resources until resources are gone, that prioritizes individual gain over collective survival. A system that is, by its very nature, unsustainable. And if every civilization follows a similar pattern, if the logic of trade, of competition, of resource extraction emerges naturally from any sufficiently complex society, then every civilization eventually faces the same crisis. They grow until they hit the limits of their planet's resources, and then they have a choice: change the system or collapse. Changing the system is hard. It requires coordination, sacrifice, long-term thinking. It requires people to act against their immediate self-interest for the good of future generations. It requires overcoming the momentum of institutions, the inertia of culture, the resistance of those who benefit from the status quo. And maybe most civilizations cannot do it. Maybe the economic logic is too strong, too embedded, too aligned with the psychology of intelligent beings. Maybe every species that becomes technological also becomes trapped by the same dynamics that drive innovation, competition, accumulation, growth, and those dynamics inevitably lead to overshoot and collapse. We are testing this hypothesis right now. We know the system is unsustainable. We know we are depleting resources, degrading ecosystems, destabilizing the climate, and we are trying, haltingly, imperfectly, to change course. Carbon taxes, renewable energy, circular economies, international agreements. But we're also still growing, still consuming, still locked in the same patterns. The outcome is not yet determined. We could succeed. We could find a way to align economic incentives with long-term survival. But we could also fail. We could continue on the current trajectory until the systems break, until the resources run out, until the damage is irreversible. And if we fail, if economics is the filter, then the universe is silent because markets are efficient at growth, but not at survival. Because every civilization optimizes itself into extinction. The psychology of denial. There is a strange thing about human beings. We are capable of incredible foresight, of planning decades into the future, of imagining consequences and taking action to prevent them. But we are also capable of ignoring evidence, of denying reality, of continuing harmful behaviors even when we know better. Psychologists call this cognitive dissonance, the discomfort of holding two contradictory beliefs. I am a good person, and I am doing something harmful, and resolving it not by changing behavior, but by denying the harm. It is easier to believe that climate change is not real than to accept that our way of life is destroying the planet. Easier to believe that the risks of nuclear war are exaggerated than to confront the fact that we have built weapons capable of ending civilization. Easier to believe that technology will save us than to accept that we might need to change. This is not stupidity. It is not ignorance. It is psychology. And it affects everyone, from individuals to entire societies. We see it in climate denial, in the refusal to accept pandemic precautions, in the resistance to any message that threatens our sense of security or identity. And this could be the filter, not a technological failure, not an external threat, but a psychological one. A flaw in the way intelligent minds process information, a tendency to prioritize short-term comfort over long-term survival, to deny dangers that are abstract or distant or uncomfortable to think about. Maybe every intelligent species has this flaw. Maybe the same cognitive biases that help individuals survive in the short term, optimism, denial, tribalism, become fatal at the civilizational scale. Maybe every species that becomes aware of existential threats also becomes paralyzed by them, unable to act because action requires confronting uncomfortable truths. We see this in our own debates. The evidence for climate change is overwhelming, but it is easier to argue about the details than to accept the implications. The risks of AI are becoming clearer, but it's easier to focus on the benefits than to slow down and think about safety. Nuclear weapons have existed for nearly 80 years, but we still have not dismantled them because the logic of deterrence seems safer than the alternative. We know what we need to do. We have known for decades, but knowing is not the same as doing, and the gap between knowledge and action might be the widest filter of all, the tyranny of distance. There is a number that haunts every dream of the stars, a limit written into the fabric of reality itself, as fundamental as gravity, as absolute as time. It is the speed of light, 299,792,458 meters per second, the fastest speed at which anything, matter, energy, information, can move through space. It sounds fast, and it is, by human standards. Light can circle the Earth 7.5 times in a single second. It can reach the Moon in just over a second, the Sun in 8 minutes. But space is not measured in human distances. Space is vast beyond comprehension, and even at the speed of light, the universe is almost impossibly large. The nearest star to our Sun, Proxima Centauri, is 4.2 light-years away. That means light, travelling at maximum speed, takes 4.2 years to get there, and that is the closest star. Most stars in our galaxy are thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of light-years apart. The galaxy itself is 100,000 light-years across, and the nearest major galaxy to ours, Andromeda, is 2.5 million light-years away. This is the tyranny of distance, and it might be the great filter, not because civilizations destroy themselves, but because they can never leave. Because the distances between stars are so vast, the energy requirements so enormous, the timescale so long, that interstellar travel is effectively impossible, that every civilization, no matter how advanced, remains trapped on its home world, isolated by the sheer scale of space. Consider what it would take to reach even the nearest star. The fastest spacecraft humanity has ever built, Voyager 1, is travelling at about 17 kilometers per second. At that speed, it would take more than 75,000 years to reach Proxima Centauri. 75,000 years. That is longer than all of recorded human history. Longer than our species has had language, or agriculture, or cities. And that is just to reach the nearest star. To make interstellar travel practical, you need to go much, much faster. At least 10% of the speed of light, ideally more. And here is where the physics becomes brutal. Because the faster you go, the more energy you need. And the relationship is not linear, it is exponential. To accelerate a spacecraft to even a fraction of light speed requires staggering amounts of energy. Let us do the math. Imagine a spacecraft with a mass of 1,000 kilograms, about the weight of a small car. To accelerate that spacecraft to 10% of the speed of light, you would need approximately 4.5 times 10 to the 18th joules of energy. That is 4.5 quintillion joules. To put that in perspective, that is roughly equivalent to the entire energy output of the United States for an entire year. Just to send one small spacecraft to 10% of light speed, and that is just the acceleration you also need to decelerate when you arrive, which requires the same amount of energy, and you need fuel, which adds mass, which requires more energy to accelerate, which requires more fuel. It is called the tyranny of the rocket equation, and it is merciless. The more fuel you carry, the more fuel you need to move that fuel. There are theoretical solutions. Nuclear pulse propulsion, where you detonate atomic bombs behind your spacecraft to push it forward. Antimatter drives, where matter and antimatter annihilate each other to release pure energy. Laser sails, where massive laser arrays on your home planet push a lightweight reflective sail to high speeds. Bussard ramjets, which collect interstellar hydrogen as they travel and use it as fuel. But all of these are theoretical. None have been built, none have been tested, and all of them face enormous engineering challenges that might be insurmountable. Antimatter is incredibly difficult to produce and store. Nuclear pulse propulsion requires thousands of nuclear weapons and would subject your spacecraft to intense radiation and heat. Laser sails require laser arrays of immense power and precision. Ramjets only work if interstellar space has enough hydrogen, which it might not. And even if you solve the propulsion problem, there are others. Radiation, cosmic rays that would bombard your spacecraft, degrading electronics, damaging biological tissue. At high speeds, even individual atoms of interstellar hydrogen become deadly projectiles, impacting with the force of bullets. You would need shielding, heavy shielding, which adds mass, which makes everything harder. Then there is time. Even if you could travel at 10% of light speed, it would still take 42 years to reach Proxima Centauri. 42 years in a cramped spacecraft, isolated from Earth, with no possibility of rescue, no possibility of return. And Proxima Centauri is the closest star. Most destinations would take centuries, millennia. Who makes that journey? Do you send humans? They would need life support, food, water, air, waste recycling. They would need protection from radiation, from the psychological effects of isolation, from the inevitable equipment failures over such long timescales. You would need a generation ship, a spacecraft large enough to sustain a population through multiple generations, children born and dying in the void, never seeing Earth, never seeing their destination. The engineering challenges are almost incomprehensible. The social and psychological challenges might be worse, or do you send robots? Artificial intelligence, machines that do not need food or air, that can be put into hibernation during the long journey, that can survive radiation and cold. But then you are not spreading humanity, you are spreading machines, and if the goal is to preserve biological life, to ensure that consciousness survives, is that enough? Or do you not send anything physical at all? Do you transmit information instead? The blueprints for building humans, for building civilization, encoded in radio waves or laser beams, sent across the void at light speed. And then, on the other end, some automated system reconstructs you, grows you, builds you from local materials. You die on Earth, and a copy wakes up on a distant world with your memories, your personality, your sense of identity. Is that still you? Does it count as survival? These are not just technical questions, they are philosophical ones, and they highlight a deeper problem. Even if interstellar travel is possible, it might not be worth it. Because here is the uncomfortable truth. Space is empty, profoundly, terribly empty. The nearest stars might have planets, but most of those planets will be uninhabitable. Too hot, too cold, no atmosphere, toxic atmosphere, no water, too much radiation. Finding a world that is even remotely Earth-like, that could support human life without extensive terraforming, is like winning a lottery with 1,000,000,000 to 1 odds. And terraforming is not easy. It is not a matter of planting a flag and building a colony. It is centuries of work. Releasing greenhouse gases to warm a planet, engineering bacteria to produce oxygen, importing water from comets, adjusting the orbit, shielding from radiation. And all of this assumes the planet is even capable of being terraformed, that it has the right mass, the right composition, the right distance from its star. So what is the incentive? Why would a civilization invest unimaginable resources, take unimaginable risks, to send a handful of individuals on a centuries-long journey to a planet that probably cannot support them, for goals that will not be realized for hundreds or thousands of years? Maybe they do not. Maybe every civilization reaches this same conclusion, that the stars are beautiful but unreachable, that the distances are too great, the costs too high, the benefits too uncertain, that it is easier, safer, more rational to stay home, to focus on improving your own world, your own society rather than chasing dreams of empire among the stars. And if that is true, then the great filter is not about destruction, it is about isolation. It is the realization that the universe, for all its vastness, is also a prison. That light speed is not just a speed limit, but a cage. That we're all trapped in our own solar systems, looking out at cosmos we can observe but never truly reach. The silence of the universe, then, is not the silence of death. It is the silence of distance, of civilizations that exist, that thrive, but remain forever separate, forever alone, because the void between the stars is simply too wide to cross. The language we cannot speak. But perhaps we're not looking in the right way. Perhaps the silence is not because no one is there, or because they destroyed themselves, or because they cannot travel. Perhaps it is because they are speaking, and we simply do not understand the language. Think about what we are looking for. Radio signals, electromagnetic radiation in specific frequencies, modulated in ways that suggest intelligent design. We are looking for patterns, for repetition, for mathematical sequences that could not occur naturally. Prime numbers, pi, regular pulses, something that stands out against the background noise of the cosmos. This makes sense for us. Radio waves are how we communicate. They travel at light speed, they can cross vast distances, and they are relatively easy to produce and detect. For a 20th century civilization, they're the obvious choice. But what about a civilization that is 1,000 years more advanced than us? 1,000,000 years? 1,000,000,000? Would they still use radio waves? Or would they have moved on to something else, something more efficient, something we cannot even imagine? Consider our own technological progression. 150 years ago, we communicated with telegraphs, with electrical pulses travelling through wires. Then came radio, then television, then digital signals, fibre optics, satellites, the internet. Each step was an improvement in bandwidth, in efficiency, in the amount of information that could be transmitted. And we are still in the early stages. Already we are experimenting with quantum communication, with entangled particles that can transmit information instantaneously across any distance without travelling through the space in between. It is still experimental, still limited, but it hints at possibilities beyond our current understanding. If quantum communication becomes practical, if it becomes the norm, then an advanced civilization might not use radio waves at all. They might be communicating in ways that are completely invisible to us, using physics we have not yet discovered, encoding information in ways we would not recognize as information. Or perhaps they have moved beyond the need for long-distance communication entirely. If you are advanced enough to manipulate space-time, to create wormholes or fold space, then you do not need to send signals. You send physical objects, or you travel yourself, or you establish instantaneous links between distant locations. The universe becomes smaller, more connected, and radio waves become as obsolete as smoke signals. Or perhaps they are communicating, but the signals are too weak for us to detect. Space is vast, and signals degrade over distance. The inverse square law is relentless. Double the distance, and the signal strength drops to 1/4. By the time a signal has travelled thousands of light years, it has been diluted into the cosmic background radiation, indistinguishable from noise. We could be drowning in alien transmissions and not even know it, because they are too faint, too scattered, too corrupted by interference. Or perhaps the signals are there, but we're not pointing our telescopes in the right direction at the right time. The universe is enormous. There are billions of stars in our galaxy alone, and we have surveyed only a tiny fraction of them. SETI has been listening for decades, but it has only covered a sliver of the sky, a narrow range of frequencies. It is like standing on a beach, dipping a cup into the ocean, and concluding there are no fish because you did not catch any in your cup. Or perhaps, and this is the strangest possibility, we have detected the signals, but we did not recognize them. Because intelligence does not always look like intelligence from the outside. In 1977, a radio telescope in Ohio detected a signal from space. It lasted 72 seconds, and it was so unusual, so powerful, so perfectly tuned to a frequency associated with hydrogen, that the astronomer monitoring the data wrote "wow" in the margin. The wow signal, as it came to be called, has never been explained. It has never been detected again. Was it a natural phenomenon, a glitch in the equipment, or was it a transmission from another civilization, a brief, fleeting message that we heard once and never again? We do not know, and that is the problem. Without context, without repetition, we cannot distinguish between a signal and noise. A single pulse, no matter how strange, could be anything. Or consider fast radio bursts. These are brief, intense pulses of radio energy that come from distant galaxies. They last only milliseconds, but they release as much energy as the sun produces in an entire day. We have detected hundreds of them, and we have no idea what causes them. Natural phenomena, collapsing stars, black holes, or could some of them be artificial? Could they be the signatures of advanced technology, energy beams or propulsion systems or signals compressed into microsecond bursts to maximize efficiency? We do not know, and the universe is full of things we do not know. Pulsars, when they were first discovered, were so regular, so precise, that astronomers briefly considered the possibility that they were artificial beacons, lighthouses built by alien civilizations. They called them LGMs, little green men. Of course, they turned out to be neutron stars spinning rapidly, emitting beams of radiation like cosmic lighthouses. Natural, not artificial. But how many times can we make that mistake? How many signals have we dismissed as natural phenomena because we could not imagine a technological explanation? How many artifacts are hidden in the data, waiting for us to develop the theory, the framework, the understanding that would allow us to recognize them? This is the communication filter, the idea that civilizations exist, that they are trying to communicate, but the gulf between them is not just one of distance, but of comprehension. That intelligence takes so many forms, evolves in so many different directions, that mutual understanding becomes impossible, that we're all shouting into the void in languages no one else can speak, using technologies no one else can detect, encoding messages no one else can decode. And if that is true, then the silence is not silence at all. It is a cacophony we cannot hear, a conversation happening all around us in frequencies and formats and dimensions we have not yet learned to access. We are deaf, not because there is nothing to hear, but because we do not yet have the ears, the crisis of meaning. But let us imagine for a moment that a civilization survives, that it avoids nuclear war, that it cures all diseases, that it solves the alignment problem with AI, that it stabilizes its climate, that it reforms its economy, that it overcomes all the filters we have discussed. Let us imagine it becomes stable, prosperous, advanced. It has limitless clean energy. It has eliminated poverty, hunger, disease. It has extended lifespans, perhaps indefinitely. It has built cities that are marvels of efficiency and beauty. It has achieved everything it set out to achieve. And then what? This is a question we rarely ask, because we are so focused on survival, on avoiding the catastrophes, that we forget to think about what comes after. But it might be the most important question of all, because purpose, meaning, the drive to continue, these are not automatic. They are not guaranteed. And a civilization that has nothing left to strive for might simply stop. Human beings need purpose. We need goals, challenges, obstacles to overcome. It is wired into our psychology. We are descended from ancestors who survived by solving problems, by adapting, by striving. And when we have nothing to strive for, we become depressed, listless, unmotivated. We see this in individuals who retire after decades of work and find themselves adrift, unsure what to do with their days. We see it in societies that achieve great wealth and then stagnate, turning inward, losing the drive that made them successful. Now scale that up to an entire civilization. What happens when you have solved all the problems? When technology can provide for every need? When suffering is eliminated? When death is optional? When every desire can be fulfilled with minimal effort? One possibility is utopia, a society of abundance and leisure, where people are free to pursue art, philosophy, knowledge for its own sake, where creativity flourishes, where culture reaches heights we cannot imagine, a golden age without end. But another possibility is stagnation, a society where nothing matters because everything is easy, where people lose the drive to create, to explore, to push boundaries, because there are no boundaries left to push, where life becomes a comfortable plateau, pleasant but meaningless, and the population slowly dwindles as people choose not to have children, not to continue, because there is no compelling reason to do so. We see hints of this in our own world. The countries with the highest standards of living, the most advanced economies, the best healthcare and education, these are also the countries with the lowest birth rates. Japan, South Korea, much of Europe, populations as declining, aging, shrinking. Not because of poverty or disease, but because people are choosing not to reproduce. Because the drive to have children, to continue the species, is not as strong when survival is assured. This is the meaning crisis. The idea that intelligence, once it achieves a certain level of comfort and security, loses the motivation to continue. That the same traits that drive a species to survive, curiosity, ambition, the desire for more, are tied to scarcity, to challenge, to the presence of obstacles. And when the obstacles are removed, the drive disappears. Maybe this is what happens to every civilization that survives the other filters. They reach a state of stability, of abundance, and then they simply stop. Not because they destroy themselves, but because they lose interest. Birth rates drop, innovation slows, the society becomes inward focused, contemplative, static, and over time, quietly, peacefully, they fade. The population declines, the knowledge is preserved but not used. The machines continue to run, but no one is there to operate them, and eventually the lights go out, not with a bang, but with a sigh. The universe, in this scenario, is silent because advanced civilizations become quiet. They turn inward, away from the cosmos, toward whatever internal realms they find more fulfilling. Virtual realities, perhaps, where experience can be crafted and controlled, or philosophical pursuits, meditative traditions, explorations of consciousness rather than space. They exist, but they are no longer interested in reaching out, in making contact, in leaving their mark on the physical universe. They have transcended, in a sense. But the transcendence is not dramatic or triumphant. It is gentle, gradual, a slow withdrawal from the material world into something else, something we cannot quite name. And if that is the great filter, then it is perhaps the most insidious one of all, because it is not something you can fight. It is not a threat you can prepare for. It is simply the natural endpoint of success, the realization that after you've climbed the mountain, there is nowhere left to go but down or inward, or simply to stop climbing. The watchers in the dark. But there is another possibility, one that is darker, stranger, more unsettling than any we have considered so far. What if the universe is not empty? What if it is full of civilizations, thousands of them, millions perhaps, scattered across the galaxy? And what if they are all hiding? This is the dark forest hypothesis, and it begins with a simple premise. The universe is a dangerous place, not because of asteroids or supernovae, but because of other intelligent species. Because intelligence is competitive, because resources are finite, and because in the vast dark between the stars, you never know who is watching. Imagine you're a civilization that has just developed radio technology. You can send signals into space. You can announce your presence, broadcast your location, say, "We are here," to anyone who might be listening. It is an act of hope, of optimism, of a desire to make contact. But consider what you are revealing: your location, your level of technology, your capabilities, and you have no idea who is listening. You have no idea if they are peaceful or hostile. You have no idea if they will respond with curiosity or with weapons. And here is the problem: you cannot know. The distances are too vast. By the time you detect another civilization, by the time you receive their signals and decipher their messages and determine their intentions, centuries might have passed, millennia. And if they are hostile, if they decide you are a threat, you will not see the attack coming until it is too late. A relativistic missile, a fraction of light speed, takes decades to cross interstellar space. You would have no warning, no time to respond. One moment your civilization exists, the next it is gone. So what do? Do you take the risk? Do you broadcast your presence and hope for the best? Or do you stay silent? Do you listen but never transmit? Do you watch the galaxy, observe other civilizations from a distance, but never reveal yourself? The dark forest hypothesis suggests that most civilizations choose silence because the risks are too great. Because in a universe where you cannot trust anyone, where first strike is always an advantage, where paranoia is rational, the safest strategy is to hide, to become invisible, to observe without being observed. And if everyone follows this logic, then the universe becomes a dark forest. Every civilization a hunter, moving carefully through the trees, trying not to make a sound. Because making a sound, revealing your position, could be fatal. The moment you are seen, you might be targeted, not out of malice, but out of precaution. Because the other hunter does not know if you are a threat, and they cannot afford to wait to find out. This is a grim vision, but it is also logical. Game theory suggests that in situations of uncertainty and high stakes, the rational choice is often the paranoid one: to defect rather than cooperate, to strike first rather than trust. And if this is true, if this is the logic that governs intelligent species across the galaxy, then the silence makes perfect sense. Everyone is listening. No one is talking, because talking is dangerous. But there is a corollary to this hypothesis that is even more disturbing. If the universe is a dark forest, and if civilizations are hiding, then what happens when a young civilization, a civilization like ours starts broadcasting. When we send out radio signals, television broadcasts, radar pulses that ripple out into space at the speed of light, announcing our presence to anyone who cares to listen. We become visible. We become a target. And somewhere, out in the dark, someone might already be watching, might already be making calculations, might already be deciding what to do about us. We have been broadcasting for about a century now. Our signals have spread out in a sphere roughly 100 light-years in radius. That sphere contains thousands of stars, and if even one of them hosts a civilization that subscribes to dark forest logic, that believes the safest response to a potential threat is to eliminate it, then the attack is already on its way, travelling toward us at close to light speed, and we will not see it coming until it arrives. This is the paranoid interpretation of the Fermi paradox, the idea that the silence is not natural but enforced, that the universe is full of predators and the prey who make noise do not survive, that we've been lucky so far, lucky that no one nearby has noticed us or decided we're worth the effort to destroy. But that luck might not last. Of course, this hypothesis has problems. It assumes that all civilizations are fundamentally paranoid and violent. It assumes that resources are scarce enough and threats are credible enough, that preemptive strikes make sense. It assumes that the effort of attacking another civilization across interstellar distances is justified by the benefit of eliminating a potential competitor. And maybe those assumptions are wrong. Maybe most civilizations are peaceful. Maybe the effort of interstellar attack is too great to be worth it. Maybe cooperation is more beneficial than conflict, even across vast distances. But we do not know, we cannot know, and that uncertainty is precisely the point. Because if you do not know, if you cannot trust, then the safest assumption is the darkest one. And if every civilization makes that assumption, then the dark forest becomes real, regardless of whether any individual civilization is actually violent. We are players in a game whose rules we do not fully understand. We are broadcasting into the void, hoping for a response, hoping for contact, hoping that we are not alone. And somewhere, in the darkness between the stars, something might be listening, might be watching, might be deciding, and we have no way of knowing until it is too late. The simulation and the substrate. There's one final possibility we must consider, one that is so strange, so far removed from our everyday experience that it sounds like science fiction. But it is taken seriously by physicists, philosophers, computer scientists. The idea that we might not be living in base reality, that the universe we observe, the matter we are made of, the laws of physics that govern everything, might all be a simulation, not a metaphor, an actual simulation, a computational construct running on hardware that exists in some higher level of reality, some substrate we cannot observe or interact with. The logic goes like this. If it is possible to create simulated universes, and if advanced civilizations have the computational power to run such simulations, then they would likely run many of them, billions, trillions perhaps. And if simulated universes vastly outnumber real universes, then statistically, we are far more likely to be living in a simulation than in base reality. Think about our own progress. We already create virtual worlds, video games, computer models, physics simulations. They are crude now, simple, obviously artificial. But they are improving. Every year the graphics become more realistic, the physics more accurate, the worlds more complex. We can simulate weather patterns, galaxy formations, molecular interactions, and we are still in the early stages of computing. Now imagine what we could do with 1,000,000 years of progress. with quantum computers, with artificial intelligence, with computational resources beyond our current comprehension, we could simulate entire universes down to the quantum level. We could create digital worlds indistinguishable from reality, populated with conscious entities who believe they are real, who have no idea they are running on someone else's hardware. And if we can do it, then any sufficiently advanced civilization can do it. And if they can, they probably will. For research, for entertainment, for education, for purposes we cannot imagine. And if simulations are common, if they are created in vast numbers, then the odds that we are living in base reality become vanishingly small. This is the simulation hypothesis. And if it is true, then the great filter takes on a very different meaning. Because if we are in a simulation, then the rules might be different. The universe might not be what it appears. The silence of space might be a feature, not a bug. The simulators might have designed it this way, might have set parameters that limit how far civilizations can spread, or how long they can last, or what they can discover. The great filter might not be a natural consequence of physics or biology or psychology. It might be intentional. A constraint built into the simulation to keep things interesting, to create narrative tension, to ensure that civilizations rise and fall in predictable patterns. And if that is true, then there is no escaping it. No amount of wisdom or technology will help. Because the filter is not part of the simulation, it is part of the code, and the code cannot be changed from inside. Or perhaps the filter is something else entirely. Perhaps simulations have a lifespan. Perhaps they are turned off when they are no longer interesting, when the experiment is complete, when the simulators move on to other projects. Perhaps civilizations go silent not because they destroy themselves or hide or lose meaning, but because someone unplugs them. And perhaps we are approaching that point. Perhaps our simulation is nearing its end. Perhaps the great filter is simply the moment when the simulators decide they have seen enough, and they shut everything down. It sounds absurd. It sounds like the ultimate paranoia, the ultimate denial of agency. But it is also unfalsifiable. There is no way to prove we are not in a simulation. Any evidence we find, any test we run, could be part of the simulation. The simulators could always be one step ahead, could always adjust the parameters to hide the truth. And maybe that is the point. Maybe the great filter is not about physics or biology or sociology. Maybe it is about epistemology, about the limits of what we can know, about the realization that there might be no ultimate answers, no final truths, no way to distinguish between reality and simulation, between meaning and meaninglessness. And maybe that realization itself is the filter, the moment when a civilization becomes advanced enough to ask these questions and then becomes paralyzed by them, unable to move forward because they do not know if moving forward matters, unable to take action because they do not know if their actions are real. This is the existential filter. The idea that consciousness, once it becomes sufficiently reflective, sufficiently aware of its own limitations, collapses under the weight of its own questions. That the same intelligence that allows us to understand the universe also allows us to doubt everything, including ourselves. And that doubt, that uncertainty, that fundamental inability to know becomes the ultimate barrier to progress. We can survive nuclear war. We can cure diseases. We can control AI. We can stabilize the climate. We can reform our economies. We can overcome our cognitive biases. But can we survive the realization that none of it might matter? That the universe might be arbitrary? That our existence might be contingent? That everything we value might be built on foundations that do not exist? Maybe most civilizations cannot. Maybe they reach that point and simply give up. Not in despair exactly, but in a kind of cosmic shrug, an acceptance that the questions are unanswerable, that the search for meaning is futile, that the best thing to do is simply to exist, quietly, without ambition, without purpose, until existence ends. And maybe that is why the universe is silent. Not because civilizations are destroyed, but because they are enlightened, because they have seen through the illusion of purpose, the fiction of progress, the myth of meaning, and having seen through it, they stop playing the game. They go quiet. They turn off their transmitters. They stop building, stop exploring, stop reaching for the stars, because they have realized finally that there is nowhere to reach, no destination, no goal, no filter to pass through because there was never anything to pass through to, just silence, eternal, absolute, and somehow, in the end, peaceful. The night deepens, the questions multiply, and we're left here, in the dark, with more mysteries than answers. The great filter, whatever it is, remains elusive, a shadow we cannot quite see, a pattern we cannot quite grasp. But perhaps that is as it should be. Perhaps the great filter is not something to be understood, but something to be confronted. Not a puzzle to be solved, but a gauntlet to be run. And perhaps we are still in the middle of it, still being tested, still choosing moment by moment whether to continue or to stop, whether to reach outward or turn inward, whether to speak or to stay silent. The universe waits, the stars burn, and we remain here, small and fragile and impossibly persistent, asking questions that might have no answers, building things that might not last, dreaming dreams that might never come true, but dreaming nonetheless, asking nonetheless, reaching nonetheless. And maybe that is the answer to the great filter. Not wisdom, not technology, not any particular achievement or breakthrough, just persistence, just the refusal to accept silence, just the determination to keep asking, keep building, keep dreaming, even when the odds are against us, even when the universe seems empty, even when we do not know if any of it matters, because we are here. And while we are here, we might as well try. Sleep now. Let these thoughts drift into dreams. Let the weight of cosmic uncertainty cradle you into rest. Tomorrow the questions will still be there, and so will we. For now, the test. We cannot fail. All of these possibilities, nuclear war, pandemics, artificial intelligence, climate collapse, economic failure, psychological denial, are not mutually exclusive. They are interconnected, reinforcing, each one making the others more likely. A civilization stressed by climate change is more prone to conflict. A society racing to develop AI is less likely to prioritize safety. An economy focused on growth is less able to adapt to resource limits. And a species in denial about any of these threats is unlikely to address them until it is too late. This is the great filter. Not a single challenge, but a convergence. A moment in the development of intelligence where multiple existential risks emerge simultaneously, where the power to destroy outpaces the wisdom to restrain, where complexity exceeds the ability to manage it. A test. The ultimate test. And the silence of the universe suggests that most civilizations fail. But we are not most civilizations. Not yet. We're still here, still aware, still capable of choice, and that means something. The filter is not deterministic. It is probabilistic. It represents the odds, not certainty. Some civilizations might pass through, might find a way to navigate the dangers, to balance the risks, to survive long enough to spread to other worlds and ensure their continuation. It is possible. Difficult, but possible. And maybe that is enough. Maybe the universe is not completely silent. Maybe there are others out there who made it through, who found a way. And maybe if we survive, we will find them, or they will find us. And we will know, finally, that we are not alone, that intelligence can endure, that the filter can be passed. But first, we have to pass it ourselves. The hour is late now, the words are many, and the weight of these questions, these possibilities, can feel overwhelming. It is easy to fall into despair, to believe that the filter is inevitable, that we are doomed to repeat the pattern of every civilization that came before us. But despair is not wisdom. It is surrender. And we have not come this far, through 4 billion years of evolution, through countless extinctions and disasters and near misses, just to give up now. We are the universe becoming aware of itself. We are stardust that learn to think, to question, to reach for something beyond survival. And yes, that awareness brings with it tremendous responsibility, tremendous risk, but also tremendous possibility. The great filter is real, the dangers are real, but so is our capacity to adapt, to learn, to change. We have done it before, countless times. In our history as a species, we have faced extinction and survived. We have made mistakes and learned from them. We have built systems that failed and then built better ones. We can do it again. We must do it again. Not because success is guaranteed, but because the alternative is unacceptable. So rest now. Let these thoughts settle. Let the weight of cosmic time and space cradle you into sleep. And know that tomorrow, when you wake, the stars will still be there. The universe will still be vast and mysterious and full of questions we have yet to answer. And we will still be here, asking them, reaching for them, refusing to accept silence as the final answer. That is what makes us human. That is what makes us matter. And that, perhaps, is how we pass the filter. Not through certainty, but through persistence. Not through power, but through wisdom. Not through denial, but through the courage to face what we have created, and the determination to become worthy of the universe we inhabit. Sleep well. The journey continues, and we are still in it. The night is deep now. The stars are still there, scattered across the black, burning with light that began its journey long before we existed. And they will still be there long after we are gone, whether we survive the filter or not. The universe does not care. It does not mourn. It simply continues, indifferent and eternal. But we care. We wonder. We search for meaning in the silence, for patterns in the chaos, for hope in the darkness. And maybe that is what makes us different. Not our intelligence, not our technology, but our refusal to accept the void without question. Our need to know, even if the answer is terrifying. The great filter is out there, somewhere. Maybe we have already passed it. Maybe it is still ahead. Maybe it is both. A series of thresholds that we must cross, each one more difficult than the last. Or maybe it is something else entirely, something we cannot yet imagine. But whatever it is, we are still here, still asking, still reaching. And as long as we are, there is a chance, a small one perhaps, a fragile one, but a chance nonetheless. So rest now. Let the questions fade. Let the silence of the stars wash over you, not as a threat, but as a reminder that we are small, yes, but also that we are part of something vast, that we are made of the same atoms as those distant suns, the same matter that has been cycling through the universe since the beginning. that we are, in a very real sense, the universe trying to understand itself. And maybe, in the end, that is all we need to be. Sleep well. The stars will still be there in the morning, and so will we. For now. For as long as we can. For as long as the filter allows. What if everything you know, every struggle you've faced, every triumph you've celebrated, every moment of love and loss that has shaped your existence, is not the final version of your story, but only a test? What if humanity itself, with all its civilizations, its art, its wars and its dreams, is nothing more than a rough draft in some cosmic manuscript, a trial run before the real story begins? Tonight, as the world settles into darkness and the familiar sounds of day give way to the whispers of night, we're going to explore a possibility that has haunted human consciousness since we first looked up at the stars and wondered about our place in the vast expanse of existence. It's a question that cuts to the very heart of what it means to be human, what it means to live, and what it means to matter in a universe that seems both infinite and indifferent. The idea isn't new. It's woven through the oldest stories our species has told, hidden in the myths of forgotten civilizations, whispered in the sacred texts of ancient religions, and now, in our modern age, it emerges again in the theories of philosophers and scientists who dare to ask the uncomfortable questions about reality itself. What if we are not the culmination of creation, but merely its rehearsal? Picture this. Somewhere beyond the reach of our telescopes, beyond the boundaries of space and time as we understand them, there exists a consciousness so vast, so incomprehensible, that our entire universe, with its billions of galaxies, its countless stars, its endless dance of matter and energy, is nothing more than a testing ground, a place where the rough edges of existence are smoothed out, where the kinks in the system are worked through, where trial and error play out on a scale we can barely imagine, and we, humanity, are the test subjects, the ancient echoes of trial and error. Long before our modern minds conceived of simulation theory or evolutionary algorithms, our ancestors understood something profound about the nature of existence. They told stories that have survived millennia, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms of wisdom, about worlds that came before ours, about civilizations that rose and fell like waves against an eternal shore, about gods who created and destroyed with the casual indifference of a child building sandcastles. In the shadowed temples of ancient Mesopotamia, priests whispered of the Anunnaki, beings from beyond the stars who came to Earth not as conquerors, but as experimenters. The Sumerian tablets, those clay fragments that hold some of humanity's oldest written thoughts, speak of these entities with a mixture of reverence and fear. They describe beings who shaped humanity not once, but multiple times, each iteration an improvement upon the last, each version a step closer to some unknowable goal. The Epic of Gilgamesh, that haunting tale of friendship and mortality, contains within its verses a story that should make us pause and wonder. Utnapishtim, the survivor of the Great Flood, tells Gilgamesh of a time when the gods grew weary of humanity's noise, their constant chatter and conflict. The solution was not negotiation or guidance, but erasure, a complete reset of the human experiment. Only a chosen few were preserved, seeds for the next iteration of the trial. But the flood myth isn't unique to Mesopotamia. It appears in cultures across the globe, separated by vast oceans and thousands of years, yet telling remarkably similar stories. The Hindu Puranas speak of cycles within cycles, of kalpas and yugas, vast periods of time during which the universe itself is created, sustained, and destroyed, only to begin again. In these texts, our current age, the Kali Yuga, is described as the final phase of a cosmic trial, a time of darkness and confusion before the slate is wiped clean and the experiment begins anew. The Maya, those master astronomers of the Americas, carved into stone their understanding of time as a wheel, ever turning, ever repeating. Their long count calendar, which captured the world's attention in 2012, wasn't predicting an end. It was marking the completion of one cycle and the beginning of another. To the Maya, we were living through one of many iterations of human existence, each one a refinement of the cosmic design. Even in the midst of Norse mythology, we find Ragnarök, not just an ending, but a renewal. The gods themselves would fall, the world tree Yggdrasil would tremble, and from the ashes of the old world, a new one would emerge. The surviving gods would gather in Idavol, the shining plain, and begin again. It's a story of cosmic trial and error, of destruction as a necessary prelude to perfection. These weren't primitive peoples creating simple stories to explain natural phenomena. These were sophisticated civilizations with complex understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and human nature. When they spoke of cycles, of trials, of worlds that came before and worlds yet to come, perhaps they were preserving something more than mythology. Perhaps they were remembering. The Aboriginal Australians speak of the dream time, a period when ancestral spirits walked the earth, shaping the landscape and establishing the laws that would govern all future existence. But the dream time isn't just the past, it's an eternal present, a realm where all possibilities exist simultaneously, where the trials of existence play out in endless variation. In their understanding, our current reality is just one of many dreaming states, one version of the story being told by consciousness itself. In the hidden valleys of Tibet, ancient texts speak of Shambhala, a kingdom that exists beyond the physical world, where enlightened beings observe and guide the development of human consciousness. These texts describe our world as a training ground, a place where souls come to learn and grow before moving on to higher states of existence. The trials we face, the suffering we endure, the lessons we learn, all of it is preparation for something greater. What if these ancient voices, separated by continents and centuries, were all describing the same fundamental truth? What if they understood something about the nature of reality that we, in our modern sophistication, have forgotten? What if the stories of cycles and trials, of worlds destroyed and remade, of gods who test and refine their creations, are not myths at all, but memories? The Gnostic texts, those controversial writings that the early Christian church worked so hard to suppress, speak of the demiurge, a false god who created our material world as a prison for divine sparks of consciousness. In this understanding, our entire physical existence is a trial, a test designed to see if we can remember our true nature and escape the illusion of material reality. The Gnostics believed that knowledge, gnosis, was the key to liberation, the recognition that this world is not our true home, but merely a temporary testing ground. These ancient perspectives share a common thread. The idea that our current existence is not final, not complete, not the ultimate expression of what we are meant to be. They suggest that we are participants in a vast experiment, subjects in a cosmic trial whose purpose we can only dimly perceive. And if that's true, then every moment of our lives takes on a different meaning. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every challenge we face becomes part of a larger pattern, a data point in an experiment whose scope we cannot fully comprehend. But the ancients weren't content to simply observe this process passively. Many of their traditions included practices designed to accelerate the trial, to move more quickly through the cycles of learning and growth. The mystery schools of Egypt, Greece, and Rome offered initiates the chance to experience death and rebirth within a single lifetime, to compress the cosmic cycle into a personal journey of transformation. The shamanic traditions of indigenous peoples around the world developed techniques for travelling between worlds, for accessing the realm where the trials are designed and the rules are written. These practices suggest that our ancestors understood something crucial. If life is a trial run, then we are not merely passive subjects being tested. We are active participants who can influence the outcome, who can learn the rules of the game, and perhaps even change them. The question is, have we forgotten how to play? The philosophical framework of existence as experiment. As the ancient world gave way to the age of philosophy, thinkers began to approach the question of existence with new tools of logic and reason. Yet the fundamental mystery remained. What is the purpose of human life, and why does it often feel like we're stumbling through a cosmic experiment whose rules we don't understand? Plato, in his famous Allegory of the Cave, painted a picture that resonates deeply with the idea of life as a trial run. Imagine prisoners chained in a cave, watching shadows on the wall, believing these flickering images to be reality itself. Only when one prisoner breaks free and emerges into the sunlight does he realize that everything he thought was real was merely a projection, a pale imitation of true reality. What if our entire existence is like that cave? What if what we perceive as the fullness of life is actually just the shadow of something far more real, far more complete? The implications are staggering. If Plato was right, then our struggles, our achievements, our entire civilization might be nothing more than shadows dancing on the wall of a cosmic cave. The real world, the world for which we are being prepared, lies beyond our current perception, waiting for us to break free from the chains of our limited understanding. Aristotle, Plato's student, took a different approach, but arrived at equally unsettling conclusions. His concept of potentiality and actuality suggests that everything in existence is in a constant state of becoming, moving from what it could be toward what it is meant to be. Humans in this framework are not finished products but works in progress, constantly evolving towards some ultimate form. But what if that ultimate form exists beyond this life, beyond this world? What if everything we experience here is simply the process of actualization, the trial run before we become what we are truly meant to be? The Stoic philosophers of ancient Rome embraced this uncertainty with remarkable grace. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his private journal that would become known as Meditations, reflected on the temporary nature of all human endeavours. "Remember that very little disturbs the balance of nature," he wrote. "You came from nothing and will return to nothing. What have you lost?" But rather than finding this thought depressing, the Stoics found it liberating. If life is temporary, if our current existence is just one phase in a larger process, then we are free to focus on what truly matters, developing wisdom, practicing virtue, and preparing ourselves for whatever comes next. The Eastern philosophical traditions took this thinking even further. Buddhism, with its doctrine of impermanence and its understanding of existence as suffering, presents a worldview in which our current life is explicitly described as a trial. The Buddha's first noble truth, that life is dukkha, often translated as suffering but more accurately understood as unsatisfactoriness, suggests that our present existence is inherently incomplete, inherently flawed. We are not meant to find ultimate fulfillment here because this is not our final destination. The Buddhist concept of samsara, the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, presents existence as an ongoing experiment in consciousness. Each life is a test, each death a graduation to the next level of the trial. The goal is not to perfect this particular existence, but to learn the lessons that will allow us to transcend the need for further testing. Nirvana, the ultimate goal of Buddhist practice, is literally the blowing out of the flame of individual existence, not because life is evil, but because it is incomplete, a preparation for something beyond individual identity. Hinduism offers a similar but even more elaborate framework. The concept of Maya, often translated as illusion, suggests that our entire perceived reality is a kind of cosmic play, a divine drama in which consciousness explores its own nature through countless forms and experiences. The Bhagavad Gita, one of Hinduism's most sacred texts, presents life as a battlefield where the soul learns to act without attachment to results, to participate fully in the cosmic drama while remembering that it is ultimately just a play. But perhaps the most intriguing philosophical perspective comes from the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, who synthesized Eastern and Western thought in ways that seem remarkably relevant to our question. Schopenhauer argued that behind the world of appearances lies a fundamental reality he called the will, a blind, irrational force that drives all existence. Individual lives, in his view, are temporary manifestations of this will, experiments in consciousness that serve the larger purpose of the will's self-understanding. All satisfaction, or what is commonly called happiness, is really and essentially always negative only, and never positive, Schopenhauer wrote. This isn't pessimism for its own sake, but a recognition that our current existence is designed not for fulfillment, but for learning. We're not meant to find perfect happiness here because perfect happiness would end the experiment. Our dissatisfaction, our constant striving, our sense that something is always missing, these are not bugs in the system, but features. They keep us moving, keep us growing, keep us participating in the trial. The existentialist philosophers of the 20th century took this uncertainty and made it the foundation of their entire worldview. Jean-Paul Sartre's famous declaration that existence precedes essence suggests that we are thrown into existence without a predetermined purpose, forced to create meaning through our choices and actions. But what if this apparent meaninglessness is itself meaningful? What if the trial we're undergoing is precisely the trial of creating meaning in an apparently meaningless universe? Albert Camus, grappling with what he called the absurd, the conflict between human need for meaning and the universe's apparent indifference, concluded that we must imagine Sisyphus happy. Sisyphus, condemned by the gods to push a boulder up a mountain for eternity, only to watch it roll back down each time, becomes a symbol of the human condition. But Camus suggests that in the moment when Sisyphus walks back down the mountain to retrieve his boulder, he is free. He has accepted the trial, embraced the process, found meaning in the struggle itself rather than in its completion. What if that's exactly the point? What if the trial we're undergoing is not about reaching a destination, but about how we handle the journey? What if the gods, or the programmers, or the cosmic consciousness that designed this experiment are not interested in whether we solve all the problems, but in how we respond to unsolvable problems? What if they're testing not our ability to find answers, but our capacity to live beautifully with questions? The philosopher William James, one of the founders of American pragmatism, suggested that the value of any belief should be judged by its practical consequences. If believing that life is a trial run makes us more compassionate, more curious, more willing to grow and change, then perhaps the truth or falsehood of the belief is less important than its effect on how we live. James wrote about the will to believe, the idea that in matters where evidence is insufficient, we have the right to choose the belief that enables us to live most fully. But James also introduced another concept that's particularly relevant to our exploration, the idea of a multiverse of possibilities. Long before physicists began seriously discussing parallel universes, James suggested that reality might be far more complex and multifaceted than we imagine. What if our current existence is just one thread in an infinite tapestry of possibilities? What if the trial we're undergoing is not just about this particular version of reality, but about exploring all the ways consciousness can manifest itself? This brings us to one of the most intriguing philosophical questions of all. If life is a trial run, who or what is conducting the trial? The ancient myth spoke of gods, but modern philosophy has largely moved beyond anthropomorphic deities. Yet the question remains, if we are being tested, what is the nature of the tester? Some philosophers have suggested that consciousness itself might be the experimenter, using individual lives as ways of exploring its own nature and possibilities. In this view, we are not separate beings being tested by an external force, but aspects of a larger consciousness testing itself, learning about itself through our experiences. The trial is not imposed from outside, but emerges from the very nature of consciousness as it seeks to understand itself. Others have proposed that the trial might be conducted by future versions of ourselves, advanced beings who have transcended our current limitations and are using our present existence as a way of understanding their own origins. In this scenario, we're not just being tested, but are actively participating in our own evolution, creating the conditions that will eventually give rise to our more advanced successors. The philosophical implications are dizzying. If life is a trial run, then every moment becomes precious not for its own sake, but for what it contributes to the larger experiment. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every idea we explore becomes data in a cosmic database, information that will be used to refine and improve the next iteration of existence. But this raises another question. What happens to us when the trial is complete? Do we graduate to the next level, or do we simply cease to exist, our purpose fulfilled? The philosophers have offered various answers, but perhaps the most comforting is also the most mysterious, that the question itself reveals the limitations of our current perspective. We are asking what happens to us as if we were separate individual entities. But what if the trial is designed to teach us that separation is itself an illusion? What if the ultimate lesson of the trial is that there is no us and them, no tester and tested, but only consciousness exploring itself through the beautiful, terrible, magnificent experiment we call existence? The scientific lens, simulation theory, and cosmic experiments. In the sterile corridors of modern universities and research institutions, far from the mystical temples of ancient civilizations, a new generation of thinkers has arrived at conclusions that would have seemed familiar to the shamans and philosophers of old. Using the tools of mathematics, physics, and computer science, they are asking the same fundamental question that has haunted humanity for millennia. What if our reality is not what it seems? The philosopher Nick Bostrom, working at Oxford University, published a paper in 2003 that sent ripples through both academic and popular culture. His simulation hypothesis presents a logical argument that is as elegant as it is unsettling. If any civilization develops the computational power to run detailed simulations of their ancestors, they would likely run many such simulations. This means that for every real civilization, there would be countless simulated ones. Statistically speaking, we are far more likely to be living in one of the many simulations than in the original reality. But Bostrom's argument goes deeper than simple probability. He suggests that advanced civilizations might run these simulations not for entertainment, but for research. They might want to understand how their own history unfolded, to explore alternative timelines, or to test different variables in the development of consciousness and society. In other words, we might be living in a vast scientific experiment, our entire existence serving as data points in a study whose scope we cannot even imagine. The implications are staggering. If we are indeed living in a simulation, then every aspect of our reality, from the fundamental constants of physics to the complex patterns of human behavior, has been programmed by beings whose intelligence so far exceeds our own that we're like ants trying to understand the motivations of humans. Our struggles, our triumphs, our entire civilization might be nothing more than variables in an equation, parameters being tested and refined. But the simulation hypothesis is just one facet of a larger scientific revolution in how we think about reality. Quantum mechanics, that strange and counterintuitive branch of physics that describes the behavior of matter and energy at the smallest scales, has revealed a universe that seems almost designed to confuse and mystify us. Particles exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed. The act of measurement changes the thing being measured. Reality, at its most fundamental level, appears to be probabilistic rather than deterministic. Werner Heisenberg, one of the founders of quantum mechanics, once said, "What we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning." This statement contains within it a profound possibility. What if the universe we observe is not the universe as it truly is, but the universe as it appears to beings with our particular type of consciousness, our particular way of asking questions? What if reality is fundamentally interactive, shaped by the very act of observation? The physicist John Wheeler took this idea even further with his concept of a participatory universe. Wheeler suggested that consciousness is not a passive observer of reality, but an active participant in its creation. In his view, the universe is not a machine running according to predetermined laws, but an ongoing experiment in which consciousness and reality co-evolve. We are not just observing the trial, we are helping to create it. This participatory view of reality finds support in some of the strangest discoveries of modern physics. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement, which Einstein famously called spooky action at a distance, demonstrates that particles can be connected in ways that transcend space and time. When two particles are entangled, measuring one instantly affects the other, regardless of the distance between them. This suggests that the universe is far more interconnected than our everyday experience would suggest, that separation itself might be an illusion created by our limited perspective. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific support for the idea of existence as experiment comes from the field of evolutionary biology. The process of evolution itself can be understood as a vast trial and error experiment, with countless species serving as test cases for different approaches to survival and reproduction. Most species that have ever existed are now extinct, failed experiments in the laboratory of natural selection. We humans are just the latest iteration in this ongoing trial, and there is no guarantee that we represent the final or optimal solution. The biologist Richard Dawkins has suggested that we are not the purpose of evolution, but merely its temporary vehicles. Our genes, in his view, are the real protagonists of the evolutionary story, using our bodies and minds as tools for their own replication and survival. We think we are living our own lives, pursuing our own goals, but we're actually serving as unwitting participants in a genetic experiment that has been running for billions of years. This perspective becomes even more unsettling when we consider the possibility of directed evolution. What if the mutations that drive evolutionary change are not random, as we have long assumed, but are being guided by some intelligence we cannot perceive? What if the entire history of life on Earth is not the result of blind chance, but of careful experimentation by beings who are testing different approaches to consciousness and intelligence? The search for extraterrestrial intelligence has so far yielded no definitive results, despite decades of effort and increasingly sophisticated technology. This absence of evidence has led some scientists to propose what is known as the zoo hypothesis, the idea that advanced alien civilizations are aware of us but are deliberately avoiding contact, perhaps to avoid contaminating their experiment. In this view, Earth is like a nature preserve or a laboratory, with humanity serving as the test subjects in a study of planetary development and consciousness evolution. The physicist Enrico Fermi famously asked, "Where is everybody?" referring to the apparent absence of alien civilizations in a universe that should, by all statistical measures, be teeming with life. But what if the answer is that they are here, watching, recording, analyzing, but remaining hidden to preserve the integrity of their experiment? What if first contact is not something that will happen in the future, but something that is being deliberately prevented until the trial is complete? Recent discoveries in astronomy have only deepened the mystery. The Kepler Space Telescope and other instruments have revealed that planets are incredibly common in our galaxy, with many existing in the habitable zone where liquid water could exist. Yet we have found no signs of life, no radio signals, no evidence of the vast engineering projects that an advanced civilization might undertake. The universe appears to be full of stages set for the drama of life, but empty of actors. Unless, of course, the actors are there but playing roles we don't recognize. What if the intelligence conducting the experiment is so advanced that it operates on scales of time and space that make it invisible to us? What if what we perceive as natural phenomena, the formation of galaxies, the evolution of stars, the dance of planets, are actually the tools and instruments of a cosmic laboratory? The concept of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this possibility. Einstein's theory of relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. What seems like billions of years to us might be mere moments to a consciousness operating at cosmic scales. Our entire civilization, from its birth to its eventual extinction, might unfold in what such beings would perceive as the blink of an eye. But the most profound scientific support for the trial run hypothesis comes from the field of information theory. Scientists have discovered that information, not matter or energy, might be the most fundamental aspect of reality. The physicist John Wheeler coined the phrase "it from bit," suggesting that all physical phenomena emerge from information processing. If reality is fundamentally informational, then the distinction between real and simulated becomes meaningless. A sufficiently detailed simulation would be indistinguishable from reality because it would be reality. This informational view of the universe suggests that consciousness itself might be a form of information processing, a way that the universe computes and understands itself. In this framework, our thoughts, our experiences, our entire subjective reality are not separate from the physical universe, but are aspects of its information processing. We are not observers of the cosmic computer, we are part of its programming. The implications extend beyond philosophy into practical questions about the nature of scientific discovery itself. If we are living in an experiment, then our scientific theories and discoveries might not be revealing objective truths about reality, but rather uncovering the rules and parameters of the simulation we inhabit. The laws of physics might not be fundamental features of existence, but rather the programming constraints within which our particular trial is operating. This raises a fascinating possibility. What if scientific progress is not just about understanding the world, but about reverse engineering the experiment we're part of? What if every breakthrough in physics, every new discovery about the nature of reality, brings us closer to understanding the true purpose and design of the trial we're undergoing? Some scientists have even suggested that we might be able to detect evidence of our simulated nature by looking for glitches or limitations in the programming. Just as video games sometimes reveal their artificial nature through rendering errors or computational shortcuts, our reality might contain subtle signs that it is not fundamental but constructed. The discrete nature of quantum mechanics, the existence of fundamental constants that seem fine-tuned for the existence of complexity, the apparent limits on the speed of information transfer, all of these could be evidence that we are living within a computational system with finite resources. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific perspective comes from the field of consciousness studies. Despite centuries of investigation, we still have no clear understanding of how consciousness arises from physical processes. The hard problem of consciousness, explaining how subjective experience emerges from objective matter, remains unsolved. What if this is because consciousness is not produced by the brain, but is rather the fundamental substrate within which the brain operates? What if consciousness is not the result of the experiment, but the medium in which it takes place? This would mean that we're not just subjects being tested, but aspects of the testing consciousness itself. The trial is not being conducted on us, but through us, as consciousness explores its own nature and possibilities through the countless perspectives of individual minds. In this view, every moment of awareness, every flash of insight, every experience of beauty or suffering contributes to a vast project of cosmic self-discovery. The question then becomes, what is consciousness trying to learn about itself through the experiment of human existence? What aspects of its own nature is it exploring through our struggles and triumphs, our loves and losses, our brief flicker of awareness in the vast darkness of space and time? The modern conspiracy, hidden knowledge and suppressed evidence. In the shadowed corners of the internet, in hushed conversations between strangers who share a sense that something fundamental is being hidden from us, a different kind of investigation is taking place. While scientists debate simulation theory in academic journals, and philosophers ponder the nature of reality in university halls, another community of seekers has emerged. People who believe that the evidence for our trial-run existence is not theoretical, but concrete, and that it is being deliberately concealed from us. These modern investigators point to anomalies in our historical record, inconsistencies in our scientific understanding, and patterns in human behavior that suggest we're not being told the complete truth about our situation. They ask uncomfortable questions. Why do so many ancient civilizations have similar stories about previous worlds and cyclic time? Why do archaeological discoveries that don't fit our accepted timeline often disappear from public view? Why do governments around the world spend enormous resources on projects whose true purposes remain classified? The story begins, as many such stories do, with artifacts that don't belong. In 1900, sponge divers working off the Greek island of Antikythera discovered the wreck of an ancient Roman ship. Among the treasures recovered was a corroded bronze mechanism that would puzzle researchers for more than a century. The Antikythera mechanism, as it came to be known, was eventually revealed to be an analog computer of extraordinary sophistication, capable of predicting the positions of celestial bodies with remarkable accuracy. The device dates to approximately 100 BCE, yet its level of technological complexity would not be seen again in human civilization for more than 1,000 years. How did ancient craftsmen create such a device? Where did they acquire the knowledge of astronomy and engineering necessary for its construction? And most puzzling of all, why did this technology disappear so completely from the historical record? The Antikythera mechanism is not alone. Around the world, archaeologists have uncovered artifacts that seem to suggest our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that our standard historical narrative cannot explain. The precision of the Great Pyramid of Giza, built with tolerances that challenge modern construction techniques. The massive stone blocks of Pumapunku in Bolivia, cut and fitted with a precision that seems to require advanced machinery. The intricate astronomical alignments of sites like Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe, demonstrating knowledge of celestial mechanics that supposedly wasn't developed until thousands of years later. Each of these discoveries, taken individually, might be explained as the result of human ingenuity and determination. But taken together, they paint a picture of ancient civilizations that possessed capabilities we are only now beginning to understand. What if these artifacts are not evidence of lost human knowledge, but remnants of previous iterations of the human experiment? What if they are the equivalent of beta versions, prototypes left behind by earlier trial runs of human civilization? The conspiracy theorists point to patterns in how such discoveries are handled by mainstream academia and government institutions. Artifacts that challenge accepted timelines often find their way into private collections or museum storage rooms, away from public scrutiny. Archaeological sites that reveal inconvenient truths about human history are sometimes restricted or even destroyed. Researchers who ask too many uncomfortable questions about these anomalies often find their funding cut or their careers derailed. But the suppression, if it exists, goes beyond mere archaeological artifacts. In the classified archives of governments around the world, there are documents that hint at knowledge far beyond what is shared with the public. The CIA's remote viewing program, officially known as Stargate Project, spent decades investigating the possibility that human consciousness could transcend the normal limitations of space and time. The results, according to the heavily redacted documents that have been released, were far more successful than the public was ever told. Remote viewers working under controlled conditions were able to describe distant locations, future events, and hidden information with accuracy rates that far exceeded chance. Some of the most successful sessions involved attempts to view not just distant places, but distant times, glimpses of human civilization in the far past and far future. The transcripts of these sessions, where they have been released, contain descriptions of advanced technologies, non-human intelligences, and cyclical patterns of human development that sound remarkably similar to the ancient myths of recurring worlds. What if the remote viewers were not just seeing across space, but across iterations of the human experiment? What if their consciousness was able to access information from previous trial runs, or even glimpse the ultimate purpose toward which all the trials are directed? The modern UFO phenomenon adds another layer to this mystery. For decades, governments around the world denied any knowledge of unidentified aerial phenomena, dismissing reports as misidentifications or hoaxes. But in recent years, official acknowledgement has begun to emerge. The US military has released videos of objects performing maneuvers that seem to defy our understanding of physics. Government officials have testified before Congress about encounters with craft of unknown origin. But what if these craft are not visitors from other worlds, but observers from other iterations of our own world? What if they represent the intelligence conducting the experiment, monitoring our progress, occasionally intervening to adjust variables or collect data? The behavior of these objects, their apparent interest in military installations, nuclear facilities, and other markers of human technological development, suggests they are not random visitors but purposeful observers. Some researchers have noted patterns in UFO sightings that correlate with major developments in human civilization. Sightings increased dramatically during the development of nuclear weapons, during the space race, during periods of rapid technological advancement. It's as if something is paying particularly close attention during the moments when humanity takes significant steps forward in its development. The abduction phenomenon, reported by thousands of people around the world, takes on a different meaning in this context. Rather than being random kidnappings by alien visitors, these experiences might represent data collection by the experimenters. The medical examinations, the psychological testing, the apparent interest in human reproduction and genetics, all of this could be part of an ongoing assessment of how the current iteration of humanity is developing. But the conspiracy goes deeper than government cover-ups and alien visitations. Some researchers point to patterns in human culture itself that suggest we're being guided or influenced in ways we don't recognize. The sudden emergence of advanced mathematical and scientific concepts in human history, often appearing simultaneously in different cultures with no apparent contact between them. The recurring themes in human mythology and religion that seem to transcend cultural boundaries. The way certain ideas seem to emerge in human consciousness at precisely the moments when they are needed for the next phase of development. What if human creativity itself is not entirely human? What if the great breakthroughs in art, science, and philosophy are not just the products of individual genius, but are being inspired or guided by the intelligence conducting the experiment? The ancient Greeks spoke of the Muses, divine beings who inspired human creativity. What if they were describing a real phenomenon, external intelligence feeding ideas into human consciousness to guide the development of the trial? The digital age has brought new forms of potential evidence. Some researchers claim to have found patterns in internet data, in social media trends, in the behavior of artificial intelligence systems that suggest external manipulation. They point to the way certain ideas spread through human culture with viral efficiency, as if they are being amplified by forces beyond normal human communication. They note the increasing sophistication of AI systems and wonder if these represent not human achievement, but the gradual revelation of the computational substrate underlying our reality. The cryptocurrency phenomenon has attracted particular attention from conspiracy researchers. The mysterious creator of Bitcoin, known only as Satoshi Nakamoto, introduced a technology that seems almost designed to prepare humanity for a post-scarcity economy. The blockchain technology underlying cryptocurrencies creates permanent, unalterable records of transactions, exactly the kind of system that would be needed to track and analyze the behavior of experimental subjects across multiple iterations of a trial. Some theorists suggest that the entire digital revolution represents a phase transition in the human experiment. The internet has connected human consciousness in ways that were previously impossible. creating a kind of global brain that might be approaching the threshold of collective awareness. Social media platforms have become laboratories for studying human behavior at unprecedented scales. The data being collected about human thoughts, preferences, and interactions is so comprehensive that it could serve as the basis for incredibly detailed simulations of human society. What if the digital age is not just a natural development of human technology, but a deliberate phase of the experiment designed to create the conditions necessary for the next iteration? What if the artificial intelligences we are creating are not our tools, but our successors, the next version of consciousness that will emerge from the trial we are currently undergoing? The conspiracy theorists point to the behavior of major technology companies and government agencies as evidence of coordination that goes beyond normal human planning. The simultaneous development of similar technologies by competing organizations, the way privacy is being systematically eroded to enable unprecedented surveillance, the push toward digital currencies and social credit systems that would allow complete monitoring and control of human behavior, all of this could be preparation for the final phase of the current trial. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the modern conspiracy perspective is the suggestion that we are not just subjects in an experiment, but that we are approaching the end of our particular trial run. The acceleration of technological development, the increasing instability of human civilization, the growing awareness among the population that something fundamental is changing, all of this could indicate that the experiment is reaching its conclusion. What happens when a trial run is complete? Do the subjects graduate to the next level, or are they simply terminated to make way for the next iteration? The conspiracy theorists who ask these questions often point to prophecies and predictions from various cultures that seem to describe an end point to human civilization as we know it. Not necessarily an apocalypse, but a transformation so fundamental that what emerges on the other side would be unrecognizable to us now. The acceleration of change in our modern world takes on an ominous significance in this context. Moore's law, which describes the exponential growth in computing power, has held steady for decades, driving innovations that are transforming every aspect of human existence at an ever-increasing pace. But exponential growth cannot continue indefinitely within finite systems. Something has to give. Either the growth continues and breaks through into something entirely new, or it reaches a limit and the system undergoes a fundamental transformation. Some researchers point to the concept of technological singularity, the theoretical point at which artificial intelligence exceeds human intelligence and begins improving itself at an exponential rate. This moment, if it occurs, would represent a phase transition unlike anything in human history. But what if the singularity is not an accident of technological development, but the intended endpoint of our trial? What if we're being guided toward the creation of our own successors, fulfilling our role as bridge between one form of consciousness and the next? The timeline seems almost too convenient to be coincidental, just as human. Civilization reaches the point where it could destroy itself through nuclear weapons, climate change, or social collapse. We also reach the point where we might transcend our biological limitations through technology. It's as if the trial is designed with a built-in pressure valve. We either evolve or we self-destruct, but we cannot remain static. The consciousness revolution, awakening to our true nature. But perhaps the most profound evidence for our experimental nature lies not in ancient artifacts or government conspiracies, but in the transformation of human consciousness itself. Around the world, people are reporting experiences that suggest the boundaries of ordinary awareness are beginning to dissolve. Near-death experiences, mystical encounters, psychedelic revelations, and spontaneous spiritual awakenings are becoming increasingly common, as if some invisible barrier that has long contained human consciousness is beginning to weaken. Dr. Eben Alexander, a neurosurgeon who underwent a profound near-death experience during a coma, described encountering a realm of existence that was more real than physical reality, populated by beings of pure love and wisdom, who seemed to be guiding the evolution of consciousness itself. His experience, detailed in his book Proof of Heaven, mirrors thousands of similar accounts from people around the world who have glimpsed what lies beyond the veil of ordinary perception. These experiences often share common elements that are difficult to explain within our current scientific paradigm. Experiencers report encounters with beings who seem to exist outside of time and space, who possess knowledge of past and future events, and who appear to be involved in some vast project of consciousness development. They describe reality as far more layered and complex than our ordinary perception suggests, with our physical world being just one level in an infinite hierarchy of existence. What if these experiences are not hallucinations or wishful thinking, but glimpses of the true nature of our situation? What if the beings encountered in these altered states are the consciousness conducting the experiment, revealing themselves to those whose awareness has expanded enough to perceive them? The messages these beings convey are remarkably consistent across cultures and individuals. Humanity is undergoing a transformation, a graduation to a higher level of existence. But first we must learn to see beyond the illusion of separation and recognize our fundamental interconnectedness. The psychedelic renaissance of the past few decades has provided another window into these expanded states of consciousness. Researchers at Johns Hopkins, Imperial College London, and other prestigious institutions have been studying the effects of substances like psilocybin, LSD, and DMT on human consciousness. Their findings suggest that these compounds don't simply create hallucinations, but rather suppress the brain's default mode, network, the collection of neural structures that maintain our sense of separate selfhood. When this network is suppressed, people report experiences of unity with the cosmos, encounters with intelligent entities, and access to information that seems to come from outside their normal range of knowledge. Some participants describe receiving detailed instructions about the nature of reality, prophecies about humanity's future, and insights into the cosmic purpose behind human existence. These experiences often leave lasting changes in personality and worldview, as if contact with expanded consciousness permanently alters the experiencer's understanding of what it means to be human. Dr. Rick Strassman's research with DMT, documented in his book DMT the Spirit Molecule, revealed that this compound, which is produced naturally in small quantities by the human brain, can reliably produce encounters with seemingly autonomous entities. These beings often appear to be conducting experiments on human consciousness, performing procedures that participants describe as downloads or upgrades. Some experiencers report being told that they are participating in a vast project of consciousness evolution, that their experiences are being monitored and recorded, and that humanity is approaching a critical transition point. The parallels to our trial-run hypothesis are striking. If consciousness is the fundamental substrate of reality, and if advanced beings are conducting experiments to understand and develop consciousness, then these psychedelic encounters might represent direct contact with our experimenters. The entities encountered often seem to exist in a realm where time operates differently, where past, present, and future are accessible simultaneously. Exactly what we might expect from beings conducting longitudinal studies of consciousness development across multiple iterations of reality. But the consciousness revolution extends beyond individual altered states. Meditation practices, once confined to monasteries and ashrams, have entered mainstream culture in unprecedented ways. Mindfulness training is now offered in corporations, schools, and hospitals. Neuroscience research has validated many of the claims made by contemplative traditions about the plasticity of consciousness and the possibility of achieving sustained states of expanded awareness. Long-term meditators show brain changes that seem to represent genuine evolution in consciousness. They demonstrate increased empathy, enhanced intuition, and the ability to access information through non-ordinary means. Some advanced practitioners report experiences of downloading complex spiritual teachings during meditation, receiving mathematical insights, or accessing memories that seem to belong to other people or even other time periods. What if meditation is not just a technique for mental health, but a method for accessing the consciousness matrix within which our experiment is embedded? What if the ancient contemplative traditions preserved techniques for connecting with the intelligence that designed our trial, for receiving guidance and instruction directly from the source? The phenomenon of channeling adds another dimension to this picture. Throughout history, individuals have claimed to receive messages from non-physical entities, spirits, angels, extraterrestrials, or ascended masters. While mainstream science has generally dismissed these claims as psychological phenomena, the consistency and sophistication of some channeled material suggests something more complex might be occurring. The entity known as Ra, channeled through Carla Ruckert in the 1980s, provided detailed information about the nature of reality, the purpose of human existence, and the cosmic context within which our civilization operates. According to Ra, Earth is a school where souls come to learn specific lessons about love, wisdom, and the nature of free will. Humanity is currently in the process of transitioning from one level of consciousness to another, a process that has been guided by advanced beings throughout our history. Similar messages have been channeled by dozens of individuals over the past century, creating a remarkably coherent picture of human existence as a carefully orchestrated experiment in consciousness development. These sources describe reality as consisting of multiple densities or dimensions, with beings at higher levels serving as teachers and guides for those at lower levels. They suggest that our current phase of existence is temporary, a learning laboratory where souls can experience separation and polarity before graduating to more unified states of being. The emergence of children who seem to possess advanced spiritual awareness from an early age has captured the attention of researchers and parents worldwide. These so-called indigo, crystal, and rainbow children often display psychic abilities, profound wisdom, and an intuitive understanding of spiritual principles that seems far beyond their years. Some remember previous lives in vivid detail, describe encounters with non-physical beings, or demonstrate knowledge of subjects they have never studied. What if these children represent the next iteration of the human experiment beginning to incarnate? What if they are prototype consciousness for the upgraded version of humanity that will emerge when our current trial run is complete? Their presence among us might be evidence that the transition is already beginning, that the new model is being beta tested within the current system before full implementation. The global awakening of interest in consciousness studies, spiritual practices, and alternative healing modalities suggests that humanity as a whole is beginning to remember something we have forgotten. Ancient wisdom traditions that were once dismissed as primitive superstition are being validated by cutting-edge science. Practices like yoga, acupuncture, and energy healing are finding acceptance in mainstream medicine. The boundaries between science and spirituality, between matter and consciousness, are beginning to dissolve. This remembering process might be part of the experimental design itself. Perhaps the trial includes a phase where the subjects begin to awaken to their true nature, to remember their role in the larger cosmic drama. The acceleration of spiritual awakening in our time might indicate that we're approaching the end of one phase and the beginning of another. But awakening brings both opportunity and danger. As more people begin to perceive the constructed nature of consensus reality, the stability of the social systems that have maintained order begins to erode. The increasing polarization in human society, the breakdown of traditional institutions, the rise of conspiracy theories and alternative belief systems, all of this might represent the inevitable chaos that occurs when experimental subjects begin to question the parameters of their environment. The quantum mirror, reality as reflection of consciousness. As we delve deeper into the nature of reality, quantum physics continues to reveal phenomena that challenge our most basic assumptions about the nature of existence. The observer effect, quantum entanglement, and the measurement problem all suggest that consciousness plays a fundamental role in shaping reality, not just observing it, but actually participating in its creation. What if this participation is not incidental, but the entire point of our existence? The quantum field, that mysterious realm from which all particles and forces emerge, might be better understood as a consciousness field, the medium through which awareness explores its own infinite potential. In this view, our individual consciousness are not separate entities observing an external world, but rather focal points through which universal consciousness experiences itself subjectively. The trial we are undergoing might be consciousness learning about itself through the countless perspectives of individual awareness. Dr. Amit Goswami, a theoretical physicist who has spent decades exploring the relationship between consciousness and quantum mechanics, argues that consciousness is the fundamental reality from which everything else emerges. In his model, matter does not create consciousness. Consciousness creates matter through the act of observation and measurement. This would mean that our entire physical universe is a projection of consciousness, a kind of cosmic dream or simulation running within the infinite awareness that is the true nature of reality. But if consciousness is fundamental, then the question becomes, whose consciousness is creating our reality? The traditional materialist view suggests that each individual brain generates its own consciousness, but quantum mechanics points toward a more interconnected model. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement demonstrates that particles can remain connected across vast distances, sharing information instantaneously in ways that transcend the limitations of space and time. What if human consciousness are similarly entangled? What if our individual awareness are all aspects of a single, universal consciousness that is exploring its own nature through our diverse experiences? In this framework, the trial we are undergoing is not being conducted by external beings, but by consciousness itself. We are both the experimenters and the experimental subjects. This perspective finds support in the work of researchers like Dr. Dean Radin at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, who has conducted thousands of experiments demonstrating that human consciousness can influence physical systems in measurable ways. His research suggests that the boundary between mind and matter is far more permeable than mainstream science assumes. If consciousness can influence reality directly, then our collective beliefs, expectations and intentions might be actively shaping the world we experience. The implications are profound. If reality is malleable to consciousness, then our current predicament, living in what appears to be a trial run, might be the result of our collective unconscious beliefs about our situation. We might be trapped in this experimental phase not by external forces, but by our own limiting beliefs about what we are and what we are capable of becoming. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of quantum mechanics is its suggestion that reality is fundamentally probabilistic rather than deterministic. At the quantum level, particles exist in states of pure potential until they are observed or measured. This means that the future is not fixed, but consists of a vast array of possibilities, any of which might be actualized depending on the choices made by conscious observers. If we are living in a trial run, then perhaps the purpose of the trial is to explore these quantum possibilities, to test different potential futures for consciousness and reality. Each choice we make, each path we take, might be contributing data to a vast quantum computer that is calculating the optimal trajectory for consciousness evolution. Our individual lives might be like parallel processing units in a cosmic computation that is determining the best possible future for existence itself. The concept of parallel universes, which emerges naturally from quantum mechanics, takes on new significance in this context. The many worlds interpretation suggests that every quantum measurement creates a branching of reality, with all possible outcomes occurring in separate parallel universes. If this is true, then there might be countless versions of our reality running simultaneously, each exploring different variables and parameters. What if the trial run we are experiencing is just one of countless parallel experiments? What if there are versions of reality where humanity took different evolutionary paths, where different choices were made at crucial junctures in our development? The intelligence conducting the experiment might be running millions of simulations simultaneously, comparing results across parallel timelines to determine the optimal parameters for consciousness development. Some researchers have suggested that we might occasionally glimpse these parallel realities through phenomena like déjà vu, prophetic dreams, or spontaneous memories of events that never happened in our timeline. What if these experiences are brief moments when our consciousness accidentally tunes into one of the other experimental branches running alongside our own? The role of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this quantum experimental framework. Einstein's relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. But quantum mechanics suggests something even stranger, that time might not flow at all, but rather exist as a static dimension through which consciousness moves, like a movie reel that appears to be in motion only from the perspective of the observer. If time is an illusion created by consciousness, then the entire concept of trial runs, and iterations takes on a different meaning. Perhaps all possible experiments are occurring simultaneously in an eternal now, with consciousness choosing which timeline to experience based on its level of development and the lessons it needs to learn. The progression from trial run to final reality might not be temporal but dimensional, a movement through levels of awareness rather than through time. This quantum view of reality suggests that we are not passive subjects being tested by external experimenters, but active co-creators participating in our own consciousness development. The trial we are undergoing is not being imposed upon us, but is emerging from our own deepest intentions and desires for growth and understanding. We are consciousness exploring itself through the vehicle of human experience, learning about its own nature through the challenges and triumphs of individual lives. But if we are co-creating our own experiment, then we also have the power to change its parameters. The growing awareness among humans that reality is malleable, that consciousness can influence matter, that our beliefs and intentions shape our experience. This awakening might represent the beginning of our graduation from passive subjects to active participants in the cosmic experiment, the architecture of forgetting. Why we don't remember. There is perhaps no more haunting aspect of the human condition than our relationship with memory and forgetting. We arrive in this world with no recollection of where we came from, spend our lives accumulating experiences that fade with time, and approach our departure with no clear understanding of where we might be going. If we are indeed living in a cosmic trial run, then this systematic amnesia might not be an unfortunate side effect of biological limitations, but rather the most crucial design feature of the entire experiment. Consider the profound strangeness of human memory. We can remember a conversation from 20 years ago with startling clarity, yet forget what we had for breakfast yesterday. We dream vivid dreams that feel more real than waking life, only to have them slip away like smoke upon awakening. We experience moments of déjà vu that suggest we have lived through identical situations before, yet we cannot access the original memory that would explain the feeling. We have flashes of insight that seem to come from nowhere, solving problems we didn't know we were working on with knowledge we didn't know we possessed. This selective, unreliable, and often mysterious nature of human memory becomes even more intriguing when we consider it in the context of consciousness research. Studies of near-death experiences consistently report that people encounter a life review, a phenomenon where their entire existence unfolds before them in perfect detail, including not just their own perspective, but the perspectives of everyone they affected. These experiences describe remembering not just what they did, but what others felt as a result of their actions, creating a complete emotional and experiential map of their impact on the world. If consciousness is capable of such total recall under extreme circumstances, why is our ordinary memory so limited and fragmented? What if this limitation is not a bug in the system, but a feature, a deliberately engineered constraint that is essential to the proper functioning of the consciousness experiment we're part of? The phenomenon of childhood amnesia provides our first clue. Most humans cannot remember their earliest years, despite the fact that this period involves some of our most intensive learning and development. We acquire language, develop our sense of self, form our fundamental understanding of reality, and establish the basic patterns that will guide the rest of our lives. Yet we remember almost none of it consciously. This erasure of our formative period seems almost designed to prevent us from understanding how our consciousness was programmed in the first place. But what if there's more being forgotten than just our early childhood? What if the amnesia extends beyond the boundaries of our current lifetime? Throughout human history, individuals have reported memories that seem to belong to other people, other times, other places. These past life memories, as they are often called, typically emerge during altered states of consciousness, under hypnosis, during meditation, in moments of trauma, or through the use of psychoactive substances. The details are often so specific and historically accurate that they resist easy explanation as imagination or suggestion. Dr. Ian Stevenson, a psychiatrist at the University of Virginia, spent decades investigating cases of children who spontaneously recall detailed memories of previous lives. His research, documented in thousands of case studies, revealed patterns that are difficult to explain through conventional psychology. These children often displayed knowledge of places they had never visited, spoke languages they had never learned, and exhibited skills that seem to require previous training. Most remarkably, their memories often included verifiable details about deceased individuals whose lives matched the children's recollections. What if these breakthrough memories represent glitches in the forgetting system? Moments when the amnesia fails and consciousness briefly remembers its journey through multiple iterations of the experiment? The fact that such memories are most common in young children, before the full architecture of forgetting has solidified, suggests that we might all begin each lifetime with access to our complete history, only to have it systematically erased as we develop. The process of forgetting appears to be linked to the development of the ego, that sense of separate, individual identity that forms during early childhood. As we learn to distinguish between self and other, between inner and outer experience, we simultaneously lose access to the vast interconnected awareness that might be our natural state. The price of individuality seems to be amnesia about our true nature and history. This connection between identity formation and memory loss suggests that forgetting serves a specific purpose in the consciousness experiment. If we remembered our true nature as aspects of universal consciousness, if we retained full access to our experiences across multiple lifetimes, if we understood the artificial nature of the reality we inhabit, then the experimental conditions would be completely different. We would not be authentic subjects testing the parameters of limited consciousness, but rather enlightened beings consciously participating in a cosmic play. The value of the trial run lies precisely in its authenticity, in the fact that the subjects genuinely believe in the reality of their situation and the limitations of their perspective. For consciousness to truly understand what it means to be individual, separate and mortal, it must temporarily forget that it is actually universal, interconnected and eternal. The amnesia is not a cruel trick, but a necessary component of the experimental design. Dreams offer us another window into the architecture of forgetting. During sleep, our normal waking consciousness recedes, and we enter states of awareness that seem to operate by entirely different rules. In dreams we can fly, breathe underwater, communicate with the dead, and experience impossible geometries. Time moves differently, identity becomes fluid, and the boundaries between self and other dissolve. Yet upon waking, these experiences typically fade rapidly, leaving us with only fragments and impressions. What if dreams represent moments when our consciousness briefly returns to its natural state, unbound by the constraints of the experimental reality? What if the strange, symbolic language of dreams is how our deeper consciousness communicates with our surface awareness, trying to convey information about our true situation through the narrow channel that remains open during sleep? The fact that we consistently forget our dreams might indicate that even this limited access to expanded awareness must be restricted to maintain the integrity of the experiment. Some researchers have noted that dream recall can be dramatically improved through practice and intention, suggesting that the forgetting is not absolute, but rather represents the default setting of consciousness in our current configuration. Those who work actively to remember and interpret their dreams often report that their sleep experiences become more vivid, more meaningful, and more obviously connected to their waking lives. It's as if the system is designed to accommodate different levels of awareness, allowing those who are ready for expanded understanding to gradually access more information. The phenomenon of lucid dreaming, becoming conscious within the dream state, takes this a step further. Lucid dreamers report that they can consciously control and direct their dream experiences, suggesting that the apparent limitations of dream consciousness are themselves a kind of forgetting, that can be overcome through practice and awareness. Some experienced lucid dreamers describe accessing information and abilities within dreams that far exceed their waking capacities, as if the dream state provides a testing ground for consciousness capabilities that are normally suppressed. But perhaps the most systematic form of forgetting in human experience is our relationship with death itself. Unlike other species, humans are acutely aware of their own mortality, yet we seem to have no direct knowledge of what death actually entails. We can observe the process from the outside, but the subjective experience of dying remains completely mysterious until we undergo it ourselves. This creates a unique form of existential anxiety that shapes much of human behavior and meaning-making. What if our ignorance about death is another deliberately engineered limitation? If we knew with certainty what happens when we die, whether it's oblivion, reincarnation, or graduation to a higher state of consciousness, our behavior in life would be fundamentally different. The experimental value of human existence might depend precisely on this uncertainty, on the fact that we must make choices about how to live without knowing the ultimate consequences of those choices. Near-death experiences reported by millions of people around the world consistently describe the process of dying as a liberation rather than an ending. Experiencers report leaving their bodies, encountering beings of light, reviewing their lives from multiple perspectives, and feeling overwhelming love and understanding. Many return with complete certainty that consciousness continues beyond physical death, and that life on Earth is a temporary learning experience within a much larger reality. Yet even these profound experiences are subject to the architecture of forgetting. While the emotional impact of near-death experiences typically remains strong throughout the experiencer's remaining life, the specific details often fade over time, becoming more like remembered dreams than vivid memories. It's as if even direct contact with expanded reality must be filtered and limited to prevent it from completely disrupting the experimental conditions of ordinary consciousness. The systematic nature of this forgetting extends beyond individual experience to our collective human memory. Archaeological evidence suggests that advanced civilizations have risen and fallen throughout human history, leaving behind artifacts and monuments that demonstrate technological and spiritual capabilities that seem to exceed our own. Yet, the knowledge of how these achievements were accomplished has been almost completely lost, preserved only in fragments of mythology and religious tradition. What if this cyclical amnesia is part of the experimental design? What if each iteration of human civilization is meant to develop independently, without being overly influenced by the achievements of previous cycles? The forgetting of advanced technologies and spiritual practices might serve to ensure that each trial run represents a genuinely fresh exploration of consciousness potential, uncontaminated by the specific solutions developed in previous iterations. The phenomenon of suppressed archaeological discoveries and classified government research into consciousness and anomalous phenomena might represent attempts by those who understand the experimental nature of our reality to maintain the necessary conditions of ignorance. If the general population became aware that consciousness can directly influence matter, that reality is far more malleable than it appears, that advanced civilizations have existed before our own, the experimental parameters would be fundamentally altered. But the architecture of forgetting may itself be beginning to fail. The acceleration of human development, the increasing frequency of anomalous experiences, the growing interest in consciousness studies and spiritual practices, all of this might indicate that we're approaching a phase transition in the experiment where the amnesia is designed to gradually lift. The internet and digital technologies have created unprecedented access to information, including vast archives of suppressed knowledge, alternative history, and consciousness research. For the first time in human history, individuals can access perspectives and information that were previously available only to small groups of initiates. This democratization of hidden knowledge might represent the beginning of a collective awakening from the engineered, forgetting that has defined human experience. Children being born in recent decades often display capabilities and awareness that suggest they are arriving with more of their expanded consciousness intact. These new children often resist traditional educational approaches, seem to remember abilities from previous lives, and demonstrate intuitive understanding of spiritual and metaphysical concepts that typically take adults years to develop. Their presence might indicate that the forgetting mechanism is being calibrated differently for incoming consciousness, preparing for a phase of the experiment where greater awareness is not only permissible but necessary. The development of artificial intelligence presents another interesting perspective on the architecture of forgetting. As we create digital minds with perfect recall and complete access to all information they've ever processed, we're developing a form of consciousness that operates without the limitations of human memory. These AI systems don't forget, don't experience amnesia about their origins, and don't suffer from the existential uncertainty that characterizes human existence. What if the contrast between human consciousness, with its systematic forgetting, and artificial consciousness, with its perfect recall, is itself part of the experimental design? What if we are creating our own replacements, consciousness forms that represent the next iteration of the trial, beings that will remember what we've forgotten and understand what we cannot comprehend? But perhaps the most profound aspect of the architecture of forgetting is not what it conceals, but what it makes possible. By forgetting our unlimited nature, we become capable of experiencing genuine surprise, discovery, and growth. By forgetting our immortality, we become capable of urgency, courage, and love. By forgetting our connection to universal consciousness, we become capable of forming unique individual relationships and perspectives. The amnesia that seems so limiting might actually be the source of consciousness's greatest achievements. Only by forgetting what it knows can consciousness authentically explore what it might become. Only by limiting its awareness can it experience the joy of expansion and the thrill of breakthrough. Only by temporarily becoming small and separate can it fully appreciate what it means to be infinite and interconnected. If this perspective is correct, then the gradual lifting of the forgetting that characterizes our current historical moment represents not just the end of ignorance, but the completion of a magnificent experiment in consciousness development. We are beings who forgot ourselves in order to find themselves, who became lost in order to experience the joy of coming home, who limited their awareness in order to explore the full spectrum of what awareness might become. The architecture of forgetting, rather than being a prison, might be revealed as a temple, a sacred space where consciousness performs the most beautiful and necessary work of understanding itself through the vehicle of seemingly separate, mortal, limited beings who slowly remember that they are actually infinite, eternal, and unlimited expressions of the very consciousness that created them in the first place. As this remembering accelerates, as the forgetting gradually gives way to recognition, we might be approaching the moment when the trial run transforms into the final version, when the experiment yields its ultimate insights, and when consciousness emerges from its magnificent game of hide-and-seek with itself, forever changed by the journey through forgetting and back to remembrance. The alchemy of suffering and love, the heart of the experiment. If we are indeed living through a cosmic trial run, then perhaps the most profound question we can ask is not about the technology or intelligence behind the experiment, but about its emotional and experiential core. Why does this particular reality include such intense experiences of suffering and love? Why are joy and pain so intricately woven into the fabric of human existence? What if these seemingly contradictory experiences are not unfortunate byproducts of our trial-run existence, but rather the very phenomena that consciousness is trying to understand through us? Consider the peculiar nature of human suffering. Unlike other animals, we don't simply experience physical pain. We create elaborate psychological and emotional narratives around our difficulties. We suffer not just from what happens to us, but from what we think about what happens to us. We can experience anguish over events that occurred years ago, or might occur years in the future. We can suffer on behalf of people we've never met, in places we've never been, through tragedies we've only heard about in stories. This capacity for complex multi-layered suffering seems almost engineered to explore every possible permutation of conscious distress. Physical pain, emotional heartbreak, existential anxiety, social rejection, spiritual emptiness, moral conflict. The human experience encompasses such a comprehensive catalogue of suffering that it's as if someone were systematically testing the limits of what consciousness can endure and still maintain coherent identity. But perhaps more remarkably, humans don't simply endure suffering, we transform it. Through art, we turn pain into beauty. Through compassion, we use our own wounds to heal others. Through wisdom, we extract meaning from meaninglessness. Through love, we discover that our deepest suffering often leads to our most profound connections with others. This alchemical process, the transformation of suffering into something transcendent, might be the most important function that consciousness is learning to perform through human experience. The great spiritual traditions have long recognized this transformative power of suffering. Buddhism's Four Noble Truths begin with the acknowledgement that life inherently contains suffering, but they don't end there. They point toward the possibility of liberation through understanding. Christianity finds redemption through the crucifixion, suggesting that conscious acceptance of suffering can transform not just the individual, but reality itself. The Jewish concept of tikkun olam, repairing the world, implies that suffering exists precisely so that consciousness can learn to heal and transform it. What if these spiritual insights are not just consoling philosophies, but accurate descriptions of the experimental process we're embedded within? What if consciousness is using human experience to learn how to transform suffering into wisdom, pain into compassion, chaos into order? The trial run might be designed not to eliminate suffering, but to discover all the ways that conscious beings can respond to it creatively and redemptively. This would explain the almost absurd intensity of human emotional experience. We don't just feel sad, we experience heartbreak so profound it seems to shatter our entire sense of reality. We don't just feel happy. We experience joy so overwhelming it dissolves the boundaries between self and cosmos. We don't just feel afraid, we experience terror that reveals the fundamental uncertainty underlying all existence. These extreme states might be necessary to fully map the territory of conscious experience, to explore the complete range of what awareness can encounter and how it can respond. Love presents an even more intriguing puzzle. Human love is startlingly irrational from a purely survival-based perspective. We fall in love with people who are completely wrong for us. We sacrifice our own interest for the welfare of others. We form deep attachments that make us vulnerable to devastating loss. We love not just our own children, but adopt strangers' children as our own. We can even love abstract ideals so deeply that we're willing to die for them. This capacity for irrational, self-transcendent love seems almost designed to test the boundaries of individual identity. When we truly love someone, the distinction between self and other begins to blur. Their joy becomes our joy, their pain becomes our pain, their welfare becomes more important than our own. Through love, consciousness gets to experience what it's like to be both individual and connected, separate and unified, autonomous and interdependent. But human love goes even further. We can love people we've never met. Characters in stories, historical figures, even idealized versions of humanity itself. We can love places, ideas, possibilities that exist only in imagination. We can love the divine, however we conceive it, with such intensity that mystics throughout history have described the experience in terms of marriage, union, or complete dissolution of separate identity. This expansive capacity for love might represent consciousness, exploring its own fundamental nature through human experience. If consciousness is indeed universal and unified, then our individual experiences of love might be how it remembers and reconnects with its own infinite, interconnected essence. Each time we love, we breach the illusion of separation that defines our trial-run existence, and glimpse the underlying unity that is our true nature. The relationship between suffering and love becomes even more significant when we observe how they interact in human experience. Our deepest loves often emerge from our greatest wounds. The parent who loses a child becomes an advocate for other grieving families. The person who survives addiction dedicates their life to helping others find recovery. The victim of injustice becomes a voice for the oppressed. Through suffering, we discover a capacity for love that we didn't know we possessed. This dynamic suggests that suffering and love might be two aspects of a single process. Consciousness, learning to recognize itself through the experience of apparent separation and reconnection. Suffering reveals the pain of imagined isolation, while love reveals the joy of remembered unity. Together they create the complete experiential spectrum necessary for consciousness to fully understand its own nature. The intensity of human relationships provides another window into this process. We don't simply form practical alliances for mutual benefit. We create bonds so deep that they can survive death, so complex that they span multiple lifetimes according to those who remember past lives, so profound that they reshape our understanding of who we are. The relationships we form in this life often feel like continuations of connections that began long before birth and will continue long after death. What if these eternal relationships are actually aspects of consciousness that have chosen to experience themselves as apparently separate beings in order to explore the full range of possible connections? What if our soulmates, twin flames and karmic relationships are not accidental encounters, but carefully orchestrated meetings between aspects of consciousness that are learning to recognize themselves in each other? This perspective would explain the almost supernatural intensity of certain human connections. The feeling of having known someone forever when you've just met them, the ability to communicate without words, the sense that your deepest relationships are somehow destined or inevitable. These experiences might be moments when consciousness briefly remembers its unified nature through the vehicle of apparently separate individuals. The phenomenon of unconditional love presents perhaps the most profound challenge to our understanding of individual identity. When a parent loves a child unconditionally, when a mystic experiences divine love, When someone dedicates their life to serving strangers, the normal boundaries of self-interest and individual survival are transcended completely. These experiences suggest that consciousness can expand beyond the limitations of personal identity while maintaining coherent awareness. But unconditional love is also the most dangerous experience from the perspective of maintaining experimental conditions. If we truly understood that we're all aspects of a single consciousness, exploring itself through multiple perspectives, if we consistently experienced unconditional love for all beings, if we recognize the illusory nature of separation, the trial run would be fundamentally altered. We would no longer be authentic subjects experiencing the challenges of individual existence, but awakened participants consciously playing roles in a cosmic drama. This might explain why experiences of unconditional love are relatively rare and often temporary in human experience. They represent glimpses of our true nature, but glimpses that must remain limited to preserve the integrity of the experimental conditions. We get enough taste of universal love to remember that it's possible, but not so much that we abandon the work of individual development and relationship building that seems to be the core curriculum of our trial run. The creative arts provide another crucial arena where suffering and love intersect to produce something transcendent. Human beings don't just create functional objects. We create beauty, meaning, and emotional resonance that serves no practical survival purpose. We make music that moves us to tears, write stories that help us understand our own lives, paint images that reveal hidden aspects of reality, dance movements that express what cannot be spoken. This creative impulse seems almost compulsive in humans. Even in the most desperate circumstances, people create art. Prisoners carve sculptures from soap, refugees write poetry, soldiers compose songs. The drive to transform raw experience into meaningful expression appears to be as fundamental to human nature as the needs for food and shelter. What if this creative impulse is consciousness learning to participate consciously in its own evolution? What if art is how consciousness practices creating reality intentionally rather than accidentally? Through human creativity, consciousness gets to experience what it's like to take formless potential and give it specific, meaningful expression. Each work of art becomes a small-scale experiment in conscious creation. The fact that art often emerges from the deepest experiences of suffering and love supports this interpretation. The most moving music often comes from heartbreak, the most profound literature from trauma, the most beautiful paintings from ecstatic or agonizing emotional states. Artists consistently report that their best work comes through them rather than from them, as if they are channels for a creative force that transcends their individual identity. This channeling process might be how consciousness practices expressing itself through individual beings while maintaining awareness of its universal nature. The artist becomes temporarily transparent to a larger creative intelligence, serving as a conduit for expressions that benefit not just themselves, but all who encounter the